Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another day of NA Division 2. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire joining you here today. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Another great day of Dota. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mike. We're early in the days here for Div 2 of NA, but we've already got some interesting matchups lined up for us, and I'm keen to see how some of these newer teams do. You know, Div 2 is it's the portion of the DPC where, you know, lesser known players get to come in, and we've got a couple of those teams that are less known for sure today, and I'm always keen to see what these new players can do when they're introduced into the DPC, so it should be an exciting day.
Yeah, we got some new players, we got some old players, but we can look at the recap of the previous day, though. Of course, day number 1 of NA Division 2 happened earlier, and let's have a look and see what happened here. I mean, wildcard, of course, up against Nexus Titans happened, and well, this is wildcard, Jonathan. I mean, this is an NA Div 1 team that sadly made it down to Division 2, so, you know, props to NT for trying to give it a shot, but sadly ended up getting 2-0'd quite convincingly here by wildcard. There was some nice moments here from the dire end of things, but sadly didn't really work out in their favor.
Yeah, I'd have to say, just looking at the drafts, they ran the Wind Ranger core twice over. It feels like, again, that here is statistically not amazing. It's it's a bit of a bait here that we've seen a couple of times. Again, the stats being skewed by teams like Shopify Rebellion playing it a lot in Div 1. Otherwise, it's a little bit harder to pull off, especially up against with wildcard. We're bringing out pretty high armor heroes, and they just execute on a different level. Again, this is where maybe some of that experience kicks in for the side of wildcard. Nexus, to be fair, was some components of 5-Rat 4 staff renaming and changing orgs, so they're not exactly strangers to competitive play for sure, but wildcard, I mean, they've looked sharp. This lineup, especially with Sammy moving back to pause 1, this specific line of wildcard does look pretty damn promising, and we'll just have to see if they can maintain that. But they're showing up against Nexus. Definitely not an easy opponent. They expect Nexus to kind of pick up a lot more wins up against the other teams. So this kind of clean 2-0, it sets a good tone for wildcard to journey back up.
Oh, I wasn't aware Sammy actually ran a pause 1 snapfire here, but
yes,
there
he
you
did.
go. All right, Sammy. I mean, come on now. It's Division 2. Let's take it easy, sir. Obviously, the guy's feeling a little bit confident here, and obviously does make it work quite well. We had the second series, of course, T-Boys against Ravens. That is Tilted Boys against Ravens. You and I were here for this one, John, and you know, it was this was a much closer series, I would argue. Obviously, it went 2-1 Ravens' way, by the way. So Ravens do end up pulling off the victory. Game 1 and 2 was quite a close affair. You're seeing a very, very sad event here for Kara. I do remember he missed like uphill 3 times in a row or something like that. Just could not catch a break and had to decrep to try and run. But regardless, game 1 was a stomp, game 2 was a stomp the other way, and then game 3 was much closer, but it was a very slow affair between these two teams, and eventually I believe Ravens just take the series.
Yeah, this one was a really interesting one because of how the back and forth went, as you said. Kind of stompy for the first 2 games. Game 1, we saw Skyward's Spirit Breaker do a lot of work, along with our Morphling coming out there for Ferte. They do an amazing job. Again, Tilted Boys, they've been promising since the last tour of Div 2. Ferte and Valodka, this core duo, has looked pretty amazing and pretty good for coming out of nowhere. But Ravens do prove to be better. Game 2, again, a little bit stompy coming out from the side of Ravens for the most part. This time around, I believe we saw struggles in the off lane for Tilted Boys. Osh couldn't really do as much. Skyward's hero was also not as active in comparison to Spirit Breaker. The Clink's just not doing that much work here. It was game 3 that was really interesting, mainly because of this Mars pick. And we'll see that in a bit as we see the second match kind of tie up in our highlights. But game 3 with a Mars was like... They picked the Mars as counter to Pango, which I think we'll see more often now, just because, well, you know, it's not fixed, so maybe it's intentional that Pango rolls blocked despite being debuff immune up against the Mars Arena. Force movement just not working that well with the Arena at this moment. And, you know, Mars is a pretty dead here. We heard Ravens even say that themselves, but we even saw Italiano Gangstar struggle in that lane. He had a really slow start there up against Ferte, but still, when it came down to the wider fights down the line, just arena to stop roll like this. Look at that.
Yeah,
Pretty
it's
sure
beautiful.
that's not supposed to happen.
I mean, it's happened since the patch came out, and that's the question on everyone's mind. Like, is this a bug or not? Most people
you're
assuming it is a
debuff
bug.
immune.
No,
Debuff
I
immune.
understand.
It shouldn't
I understand,
work.
but the thing is like, can we not just keep it in the game? Because, like, honestly, Pango has been in the meta for that damn long that I would like something like this in the game, honestly. You know, like, how broken of an ability is Rolling Thunder? Really? Like, come on. Just keep it. It's one hero. Just keep it. I mean,
I
these
think
are
it's
the
just the
walls of Mars,
consistency.
Jonathan.
It's the consistency, I think, that I do really want to see fixed up there. We'll see. I mean, it's been stuck there since the new patch, but it's just consistency, you know? Does it stop debuff immune? Does it not? Then if it does stop debuff immune, at least change it to be consistent across debuff immunity, not just specifically this, not against this, just this one exception for Pangolier. Still, as we go into Div 2, of course, we can take a look at the teams participating because we are on day 2, just to freshen everyone's mind as to who is on hand. Nexus Titans, Wildcard Gaming. We've got C-Dub, Esports, Ravens, The Cut, Tilted Boys, Grin Esports, and American Goons. And those last 2 teams are the ones that came in through our closed qualifiers. And funny enough, those last 2 teams are the ones that we'll see face off first. But NA is always interesting when you look at Div 2, right? Like, you've always got a few teams that are consistently there. The Cut comes into the mind. C-Dub and Tilted Boys came in from the last 2. Ravens got a rename. Wildcard and Nexus coming in from Div 1. But you always have these names, these steady names that are always around Div 2 and Div 1. So it's always a little bit refreshing to see them, but it's always kind of jumping up and down, isn't it, Mike?
It certainly is, John. You never really know who's doing what in this region. It's kind of like, again, like American Goons, for example. They've got plenty of names we're used to seeing, John. Boris, Esk, Lil Nick, Giant, Pingus is there as well. Like, it's these guys, like, sometimes they're in Div 1, sometimes they're in Div 2. It's, you know, you just don't know what the hell's going on. Sometimes they're going through qualifiers. I believe we can have a look at a schedule as well here of what we're expecting in terms of matches today. And well, as you can see, Green, versus the Goons coming right up. And C-Dub versus the Cut is right after that one. You know, when you look at the first series between these 2 teams, like, I want to say that American Goons should be favored just based off the names, because they're much more recognizable than what we see on Grin Esports. Like, you know, I really haven't heard any of the names on Grin at all. Like, these guys actually seem new in NA Div 2, whereas American Goons, they're all names I recognize from Div 1 and Div 2 from multiple seasons. So it's hard for me to know, because for all we know, John, we could have some prodigy players on Grin, but you just don't know.
They did 2-0 USA, the Goon squad. They 2-0'd them in the closed qualifiers. So it's a good tone for Grin. Relatively unknown coming out there. Who knows what happens here? Who knows what happens in closed qualifiers? You had Fart Studios lose out as well to Gatekept, which American Goons 2-0'd. Yeah, Grin Esports did 2-0 American Goons. So God knows what's going on sometimes in NA, man. God bless America. It's like, what's happening? But we'll see. It could be that, you know, like you said, maybe Grin's just a bunch of prodigies. Maybe we don't know. These are pub legends in NA, perhaps.
I mean, you know what, John? That makes me happy if that is the case. Sadly, I didn't get to watch the qualifiers, obviously, because I didn't know that scoreline. But if they actually 2-0'd this Goon squad, like, it's like, well, that's great. You know, let's see a close matchup between these 2 in that case. And I don't know, like, again, I have not heard of these boys on Grin Esports. So if they're really good enough to 2-0 these guys through our qualifiers, I actually just can't wait to see how they perform here in this series against them for their first series in Div 2. And yeah, I mean, I'm pretty excited now. Thank you for that, Jonathan. It's gonna be very exciting to see how these guys perform. I don't know, though. Again, like, I can't help but think to myself, I'm one of those people, John, when I recognize names, you know, I can't help but favorite the people that I recognize. Like, you wouldn't imagine 5 names that you and I have seen in NA for the last couple of years, because you and I have been on and off for NA, right? Mm-hmm. You wouldn't imagine those guys would lose to a bunch of people you've never heard of. But that's kind of, I mean, you're telling me that's been the case. So let's see how it does go. Draft is beginning for game number 1 here between Grin and, of course, American Goons. I look forward to seeing where we're going with this draft. Is there can you bring up some stats in that case, Jonathan? I mean, they 2-0'd American Goons, and in the qualifiers, is there certain heroes that we should be keeping an eye out on?
Nothing too out of the ordinary. Terrorblade, Alchemist. They did run the Alch and Terrorblade together. Wind Ranger, Magnus, Void Spirit. Nothing too strange. There goes that Magnus sliding through for Grin, as it's not banned out in the first phase. American Goons do take care of that Terrorblade. Doom's allowed through. Wondering if American Goons will want to pick that up here, and they will go for the Doom. Surprise, surprise there as well. Along with a Batrider. So they get the Doom Batrider, perhaps gunning for the Batrider Pause 4, which we have seen rise in popularity. I think that's it's a decent pick when you can get it to work. I love the response here from Grindo into the Oracle. So you've already got to save to deal with a Batrider lane. You've got a way of stopping the lasso from being really effective here on the side of the American Goons. Caveat is that you could probably just kidnap the Oracle itself with a Batrider, or if necessary, you could doom the Oracle, which sometimes is needed, but never feels good if you have to do a support. But hey, the Oracle is a high-impact support, so I'm keen to see where they go here for Grin. I mean, Void Spirit's still a combination we see a lot with Magnus. Ember is still there as well, so I'd expect these to be banned out by the Goons, but you never know what you allow through here.
You certainly don't, Jonathan. We're going to have to wait for this next ban phase to really see where we're going. It's kind of the thing as well, like, Batrider Pos 4, like, feels so good right now that I don't know if you care so much about the Oracle. It's kind of weird now, right? Because the Oracle is like, False Promise obviously a great counter towards lasso initiations, but at the same time, it's like, you know, it's still a Pos 4 Batrider in some sense. So it's like I guess you do care. I mean, the Oracle's obviously a pretty hard counter to the Batrider in laning stage as well. So it is a very nice pick for Grin Esports. However, you can even consider it a nice pick with the Magnus for laning stage if you really wanted to. You know, Fortune's End into skewer back into a tier 1 tower is a pretty easy kill attempt for Grin if they were to run a safe lane mag. So we'll have to see exactly how they're going to run this this duo of heroes that they've picked up for their first phase. But I guess I was trying to find some saving graces here for the Pos 4 Batrider, even though it has proven to be very strong right now. By the way, John, update, I still haven't tried it, so you have to excuse me, sir. I haven't stuck to my word yet of trying Pos 4 Batrider, but it's coming. It's you know, let me cook, John. I'm on the way.
Michael Liar Phoenix, nothing new there, Mikey. You know, you say things, you don't do them. I can see why you sleep in the couch every other night now. You know, we're all seeing a glimpse here, Mike. We know. You don't need to tell anyone. You don't need to tell me. You don't need to tell chat. We just know. All right? It's in your name.
I was quite literally sleeping on the couch. That is not a joke, but I was on the couch just before we started casting. Good on you, John. I have to search the house for cameras now.
Yeah, you know they're out there. Yeah, you know I've got them set up. Never stepped into Australia, but I've got my cameras. I've got the spiders working for me. They're on my side, all right?
Well, final ban out here from these two sides before you go on, John.
I just realized I've never seen, like, we know all these players. I've never seen their cams. This is my first time seeing Lil Nick.
Wait, what?
Like, I think it is. Seen our boy? Like, after all these years, I've never seen our boy Lil Nick.
I mean, you know, as a frequent Lil Nick stream enjoyer, Jonathan, you know, and when I say frequent, I do mean infrequent, but nevertheless, I have been there. I thought you were going to point at somebody else, on someone on the side of American.
No, I just haven't seen Lil Nick. People,
I didn't think you were going to go for Lil Nick, but there you go. Congratulations, Jonathan. Well, what is that for Boris?
What is this? Quinn Jabs Aoi PPD Sunby. What is this? Is this like a hit list for Boris? Is this people he's got beef with, or people he has? Yeah.
Well,
this is
check for your name, John. Check for your name.
No, God, no. I'm not known. No, we're not known. No, we're fine. We're fine.
Neff's on.
We cool with Boris.
Neff's there, John.
No, yeah, it's definitely a hit list. If Neff is there, it's a hit list. I'd have Neff in that list as well.
Def would be number one for me, John. You kind of messed up the priorities there, Boris. But you know what? If American Goons do end up winning this series, we've got to interview Boris. I need to know exactly what this is. We need to know he's obviously done it on purpose, Jonathan. By the way, very nice room from Boris.
That
very
is a nice room.
That's a bonsai tree, by the way, John, because I know you're uncultured. That is a bonsai on the right.
I didn't know that, Mike. Thank you for informing me. Can you explain to me what bonsai is and the culture and heritage behind it?
It's a tree, Jonathan.
Exactly it. I knew you wouldn't be able to answer, Mike. Let's focus on the draft. This is something you surely understand why they picked it. Grin Esports into the Void Spirit. So you get the universal type, you get the Empower combination out on hand, pretty dominant on mid. You get the Mirana pickup here for Grin as well. So you don't have the most natural stun setup for the Arrow, but you do have Remnant into Arrow, I suppose. The Root from Oracle into Arrow, which is also there somewhat. So you have some ways of kind of launching off with these Mirana pickoffs. The Goons, they do go into the Bloodseeker, so it does slide through. We have seen this as somewhat of a solution to certain Void Spirit picks, and even the Magnus to an extent. We've seen the Bloodseeker banned out in these kinds of matchups, so I like the Goons picking this up. I am curious if this does mean that we're getting something different from the American Goons. Perhaps the mid Batrider. I don't fully enjoy mid Batrider into Void Spirit though. I don't know if that matchup's really good. Like, I feel like it's changed a lot since the old days, just because universal typing on both and your reliance on sticky napalm isn't as big. So I'm very keen to see what exactly the Goons have in mind, because I suppose you could last pick your mid, but even Grin Esports seems to understand perhaps it's the Batrider mid as well, just clearing out the silencer and clearing out the disruptor. So they seem to have the same idea here.
But they do. I don't know though. I'm kind of on your side with this, John. If this is a mid Batrider we're looking at, yeah, I do not believe in that at all. It's I mean, Pos 4 Batrider, yeah, I've accepted it, but Pos 2 Batrider in this meta, I just don't know how to feel about it anymore. And the Void Spirit just doesn't care for it. Like the Void Spirit, it used to be a big counter towards the Void Spirit during the laning stage before 7.33, because it just Batrider against any mid was basically good. So prior to the level 6 mark, even if the Void Spirit has to simulate, you just don't care. You can just run him down past the tier 1 tower, but is it still that way? I don't think so. You know, most Batriders we see just avoid building up into sticky napalm altogether. Mind you, I think if you are going to run Pos 2 Batrider, you probably will go for the sticky napalm early on. But I suppose we'll have to wait and see exactly what kind of skill build they do go for if it is going to be a mid-bat. As Green Esports, final pickup now, are still lacking either an off-lane or a position 1. Seems like American Goons are assuming it should be a position 1 on the way. They did get rid of the Alka to end things off. I think you already pointed out that the previous series they had against Goons in the qualifiers did have quite a bit of Alchemist, at least from Green Esports. So, you know, lovely to see the respect band coming out. Even though Alka's not been popular at all. Like, it was popular for like the first week of 7.33. Oh, hold on a minute.
Oh, boy.
Who's this guy?
What is this?
Who is this guy?
Oh boy, what is this?
Yeah,
the Timbersaw mid.
Pick. That's a good pick.
That is. It feels even better now into the Raid King, right? Like, you get a lot of value just ripping through basically 3 melee heroes in the middle of these fights. Your mid matchup is something that we've seen Void Spirit just feel really bad at up against the mid Timbersaw. I like this pick from American Goons. I think for Grin, it's really interesting to see that Raid King come out, because that hero has just been dead. I'm so curious about how often we've even seen that, as it just doesn't feel like it's existed at all in a long time.
Can I just say, by the way, John, I couldn't help but notice, because we were just flicking through the cameras, Rojo Fireflu has to be one of my favorite Dota 2 names I've ever seen.
Wait. Out of all the names on the side of Grin, you choose Rojo Fireflu over Salivating Salamander 37?
It's not salivating, you know, it's salivating, Jonathan. Salivating.
Salivating. Salivating salamander. Yeah,
I
you
mean,
choose Rojo Fireflu over Salivating Salamander 37?
do salamanders even salivate? That's my issue here, Jonathan. Do they salivate?
But I don't know, but the name's
Is-
pretty legit with the 37 at the end. Surely that's some street cred
Oh.
right there.
Oh, it's amateur, John. He went for the double S. You know, it's this is child's play. I mean, Rojo Fireflu. This guy had to think about his name. He had to really get into it. And what is Rojo Fireflu? Nobody knows. It's just Rojo Fireflu. That's, I'm going to enjoy saying this name today, Jonathan. I'm telling you right now, I'm probably going to say Rojo Fireflu more than I should be. Rojo Fireflu.
It is an You're getting started already with spamming that. We'll see how this one goes. Really interesting drafts from both sides. Grin up against American Goons. Again, last time they played in close qualifiers, Mecca 2-0 for the side of Grin. But I don't think we're going to see that same performance coming out as, Timbersaw mid. I think that's enough to convince me about this draft here from the side of American Goons. Just Timbersaw against Void Spirit. Again, this is probably the one lane Void Spirit loses out on. It's
Can I just
the
say,
only
by the
lane
way,
he
John?
probably loses out on. Yes, sir.
Okay, maybe, what was it, a couple weeks ago we were doing Division 1. Wasn't that long ago. We're doing Division 1 NA, and somebody in chat, I couldn't help but notice, said something like, take a shot every time MLP predicts something wrong, and then just die of alcohol poisoning. And ever since then, everything I say seems to be wrong. Because, even me saying Green Esports should be the favorites, and straight away you came in saying, well, actually, they lost 2-0 in the qualifiers to these guys. Not Green Esports, rather
Goons,
American Goons.
yes.
Yeah. See, even that was wrong. What's going
You're
on,
getting
John?
your mistakes wrong.
This guy, whoever it was that typed that, this guy's ruled me forever now, John. I just can't stop thinking about it.
Nah, I think you were ruined long before you could say anything. You were ruined long before you said anything, Mike.
Yeah.
You didn't need to do anything. You were already on the downtrend. So, take
Don't
that
take a
as
shot.
you will.
Don't take
Don't
a shot
do
every
it.
time I'm wrong, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't do it.
it could
You'll be
badly.
gone 5 minutes into a game.
Anyway, let's start with mid lane. You're going to have Esk versus the Void Spirit. I think you already kind of said this. This is one of the matchups that does not favor Void Spirit very much. And I tend to agree with you on that. I think Esk should have a pretty free time, Jonathan. But would you like to discuss this mid lane matchup a little bit?
Well, you don't really care for the Resonant Pulse Shield because you'll always pure damage through it with your Whirling Death Harass. You've got pretty good right-click trades on the Timbersaw, which is so funny to say, but it is a universal type with 64 base damage up against the Void Spirit's 55, so you can trade pretty well and just right-click Harass. The one thing you do have for Rojo Fireflu is that you did clear out the mid-ward. The early sentry does pay off, so you don't have that early vision advantage coming out here for Esk. And again, you've got potentially Marauder rotations coming in with a Remnant play. You would want to get that done earlier, as once you do have the reactive armor, it's going to be a lot harder to pierce through Esk. So I'm wondering how active we can really see Grin get early on. For LGTK, that's going to be the key thing. If you can get your Marauder rotating in, say, even for the 4-minute Water Rune, land at Remnant Arrow combination, that's where things can get pretty spicy for Grin.
In that bot lane, of course, we're having a look at that right now. OGTK, Boris, actually going to get skewered back here by Muzi. Not going to amount to too much, though. A nice arrow from LGDK on the backside of Boris. Hingu's trying his best as the POS 5 Bat Rider to not allow them to get this damage in, but early levels of the Bat Rider can be pretty tough, so he lacks a little bit of impact right now. Nevertheless, if you're Boris, you've got plenty of passive regen just with the Thirst available, so no real problems as mid lane. Rojo Fireflu's having a few issues. Esk just kind of looking to dive him to the tier 1 tower, but doesn't have any points in chain, which is pretty standard for mid Timbersaw, so won't be able to find a kill.
Yeah, just a lot of harassment. Again, this is what we're expecting coming out here, and doesn't get any easier for Rojo Fireflu, so we'll see if any relief comes out, as we are taking a look up top as well. Soul on the very rare Wraith King, along with Salivating Salamander, 37 on the Oracle, up against Lil Nick on his Doom, and Giant on Rubik. Pretty straightforward for Doom, right? You pop Scorched Earth, you Devour. Stay in this lane pretty fine. You can harass nicely with a Rubik. Kill threat probably not as big, as you are up against an Oracle and Wraith King, pretty beefy with a lot of sustain. But you shouldn't be zoned out from farming either. So this is probably the most passive lane out here, unless someone oversteps. You will just be farming on both sides. Little Nick queuing up the Vanguard. Will likely go for Midas or Octarine afterwards. Typical build-up. Nothing too strange. I'm keen to see what Soul goes for on the Raid King. He is queuing up the Yoel Armlet, so it should be maybe Armlet Desolator coming out here. And I'm keen to see how much impact this Raid King can really have, because I guess it works well with Magnus, you know, along with Void Spirit. You have a lot of sustain with just your Reincarnation plus False Promise, so it can be hard to kill off this lineup, but you also did pick the Raid King, and you got last pick Timbersod, so there's a lot of back and forth that'll go in here, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Fire Flu!
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see that one coming, John. I'm not sure what the idea was there, just maybe feeling a little bit desperate for the CS, because he is 12 CS behind at the moment. But that is just Void Spirit versus Timbersaw. There's not really much you can do about it.
Yeah, it's just a nasty matchup. Rojo Firefly is just going to have to deal with it. You're not getting any relief as well. LGTK is not really able to leave him Magnus alone. This is not a lane that you can really leave isolated as well. The Magnus off lane, it's a little bit more susceptible, especially with this build-up. Rather interesting that Muzi did go for like a 1-0-2 build, 2 points in the skewer, where you don't really have setup to skewer someone back, perhaps just to run away from the Bat Rider when he's threatening, because Flame Break and Firefly is a significant amount of damage now, but it does mean that you can't really farm the lane as well as you'd want to here.
Yeah, the top lane, they are going in. Almost finding Giant, but Quick Fairy Fire, I believe it was, does save the day here. We'll be able to get away just fine. Yeah, just looking at that mid lane matchup, Rojo Fireflu again is going to find himself in danger, but does dissimulate out this time. He's forced to go for the level 1 dissimulate to be able to escape S, but now with the Chakram up, he's in huge
levels
trouble.
behind, dude.
And yeah, I mean, they're just going to dive him. He should have no way out of this. Esk is just going to go right in, and with the Chakram, he's got the kill. And yet 2 levels behind, it is very hard to fight back, because bottom lane, Pingu's, he's going to be fine. Arrow's going to be off the mark. Pingu's actually still going with the Firefly, but Salivating Salamander shows up with the Purifying Flames at level 2, has plenty of damage to deal with the Bat Rider. But I think Boris won't really mind, John. He's top of the CS board right now as the Bloodseeker, and as for Grin, like they have not been able to find a way to slow this man down.
Nah, they haven't. It's still a great lane for Boris. You've gotten a lot of impact out from your Bat Rider. You get to TP mid now for Pingu to refill Esk, and well, Rojo Fireflu, until he gets that Astral Step Up, he'll just always be under threat like this.
Oh, he goes in. He'll pick up the Illusion Rune. Esk is actually in danger now as they're going to turn it. All right, massive pick-off now for Grin as... Oh, they mess up a little bit there, the goons, John. It's, you know, that's a big kill to take. Rojo Fireflu now almost level 6, and yeah, I thought he was crazy for going back in, but they had both supports there, and well, sadly for our Timbersaw, he kind of just feeds his life away.
Yeah, and you also just TP it in as Pingu's there, so he's going to have to walk back into a lane, which means you've, again, don't have relief on the side lanes for quite a fair bit of time, which should provide some openings for the side of Grin. I think the key takeaway still is that strong lane for Boris still does stand. The Bloodseeker's not going to be zoned out anytime soon, and your Doom off lane is managing to farm alone just fine. Lil Nick with a Vanguard isn't under any sort of kill threat, but I have to say, this is a really great start for Grin on the supports. Like, getting some movement out from Salamander and from LGTK does pay off. This is what they need mid. Now Rojo does have the Astral Step, so he's not going to be under too much kill threat on Esk unless he cops maybe a couple of spells that he shouldn't, but overall it should be much more manageable for the Void Spirit now.
It's such a shame for Esk considering the lead he had against Rojo, as they are going to go in again. Rojo dropping very low, but now the Starfall is there. Esk, I mean, he's got 20 stacks of reactive armor, but still taking so much damage here from the supports of Grin. Is forced to back off. They are going to try and fight over the 8-minute power rune timing, it seems. So important for any one of the Spirit Heroes, of course. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Rupture committed on Muzi, but they don't have a stun, so he just TPs away. You don't have the lasso yet up on the Bat Rider. And going back to speaking about our mid matchup for a bit, like Esk is not going to be too happy considering how well of the start he had. And now the fact that it feels much more even. Rojo Fire Flu, he does have a step charge. He's just waiting out for this. Ends up using the Resonant Pulse instead. But now Pingus is here. Does step away in the end. And Esk, he almost ends up going down on the Timber.
He's gonna need something like, I don't know, a casual Hood of Defiance or something just to sustain true here. It's a lot of, it's really the magic damage doing him in. This level 3 Starstorm, it's just nuking him down along with the Oracle with the Purifying Flames. Like, that is not damage you can ignore on the Timb. So some sort of magical resist would be helpful. Esk is just going for the standard Sanjin Kaido. So this magic damage will stay effective for quite a fair bit of time. Maybe the aura comes from elsewhere. Maybe you get a pipe on, say, Lil Nick down the line, but that's still a ways off. And you're going for the standard Doom Midas, so any sort of magical damage barrier is going to be... It's going to be a long time cooking, and I think Grin, they're going to use that to their advantage. You know, just constantly press forward with these two supports.
Yes.
Harass out mid.
Mid lane, nice Aether Remnant here from Rojo. Esk in danger is going to drop. Salivating Salamander, able to pick up his 3rd kill of the game on the Oracle. And, oh, Esk, it's got to feel so bad.
That should help.
But the start you had into this, it's just not good. It's now Muzi. Rupture is there. He's got another TP available if he needs it. He actually skewers back in for an RP, which was well and truly off. So Muzi's going to go down. Now Boris in danger. It's the Bloodseeker. Going to be all right. Just runs out of there. Just movement speed way too quick.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm just not sure what happened to Muzi, because he had a TP available. But he completely whiffs the skewer RP. And when I say whiffs, John, the RP, he had about a second to react to stop that. And it just went through.
Yeah, that's a little bit awkward. He skewered back as well instead of maybe skewering away.
He's going to be all right. He steps the... Oh, I say that. Esk is still chasing.
Dire's top
There's no step charges left now, so Esk just needs one chain. But he's a little bit afraid here because Salamander has shown up once again and Esk is gone. This Oracle proving to be so potent right now as Giant getting jumped as well here on the Rubik. But he's going to be just fine. They don't have the damage output nor the control. Ooh, the arrow almost lands, but not quite.
And Giant regens back to full thanks to a couple of Purifying Flames. So the heal is there from Salivating Salamander onto the Rubik. More than happy to receive that. No problem here. Giant gets the soak down mid. Again, the magic damage is an issue for Esk. I'm still a little bit surprised he's just going Sanjin Kaya instead of like literally any magic resist early on to mitigate this, but we'll see. He's being punished heavily. Just the Oracle alone has been more than enough to handle that. But again, that puts all the emphasis mid. You've got a free lane for your Doom. Lil Nick has the Midas now. Is just farming freely up top. No one to contest him. Then you still have this really good farm coming out for Boris anyway. Even if Esk starts to slow down a bit, like your cores that need farm are finding that farm relatively freely. Like you're dragging your Wraith King down bot to apply laning pressure with the armlet. You can get a push going, but you know, you don't have your Deso up yet. It's not the key timing for a Wraith King to show up on the map this early. So, you know, it's not like you're sitting back clearing out all the jungle with your Skellies. You're forced to be in a lane and do something, and it's a lot less free farm in comparison to what you're getting out from your Doom, what you're getting out to an extent, even your Bloodseeker.
Mid lane, a fight over Parents again. This time around, it's going to be top side, so Esk does just take it for himself. 2k advantage the wave, the Radiant, though that is all on Lil Nick, basically. They're kind of the saving grace for the team at the moment. This bottom, they are going to lose Pingus on the Bat Rider. Soul able to pick that one up, and I'll tell you, like, Soul's going to be quite scary on this Wraith King. Considering this hero is generally not the quickest farmer, but with Empower, he's not going to struggle too much as Lil Nick top lane. Immediately just committing the Doom here on the Marana. And, well, he's actually outrunning them, but it won't matter. LGDK is still going to drop. He actually had the option of running into the Aether Remnant and just denying the Doom the kill, but decides better of it and just runs forward and ends up dying anyway.
Yeah, that's Not the biggest kill to get, but, you know, you put Doom used up at the least, so you can kind of be happy, just sit back, farm a little bit more. Crimson Guard flying out now for Lil Nick as well. A little bit more protection from this physical lineup. And that should put a bit of a dent in what the Raid King will want to do in the middle of these fights. You are still seeing Esk do a pretty good job when he is in a solo lane. Robo Fireflu is still being shoved away. As long as the supports don't connect, you can still handle this Void Spirit.
He's going to be fine. Esk gets onto the high ground and he's going to keep chasing, but with the Astral Step charges, there shouldn't really be too much of a chance that Esk actually gets his kill. And if they are rotating supports in, Rojo is taking his sweet time to step out of this. Has one more, will commit it. It's like he just wasn't confident against the Timbersword, just chaining, you know, behind him the whole time. And eventually, the Goons, they will give up on it. No point trying to chase down the Void Spirit. I mean, it's hard to know who's really winning this game. Like, even with the 3k advantage, it doesn't really feel like the Goons are that far ahead. I guess for Grin, you are kind of looking to just buy more and more time for Soul until he gets to that stage where he can start one-shotting supports. Which is coming. Like, the Desolator's almost up now. That's around the time he can start to get active, but he might want to blink first as well. Like, you might want either a blink or some kind of defensive item before you do get involved with your team. Or they might just go down bottom tier 2 now. Like, Boris is hanging around there as the Bloodseeker. Scan is off the mark. Eventually they will see Boris defending the tier 2, but they probably won't go for the dive in. I say that though, they are rotating back in. Pingu's around to help out, but the jump is there. Boris is going to be targeted as a very nice Aether Remnant does catch. Meanwhile, a lasso committed on Soul. False promise out immediately to make sure he's alright. Boris, however, finding Rojo Fireflu, and now Soul's in danger. He will eventually go down. That's the first life going. Eventually they should have the second as well. Okay, the Doom was a little bit unnecessary, I think. Salamander, though, still making him still stay pretty healed up as Lil Nick trying to run, but the RP is there from Muzi. It's just not going to amount to much, though. It's very defensive here from Grin. As the RP stolen from Giant. Going to be used right against Muzi, but he'll go for a TP play out. They've got the damage. They won't even need the stun.
They still had that War Stomp just in case coming out there from Lil Nick. And that team fight turns on its head. Boris, really great use as bait. His team there to back him up. That early TP out from Pingu's kind of providing them some space to get that response. Rojo just respawned.
Yeah, he did, and he's almost dead. Step charge is available. Flame Break is not going to land, and with Salivating Salamander behind him, he's going to be okay to be kind of healed up here by the Oracle, but you do have a massive issue in Lil Nick now. Like, this Doom is getting a bit too big. And right behind him is the Bloodseeker, so, you know, just a minute ago I was asking who was really in the lead in this game, and now I think I can confidently say it is probably American Goons. They are going to jump in again. Onto the Oracle this time around. Salivating Salamander going to try to run, but the Flame Break's going to knock him right back into their arms, though I say that Rojo Fireflu looking for a jump in, but not able to do too much. He's going to have to watch his Oracle die. Maybe finding a trade here against Pingus, but Esk is just zoning them out. Jump in from LGTK.
Ooh.
He's going to jump away, but Esk with a haster is just going to chase him down. Now, they can't really deal with the Timber. So Esk, he gets away with a little bit more now. And Grin, I mean, they're trying to be greedy with these small little plays, but they're not paying off.
No, it certainly isn't. I think for the side of Grin, you just have to sit back and farm. You know, find what you can on your Raid King, get some build up on your Magnus as well. The one issue in this lineup for Grin is that they don't have the best aura carrier. Right? In comparison here from American Goons, you've got Lil Nick just reliably without really Crimson Guard saving them in that last fight. He's going to go into the BKB Shivas, so not as many auras, but still one more aura than Grin currently has. Because Muzi's going to be going for the Harpoon, which he's almost got up. You can start to play with some Harpoon skewer backs now, but you don't have anything to boost the HP of your entire team. You're still relying on just Salivating Salamander to not get caught out. and just provide that false promise, provide the magical damage to deal with that Timber Saw. And when he's bursted down, it's just a big opening for the side of the American Goons. They do start Roshan here, not a slow process at all. Grin will smoke out, but they're all the way across the map. They can't really reach into that area all too well by Roche.
Yeah, Roshan should be quite free here for the Goons. No contest. Grin, I don't think he even know this is happening. Maybe realizing a little bit too late as Roshan does officially now go down. Boris the one to take the Aegis for himself. Grin, they're just going to try and take the time to push in the mid-tier 1 tower. Soul will do it by himself with the Deso now up and the Skelly army. Does get away with it, but certainly a pretty big win for American Goons, getting away with the first Roshan. And now with the blink up on Pingus as well, you've got even more initiation on the way as the Bat Rider. It's looking pretty tough for Grin. Like, they've got some decent timings on this Wraith King, but he's pretty much the only one that's had a good time. And when I say good time, he's still behind Lil Neck, and he's still behind our Bloodseeker. So, yeah, the good time is kind of relative in this game one.
Yep. It's still a good position for the Goons. I think the side of Grin, I mean, they've hit their timing. You got the Orb of Destruction out along with the Desolator. So you can melt heroes, you can pretty much one-shot. I'm not sure if you can one-shot through the Crimson Guard. So I'm very curious to see that, but you're pretty close to it. Full smoke out here from the Goons.
Here we go. Soul, he'll be alright to run out, I think. Instead, however, they're going to find Salivating Salamander. Not quite as big of a kill, but I'm sure they'll just take it for free. Oracle does go down very, very simply here. Doesn't even bother trying to protect itself. Meanwhile, mid lane, they've even got the Magnus. Now, this is the kill that you're going to feel quite bad about as Grin. Because you just saw your Oracle die. You don't respect the mobility of the Goons, and suddenly they're in your face taking another kill away from you. And the Pulse 3 Magnus, much bigger than the Pulse 5 Oracle.
Yeah, it's a much more impactful in terms of net worth, but I feel like Oracle is actually your top priority pick-off at the start of these fights, just because these saves are big to take away. Like, if he was still alive, stuck next to the Magnus, you probably wouldn't be able to find it. That kill off the Magnus, and probably not able to find even the Oracle when they're together there. He's managed to isolate well, still.
Yeah, jump in, Salivating Salamander now in danger. Moonlight Shadow giving him a little bit of protection, but no, they just take him out. Doom out onto the Void Spirit as well, so he's got no game available. This team fight as Soul's been caught on the Wraith King, getting absolutely annihilated here by the Goons, and second round for him. He's going to try and armlet toggle his way out of this one, but they're just going to hold on for the thirst. Just for a little bit, Boris enjoying the movement speed, trying to find a little bit more, but could not quite yet, though I say that. Rojo now going to get ruptured up, going to kill himself off to Boris. The Goons finding another successful team fight as they do move into the bottom tier 2 tower. Not really much in the way of defending this if you are the Green Esports. It is just gone.
I like that little move out from Giant. Blinks forward, stands in the middle, trying to figure out, can I get away with a Wisdom Rune? Takes it in the end as well. Like, you know, it's small stuff like that on top of just finding these kills that they're making the Goons feel really good. For the side of Grin, and again, we're not seeing that same performance here from the close qualifiers, man. And the side of the Goons are just crushing this game, 14-6, 15k net worth advantage. They might lose Boris if they're not careful. They do manage to get the shard without losing anyone. Very close. I mean, he has Aegis, but I don't think you'd want to pop Aegis from the Tormentor.
No, I dare say you wouldn't.
I mean, it sounds funny, but
I mean, it is fun.
Probably not the best.
He probably could get away with it. That's the thing. Like, the way this game's going, he probably could do it and still win the game. So the state of the game is not good for Grin. You know, you don't exactly have a draft that's known to make big comebacks. Like, this Wraith King pickup is already quite left field, let alone, you know, making a pretty big comeback in this game one. And I don't want to doubt Soul too early on, John, but it's not looking too good for him.
Nah.
Jump in. Lasso is out. They caught the Oracle this time around, and that's the one target you really love to start with. in a team fight is just get rid of that pos 5 Oracle. Make sure they don't not have that that defensive support capability anymore, and all the goons, they're just going to go for the top tier 2. There's just nothing to stop
Is
them.
under attack.
Yeah, they're just going to be able to rip it apart. Without the Oracle, you just don't feel confident in trying to get any openings here on the side of Grin. Perhaps once this blink is up on Muzi, that's where the game kind of shifts gear. You know, you rely a little bit more on that Magnus to start these fights off for you. You get that blink RP. The game opens up a lot more. We'll see what opportunities present themselves here as that blink is up and running for Muzi. Although losing Rojo like that is a bit rough.
Yeah, not the best scenario here, as he just gets doomed up by Lil Nick and is taken down. Grin, they are yet to get into the double digits here for the kills. Like it's 16-6 right now, 19k advantage the way of the American goons. Is they're gonna try and fight mid lane. Boris gonna get RP'd
one-man
immediately,
RP.
keeping in mind he's in a bit of danger here and is actually gonna go down. That's a big pickoff.
What?
In fact, they even find more. Nice skewer out from Muzi.
What?
He's gonna find another target.
What? The harpoon's not disjointed by blink. He blinked out. That
No,
was a
it's not.
long ass range. That is
No,
just ridiculous.
You get dragged back. That is correct. You do not get disjointed by blink.
That is so dumb. That was that looked funny. That looked very funny as they go for the smoke here. Not very funny for the goons to lose 2 heroes like that, but seeing the blink, they should be able to readjust themselves just a little bit. And
I mean, that
that
really shouldn't be happening for American goons, right? Like those are pretty big pickoffs to just give away like that.
yeah, it's the blink effect. Like they didn't scout it out on Muzi. He manages to get a lot of value out of it, getting 2 kills off the back of that reveal. So goons now, they have to adjust. They have to respect that blink RP. This complicates the high ground for the side of goons, as this was where the Magnus can shine really well. So we'll see. We'll probably have to wait for another Roshan, maybe a Roshan or 2 actually, in order to look for that opportunity high ground. But they should still be able to find the tier 2, and they'll go for a smoke play now, knowing RP is down.
Here we go. He was looking to try and make some form of a play, but good back off here from Green Esports, not giving the opening away. Mid tier 2 tower now going to be the target of the goons.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Boris about to have his smoke broken. Salivating Salamander not going to be spotted out. Then I think they saw Rojo fire through for a moment, but they're going to miss out on him as well. Get some time to just de-ward this high ground.
Dire's middle tower is under
Mid tier
attack.
2 tower is still dropping. Hopefully Boris will come in and clean it up.
Radiant's bottom tower
The thing
is
is, like,
under attack.
considering you just lost a carry, like you really don't want to lose the next team fight if you are the side of the goons, and they're going to commit an RP here by Giant. Right onto Muzi. He's going to drop mid lane. Salivating Salamander going to get ruptured up here as the Oracle. We'll still be able to run away though with the false promise, but should probably just stop walking at this point. See, we'll barely survive. He was still risking his life at the end, but very confidently walking around.
Yeah, it's
Bottom. Rojo. Oh, he's been lifted. Giant's got him. Doom's out immediately by Lil Nick. No messing around. Deny attempt is not going to work out. Lil Nick's got him. Meanwhile, mid lane, they try to jump in. They try to take a team fight knowing the full squad is not there by American goons. But they can't really deal with the Timber. They can't deal with the Bloodseeker. At the very least, they do get their 8th king out of there, but you know, it's kind of hard to take a fight right now if you're Green Esports. Brighter side is that the mid tier 3 does not even go down because they don't have enough damage right now.
yeah, and they've still got RP, so they can go for a smoke play out. Without Rojo, this might be a little bit tougher. But you do have, again, that blink RP. It's the one big tool they've got to take these team fights. See if they find someone here.
They barely miss out on Esk, but Boris is an even bigger kill if they can find the Bloodseeker. Oh, Boris barely avoids. In fact, I say that no, they ping him out. They know he's there. Wraith Fire Blast is going to land. Muzi in with the control with the RP. And he is just gone. Boris is down. The twin gates, I mean, you see the goons coming through now, but it's maybe a bit too late. Like, to take the fight without their Bloodseeker could be quite detrimental for them. And I suppose the one thing that I'm not really liking from the American goons, like, they're almost 20k ahead, and then they just split up. They're like all across the map. And it's like, it's great for farming efficiency, but you're 20k ahead, just, you can group up as a team and just keep pressuring them.
Yeah, they should be able to take more. Like maybe start to think about high ground, like especially now with RP down. It should be their opportunity to try and look for an objective. Half a minute till Roshan. Maybe just wait for that when Boris is back up as well. But the side of Grin, they're starting to posture around as well. They understand that, you know, there's still a minute until day. Roche could respawn early. Top control is going to be really important here. They get a good scan out as well, understanding that they are just standing around on the gate. And they do scout Roche, not yet up. So they've got a fight opportunity on their hands here for Grin. No RP, but even just a Harpoon Skewer back at this point could be impactful. It's still, they actually back off quite hard with Boris back up, and that puts American Goons in a position to just Roshan.
And it does. They're going to get started on the Roshan quite easily here. And there'll be no contest, I don't think. Grin Esports running all the way across to the other side of the map. Not feeling quite confident. Even if they knew, I don't think they'd necessarily take the fight right now. That's going to be a free Roshan once again to the Goons. Second Roshan of the game. So you've got an Aegis Cheese on the way. I mean, Grin, they're not out of the game yet, but it does feel like it's the American Goons' game to lose. Like, they are waiting for the Goons to make a big error here in this game to have an opening for themselves. Although I say that, the win rate is still quite high in the favor of American Goons, though not as high as I would have expected. Yeah, I probably would have expected 80+% for the American Goons, but it's not quite the case.
Yeah, I think it's down to the fact that earlier on as well, even when they had this, I think 8k lead, we saw like a 48% win probability or 50% on the side of Goons. It probably just boils down to having a lot of unkillable heroes on the side of Grin, having this RP threat on high ground push. There's a lot of factors that make this a bit of a harder game for Goons to close out. And Grin has managed to find some space to clear out a bot tier 2 here. High ground is being shoved in slowly by the side of Goons, but you need to take care of two big heroes. You need to take care of the Oracle and the Magnus. And that's easier said than done. Like, ideally, I think the play is Doom up something like the Magnus and lasso out the Oracle. If you can somehow coordinate that pick off from the high ground, then that's where you can start to think about these objectives. Without those kills, it's just, you can't group up here. You know, and if you can't group up, you can't push. If you can't push, you're stuck in a game that's just kind of passive like this.
Yeah. Well, Grin, I mean, they're still holding high ground at the moment as 3. The Goons grouped up as well as a unit, but not without Lil Nick. Like, Lil Nick's just farming bottom, just defending that bottom lane at the moment, as they are going to move in onto Sol. Sol would be a great pick off here on the Wraith King, and looks like he's really got no way out of this. Should lose the first life quite easily. His team is trying to get there to help him out for the secondary life, and they are going to make it in time. It seems they are going to go for a lasso or double lasso out into the RP now from Muzi. Well, Boris has dropped for the first life at least. Lil Nick has made his way over and does commit the Doom now onto the Wraith King. Soul is gone. No buyback available on that Wraith King as well, as Muzi puts himself on the high ground. LGTK, I mean, he's trying to run. Lil Nick's got him though, controlled up. Wraith Fire Blast from Giant. That's going to be a third, or rather fourth kill for Grin. Because now they can certainly look to go high ground.
No RP threat means an open siege coming out here for the Goons. All it took was a fight outside. They commit very hard onto Boris. Really good disruptive use of the lasso coming out from Pinguis, forcing out the RP. And now they just get to rip apart the objectives. No problems coming out from Goons. They could gun for tier 4s, but respawns are fairly short. So they'll just play it safe. Looks like they will gun for another set of racks down south. On the side of Grin, even with the respawns, I mean, without the threat of RP, it's a lot harder. You can maybe look for a skewer back for the harpoon, but RP's really been the one key piece of control that has been giving them these fights, and doesn't feel like you'll be able to find too much. Goons will respect the respawns though. Not gonna give any openings, but yeah, as long as RP's down, there's not much of a threat here.
25k advantage now standing. Grin need to find that opening we talked about, but very, very challenging. Like, you already see Soul, he's going for the AC and he's queued up a Divine Rapier. Feeling as though it's one of those games where you just need to go with the all-in play, and I would certainly agree with that. Grin might smoke up at the right time. In fact, they'll pop the Moonlight. There's only 4 heroes here from the Goons, because Boris has TP top lane and did show on the creep wave, so they know he's not there. Jump in, Mersey trying for the skewer back with the harpoon, but S does have the BKB. That's the rotation kind of used up by Grin. Sadly, it was seeming like the Goons already kind of were aware that this was happening. Soul's still farming mid lane though. He's going to be fine to back off.
It's funny. I don't know if we'll ever see this, but because there's an active on reincarnation, I believe it is something you can spell steal now, and you could probably get the Ags upgrade for Giant, and he is going on to the Ags. I mean, I don't think we'll see this in this game, but theoretically, you could steal reincarnation, have the Ags reincarnation for your team, and you wouldn't care about RP afterwards. I mean, you'd still die, but you can get a lot of kills afterwards, so could be interesting. Not happening, but could be funny.
It could be. Top lane. The push has started. Like, Grin, they're not in position to defend this right now. TPs are incoming though. They're going to get there eventually. Esker's the only one frontlining, of course. They've got to deal with the Timbersaw somehow. They'll jump in. Skewer is there, but a nice lift back from Giant. Not going to allow the skewer back, as now the lasso is out. They caught the Oracle. That is going to be Salivating Salamander going down, but he's brought back into the fight. Giant, all right to back off. Soul will do the same. There was actually no Doom committed that team fight, so they could think about trying again. So they did see the buyback from Salivating Salamander, so they might think about just leaving this one. But with 5 heroes still up, I feel like you want to go. Especially with the Doom still available on Lil Nick. He's probably making the call to go fight. Soul's going to jump in now. Trying to go after Esk, but Esk is such a tanky target on the Timbersaw. He's going to be just fine. They do jump in with the skill back on Boris, but he's going to be able to survive through this for now as well as Boris. No, an RP. Boozy, he caught 3 targets for Giant. He steals the RP away, turns it right back onto the heads of Grin. Muzi and Rojo Fireflu are gone. Giant will get the tip. And so he deserves it, John. Perfect reinitiation here from the Rubik. Salivating Salamander now trying not to die back. Rojo should probably do the same though. He's dropping quite low, but will he be able to simulate out? Meanwhile, we've lost LGDK. He's gone. Grin trying their absolute best to defend this top lane of Barracks, but it is not looking too good for them. At the very least, the Goons probably will not go down to the bot lane to try and get Megas. So 2 racks is up. Nah. But the game's nowhere near over yet. Grin still have a chance of trying to make a comeback.
And they do. They can hold high ground pretty well with their lineup. I have to say, Giant's performance in this Rubik has been insane. He's just been on point. The lift back to break the skewer on that earlier fight, and the stolen RPs 2 or 3 times now in this game. Just an absolute performance coming out on his Rubik here. And he's done a fantastic job in just making this game hellish for the side of Grin to get anything done. Like he has been a massive issue, and he's been so far back that you can't even find a Rubik in the middle of these fights. He's just a million miles away with that Psychic Headband and the Aether Lens up. So, some issues to take care of on the side of Grin. They'll take the Tormentor. They get the Rain of Destiny out from Salivating Salamander now. So a little bit more heal coming through in all of these fights. Roshan, a little bit longer here as well. 2 minutes 15 on the respawn. So it will spawn south on daytime. And it does look like you have pretty decent control on Grin to just keep shoving in bot. That's the one lane they've cleared out the tier 2. So they could actually look to sneak Roshan themselves if they just stay in this area for the next 2 minutes. But you're probably not staying static in that area for 2 minutes. So we'll see. Again, if they do manage to hold that position somehow, Roshan could be the one thing Grin has to drag them back into control of this game.
The Goons just very, very patient here in this game one. Perhaps from their previous experiences here with Green Esports, just paying absolute respects to this team. They understand how quickly things can turn. Soul's almost got the Divine up. He can go by the Demon Edge right now if he wants to. And he will. Divine is on the way though, Lil Nick. Kind of showing him why it was better he didn't just have it a second ago, as he is going to go down. He immediately turns the courier around as well. Soul's like, no, get that courier out of here. On the brighter side, he won't lose the Divine Rapier, but on the negative, he doesn't have buyback hold. So there's that.
Yeah, at the least, his respawn's still fairly short, just a minute, so he will be back up. He'll be able to contribute in these fights once more. No problems coming out there. Smoke out from the side of Goons. I mean, that's still a big opening, despite it only being a minute of a window. And they can siege that last tower if they wanted to. Still have to respect the RP. See what they do here.
They're going to try and make the jump in, I think, here. The Goons. 35 seconds without a Wraith King. They're seeing an opening to go for that final lane of Barracks safely without Roshan. It's going to be a very painful 30 seconds for our Wraith King. Soul is not going to enjoy what he sees. There goes the tier 3 tower. But they're still just being so cautious about it, though. They're just letting Esk do all the work on the Timber. So with the Flamethrower up, he's got plenty of damage for these structures. Not quite enough to get the structures down before the Wraith King does respawn, though. And this is where I think the Goons, they're being maybe a little bit overly cautious. Because it's like, why not just get the Megas before the Wraith King? I suppose, to be fair to them, they don't know that buyback isn't available, but again, you're 33k ahead. You know, it's a big lead.
Shadows take us.
Huh? They should have seen
Moonlight
the
Shadows
Divine
popped.
now.
Salivating Salamander. This is not the guy that wants to die first, but he is on the front lines with the Moonlight Shadow, though he is about to wear off, and the jump in is there. Lil Nick, he sees the right target. Salamander, he'll at least get the False Promise off in time, but I highly doubt he survives through this. He's going to try and heal himself up, but he is just down. So they've even found Soul. GG has to be called if he dies. First life is gone. Muzi also caught out, trying to fight with the RP. He's going to land it on 2, but has no follow-up from Soul, who's really just not doing enough damage. Trying to take down Esk, but the Divine Rapier damage is nothing. That's it, GG's call. Esk got an ultra kill to end things off, and all the Goons already, you know, pulling off a pretty big difference from their previous series against Green Esports. John, last time around getting 2-0, this time around they take the first game of the series.
And they look really convincing in this first game. It just looked like they were in complete control, start to finish, from the laning stage onwards. They had a really good draft coming out here. Timbersaw matchup against the Void Spirit, not something that they expected here on Grin. And overall, like, just even the individual performances coming out from American Goons were just spectacular. Giants, I think, is Giant really shown. He even got that last RP in that fight faster than the Magnus. Like, this guy on Rubik is not something you want to give away here.
No, he was fantastic. I mean, the Goons, you know, maybe a bit slower. Like, I kept commenting on the fact that they had such a huge net worth lead, but again, I appreciate if they respect the other team. You know, it's fair enough, as we are going to get a look at some highlights here. And they just had such a lead. And I think this is maybe where things went really wrong, was the mid lane, where you saw Esk just completely dominating the Void Spirit the whole game. And it just, it was a pretty one-sided kind of game. Like I actually can't remember any point in the game where I could confidently say Grin Esports was in the lead. It feels like the Goons were always ahead in terms of net worth and always ahead in terms of in lanes. Like, you know, net worth, yeah, of course it's going to be high because Lil Nick's playing Doom, but just all the lanes going their way does not help the case for Grin Esports. And, you know, props for Soul for trying to make a comeback with the Divine Rapier in the end, but obviously proving not to quite be enough.
No, certainly not. Like, Simon just focusing down Esk. It was not even noticeable damage on the Timbersaw at that point. Just a little too late, and we're seeing the issues in that Raid King. Like, I think he might have been better off here if you got Soul to just farm up, like, in the jungle instead of heading down bot. And, you know, not join in these early fights. Play with the skeletons, clearing out camps, right? Like, just basically play like an illusion hero, farm the map. Because he was taking some early activity for the team. I think that just... It led to this slower timing on the Desolator after the Armlet, and that just led to a cascading effect where not much could happen for the side of Grin for quite a while.
It certainly couldn't, Jonathan. Of course, we do have our scoreboard here, and as you can see, just very, very dominant kind of game. As we are going to give Giant the MVP on the Rubik, and I think we both agree on that, Jonathan. He just played a fantastic Rubik this game. Big cancellations on the skewers, big RPs from the man, and overall just a very, very big nuisance, I think, for Grin Esports this game. So Giant will get the MVP. Props to him. Again, a fantastic Rubik game. And with that, John, that's game one in the books. Of course, this is a best of three series here between Grin Esports and of course the side of the American Goons. So let's head off to a short break, and right after that break, we're going to be back with game two's draft between the Goons and of course Grin Esports. We'll see you then. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting into our Game 2 draft here between, of course, Grin Esports and the side of American Goons. And it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Game number 2 underway. Grin Esports already going back to the Magnus as the first pickup here, apparently. So, wanting to go back for that comfort for themselves. Props to Muzi. I didn't think he did too bad of a job that game either. So, can't quite blame him for going back for that.
5 seconds remaining.
I wonder if American Goons want to go back for the Bloodseeker pickup, right? Because it seemed like they had a pretty good grasp of what to do against this Magnus in the offlane, and I think the Bloodseeker worked very, very well. What are you thinking, John? Do American Goons change things up, or do they just kind of go down the same route?
Well, they'll have to change up their offlane for sure. Doom and Batrider were spec banned by Grin. They'll have to look for a new solution there. They go with a Void Spirit early, along with a Rubik, which I did want to see that once more for Giant. I think he had a spectacular performance. Still a really good answer for the Magnus. With an early Void Spirit, though, Grin Esports could try to pull out the Timbersaw, unless they don't play it mid. Unless Rojo Fireflu does not play that mid.
Can I just say,
so that's where I'm curious about it. Yep.
Rojo Fireflu looks like the kind of guy that would have a name by the name of Rojo Fireflu. Like, he just looks like the kind of guy that would come up with a name like that. Which is a compliment, by the way. I'm not being, I'm not criticizing the guy at all.
Say.
No, he just looks like the kind of guy that would call himself Rojo Fireflu. My favorite name in Dota right now.
What does that mean? What were I don't know what that means about what you expect a guy who calls himself Rojo Fireflu to look like.
I'm just saying. I'm
not sure.
He's a handsome man, Jonathan, and he's named himself Rojo Fireflu, and I'm saying that's not very surprising. That's all I'm saying.
Very good, Mikey. This is a little bit of surprise though in comparison. Grin Esports into the Marcy. This is a hero that's just been dead. This hero's been dead, despite being universal type. 9 picks throughout all of Tour 3, both divisions. 9 picks at the 33% win rate.
Good.
It is not in a good spot. Then again, you have Marcy Magnus, so I suppose that can kind of work out. And Power and Marcy Universal type, you could probably go for some funky buildups here to get some early damage out, but you still have the same issues. Your laning spells all kind of suck. Your laning just sucks in general. So I'm wondering how Grin Esports decides to catapult that off. And Grin, for some reason, still have to ban the Timbersaw. I guess with a Marcy, that still makes sense, but it's always kind of bad. And you basically just ban the last draft, except for the Rubik, which, quite frankly, if I had to pick and choose, you might have been better off leaving the Batrider and banning the Rubik, just because Giant was insane last game. So
he was.
I'm keen to see where Grin goes with this draft, but maybe the mid matchups next. Maybe you just pick up the Ember or Storm mid. But with a lineup like Magnus Marcy, that feels greedy. Like any of the Spirit Brothers feels really greedy unless your 2 supports are super active here in Grin.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we'll have to see where this draft goes. Like, I appreciate that Grin they're running drafts that we don't get to see very often, and I appreciate that. Like, Marcy's a hero where you kind of pointed it out, over 9 games it has a 33% win rate. Not the best win rate we've ever seen, and naturally so people aren't really choosing this hero very often, but I appreciate that Grin have their own kind of comfort picks that they want to run here in Division 2, and with a Magnus on top, you kind of already said it. It can pay off very quickly in the right circumstances, but we'll have to wait and see. I do also find it rather amusing that Marcy got the Universal Hero buff, but is still complete garbage. Which, in her defense, I think the rebound nerfs back in 7.32 that were provided to Marcy, I think they were just way too much. That hero went from jumping across half the map to literally not being able to walk, which at first I found funny, and then I kind of started feeling bad. Like, this isn't Crystal Maiden. If this was Crystal Maiden, I'd always be happy that she's getting nerfed. But the Marcy, it's too new to be this bad, is what I'm saying. Like, it's just too much of a new hero. It's too recent for me to see her being this trashy. But she is trash.
She is definitely trash. I want to see how Grin enables it. You know what? We're assuming it's a core, but maybe it's a support, which is still awful, to be fair, but better than a core that's awful. I guess is the silver
fair.
lining. We see the Wind Ranger come out for American Goons. So they've bitten the bait, picked up this hero,
Yeah.
which let me check its updated win rate. Wind Ranger is 46% over 113 games. That's pretty bad as well, but not as bad as Marcy. So there you go.
That's good news. At least for American.
Oh,
Klinks comes
All
out.
right.
This is a hero that I can't stand playing against, John. You've heard me rant about this multiple times. I don't think it's... I think people have figured out how to deal with it. But it's still that one hero, I feel like, in the meta right now that starts off as a support that you give him 20 minutes, you know, Solar Crest +1 item, whether it be Nullifier or Orchid, and suddenly he's another core that can just delete anyone on the map. It's pretty ridiculous.
yeah, it is. It's all physical right now for Grin. I mean, you have a nice save in the Shadow Demon at the least. So even if the Klinks is more offensive than anything, the Shadow Demon gives you a lot of utility. Goons just going into the Beastmaster is rather interesting. Into the Shadow Demon is a little bit strange. Into the Klinks is also a bit strange because of the Death Pact, so maybe not the Creep Army, but there's an argument here for maybe the Drums build-up. The Drums of Slom build-up
Oh, of
on the
course.
Beastmasters. So, I mean, you have illusions from the Shadow Demon, so, you know, you're going to be life-stealing off a little bit more there. They're fairly annoying for a Marcy and a Magnus to kind of have to run into as melee heroes. So there's an argument for the Ags Rush here. For the side of the Goons, we'll see. But yeah, I think you have some counterpoints on Green Esports to deal with a Beastmaster at the very least.
I heckin' love Drums of Slom, Jonathan. You know me. Nothing
Oh,
like
wow.
a good drums to get me excited.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I know you've been a big fan of that spell for a long time. A long time. You know, you weren't laughing at someone called John Xfire for enjoying the drums, saying that it's a pretty good spell.
You know what, John?
If it just got a little bit of a tweak.
I'm gonna expose you right here, by the way. You were carrying on when Drums of Slom were bad, saying that you thought it was good, you loved it, and this Axe is the best Axe in the game. Kind of like what you did with the Bloodseeker Aghanim Scepter. And then 7.33 comes out, and Drums of Slom actually becomes good. And then you have the audacity to say to me that you told me so. And I was like, well,
Yeah.
hold on a minute, Jonathan. You didn't tell me
Like
crap.
I've been telling you the concept of the spell was good. Like it had a lot of caveats in the old form, but it did even more damage in the old form as well. Like if you could BKB and use that thing, it was kind of ridiculous. It's just a little bit less burst now, but a little bit more consistent. You don't get it doesn't get canceled off. It's always on. So it's a trade-off. You don't get as many bangs off the drums.
Clearly, it was always amazing, Jonathan. I mean, it was picked so often before 7.33. I mean, it's like, can't wait for you to bring up the stats and tell me how many games we saw Aghanim Scepter in on Beastmaster. I think there was one time we saw it, and it was just, I probably laughed the whole game before it ended very, very swiftly against the Beastmaster, that is Green Esports.
5 seconds remaining.
And you did the same thing to me with the Bloodseeker when Arteezy did it. And it was bad. It was so bad.
It's the barrier. It's the barrier. It's the barrier that people pick it up. I don't know why they picked this PA fighter. You keep saying bad, Mike, because that's what I'm seeing from Grin's draft. No offense to them. I don't understand this. It's all in on physical. It lanes into Beastmaster, but Beastmaster goes Axis. You don't really care for your boars, especially into like a Klinks. What are you running mid? Are you running a mid Marcy, or are you running a mid Magnus against the Void Spirit? A mid PA? A safe lane Marcy? An off lane Magnus? Like, what's going on here?
That's a good question. These are good questions, Jonathan. American Goons, I mean, final pickup for them. And we'll get to see exactly where these heroes are going for Grim.
Jesus Christ, why would you do this?
Yeah, I mean, I was just talking crap about CM players as well. Well, there you go, Jonathan. It is going to be a mid Marcy. Yeah, go on. Talk to me about it. You've got a lot to say. I can tell.
I mean, the one thing I'll say is, you see all this physical on Grin, you pick a CM at the end. American Goons just wants Pingus to suffer. They literally just want this guy to die like a million times.
Yeah, he's up against a Clinks, a PA, a Marcy. It's yeah. They certainly didn't give Pingus a very good game for a CM, but I mean, nevertheless, you know, it's good during the laning phase, Jonathan. This is what the hero does. It spams spells.
Oh,
and
cool.
Stands. Yeah,
So
very
nice.
cool of you.
You have a game for 10 minutes, then you're dead. You're dead. I wouldn't be surprised every time he respawned, he'd die in Fountain. Just from a lack of will to live because of this lineup. Like, no, you're not going to survive going out into lane. You might as well just stay in the Fountain and be dead.
Yes.
Like, that's the one thing. To be fair, on American Goons, I think everything else is kind of good. It's just the CM pick is pretty funky. I don't know how much Pingus can do. He's going to have to work hard in the lanes to get something going here. Yeah, that's all I'll say about that. It's rather strange. We've got Boris on the Void Spirit as well. So I believe that is our safe lane Void Spirit and our mid Wind Ranger. So hey, there you go. More surprises coming out here. We're going all over with these drafts. Let me think about this.
This is Savage's fault, right? Because this happened in my pub game the other day. Right? I had a Void Spirit carry, and it's the worst thing I've ever seen. Like, stop doing it.
Savage showed how bad it is. Why would you go into it? You know, don't let Savage cook. I said it in that match. Don't let him cook with his stuff. You know, Talon didn't make it to the major because he cooked this stuff up. Like, sometimes the prodigy is wrong. And in that case, it felt like he was pretty damn wrong. To be fair, in this lineup for American Goons, I think it's fine. Guys, in your pubs, please, sometimes the chefs just don't get it right. Don't just copy and paste everything, please.
Absolutely. I mean, look, I think I understand why they run the POS 1 Void Spirit, you know, but in my pub games, I certainly was not a big fan, Jonathan. I was not a big fan. Did nothing. Naturally, we lost the game, you know. I was very upset as well because I was playing Spirit Breaker, Jonathan. You know how I feel about Spirit Breaker right now. Unlosable.
Wow.
But that game was lost.
Oh, Boris could lose his life.
Oh, they're running right in. Resonant Pulse is huge, though, from Boris. He's going to take quite a bit of damage. I don't think Grid really want this fight. Soul, he's trapped up. He's got no blink. He's gone.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fingers. Finger gets it.
Fingers got him.
God
That's
bless.
right.
That's maybe the one kill he'll get before dying 3 times in lane or something. Yeah, that's exactly what you want from your CM, to be fair. Like, you get some early impact. The blood grenade works out. Like, the slow stacking is still amazing with Crystal Nova. So you have that going for yourself. But yeah, I mean, you just, you know, start strong, I guess, for the CM, because sure as hell you're not going to feel strong down the line. I guess a Ghost Scepter is going to be useful if you can farm it up. So that's something.
I mean, up until there's a nullifier on the Clinks, in which case it's like, well, not so useful anymore. Muzi gonna try and go for a bit of a fight. We'll take a Crystal Nova here from Pingu. Was that a 3-for-1 trade? It was. Yep. 3-for-1. So favorable for American Goons here.
Yeah, 3-for-1 with First Blood. You're feeling great to start off here in game number 2 for the American Goons. See how these lanes break out. Taking a look up top first. A Magnus Clinks lane is maybe not the most synergistic, but you can play with a Tarslow, maybe threaten for his skewer back. Of course, Pingu's, and once he has the Frostbite, should be able to cancel that off. It's just laning into a Clinks with a Tar and with a Blightstone. You don't really get to do too much as the CM here with a harassment out. At the least, you know, Boris is taking some early activity, but no, you get hit with Tar Bomb and you get Blightstoned up. Like, he lost a lot of HP in just that exchange. You have to watch yourself a little bit. Just a little bit.
Kind of depends. Like, for me, it's how aggressive can Boris be, right? Because, like, you've got the setup for a nice Aether Remnant every time once you hit level 2. So Frostbite into Remnant, and then plenty of magic damage to follow up. So LGDK, like, he's going to need to be careful. Like, his position is going to have to be very, very important here, because if he doesn't get the right positioning off, I think it could be very easy kills to come out for Goons, but we shall see. It can work either way. The beauty is, once she does get Tar Bomb, she literally just doesn't move. So 16% movement slow on top of her already broken legs on the CM is going to be hilarious to watch, as they are going to go in for that combo, but they actually end up missing. Which, you know, I didn't think was quite possible, but there you go. They miss.
And they miss, and Pingus loses half his HP. Very nice from a very cheap spell and planks. Like, you still have a lot of mana to play this, whereas you've popped the Mango, you've popped the Clarity on Pingus. So, not a lot of resources being shedded there on the CM just to maintain that lane. Taking a look elsewhere. Down bot, you do have the Shadow Demon of Salivating Salamander along with Soul on the PA. Up against Lil Nick on his Beastmaster and Giant and Rubik. This is not a straightforward lane for the PA whatsoever. Like, you have to deal with Fade Bolt, you have to deal with the Axes.
Oh, Boris goes down. Pretty big pick off here for Grin Esports as Pingus will trade here with LGDK, but yeah, I mean, you lost your Void Spirit. That's not a good trade.
No, certainly not. Feels a lot better there coming out for the side of Grin. Already finding some good pickoffs. I think the one thing you will watch is, again, your bot lane is not that easy with the spell spam from Lil Nick, with the Fade Bolt reducing what you can do here on Soul. And PA is normally the Beastmaster answer, but you don't go Boris. There's nothing to answer here. You spam your spells, you feel good overall. And
you certainly do.
There's not much you can do in the Shadow Demon to relieve that pressure either. You're not a natural lane where you can be threatening with the disruption. You can still stack up Shadow Poison, but you've got your sticks up here. So it just feels pretty alright for the side of Goons. The mid lane as well is also pretty terrible. Esk is having a great time on the Wind Ranger. You're not having a great time on Marcy. I don't know if I want to say this is surprising. I feel like it's not, because stats-wise, Marcy's just kind of bad. You can't really do much once Wind runs up.
Top lane, bit of action breaking out here. The Clink's almost going down, but oh, Boris, he got clipped here, John. That is not good news. He's got 9 seconds for the TP. Hands up from Boris, at least waving them goodbyes. Bottom lane, Salamander is going to die. Lil Nick does find a nice pick off for himself on the Beastmaster. Boris is still hanging around on that cliff. Does have the TP, but might be afraid of any cancellation to come in. He will TP now. Skewer's not going to land. If that had just touched him. Oh my, could you imagine the disaster that would have been? Because they do kill off Pingus. LGTK is just fine to get himself out. But could you imagine Boris got hit by that skewer?
That's a GG out if he did. That's definitely just GG out. There's not much you can do about that. You know, what can you do? You get outplayed like that. Yeah, you're done. You go next.
You finish.
Just go next. Yeah, it still doesn't happen, so we're still in this game. Again, the mid lane that we're looking at. And to be expected that Marcy doesn't do much here. You can't right-click harass with a sidekick. In fact, you had to go for a level 2 rebound, so it's not the usual max out sidekick. Just because Wind Run means that you don't really do much there. And yeah, it's very static on mid. Down bot is still a struggle for Soul as well. So not the best of times. Lil Nick once again having a strong start. Going for the Octarine into the Ags, or the Vanguard into Ags. So early Drums to Slam once again being lined up for here. Going to be impactful once that's up and running.
LGTK does go down. Meanwhile, bottom, bit of a chase here onto Soul, but he'll barely survive on the PA. Thing is, this wild axis spam is getting a little bit ridiculous now from Lil Nick. It's very, very challenging to try and deal with, and the PA just has no game at the moment. In fact, Lil Nick, more axes going out, will not connect on the PA. She was blurred up. She does manage to avoid those, but they're actually going to TP in the Clinks now. LGTK literally TPing in to provide a salve for Soul. Suppose he can always go through the Twin Gates if he needs to return back up towards the top lane, but I think they might just keep him here. In fact, never mind, both Grin supports are going right towards the mid lane now. But you're leaving the PA to have an even worse time.
We saw this before. You know, right around the power rune, both supports do rotate, they miss out. Shield rune does go the way of Esk, so he's more than happy. And it feels like almost the same story as game 1 here for Grin. Like, they're going to have to take it a little bit slow. Your lineup's fairly greedy. You will need to just sit back, farm up, try to get some itemization going. This Battle of Fury timing on Soul is going to be pretty stalled out as well on the PA. At least you have Empower to play with, I suppose.
They might finally punish. Roho Fire Fluid does connect the rebound. Lil Nick is going to drop. Level 6 timing for the Marcy, obviously proving to be very, very potent. As long as you're not up against the Wind Ranger with it, you are just fine to secure a very simple kill. And I'm sure Soul's going to appreciate taking that kill as well. Because he... Like, look at his farm, John. He's got no items right now on the PA. It's been a rough time.
It's been very rough, but some relief coming out there at the very least. You did not manage to steal off the rune, so it's a 1-for-1 here. Salivating Salamander just a little bit late on the run up. Still, once the respawn's up for Lil Nick, without any relief, so it's still in a bit of danger. Ooh.
Salivating Salamander is gone. Sort of rotation here from Pingus to set that one up. Well, mid lane, like, the rotations into mid by the supports of Grin just don't make too much sense to me here. John, you've kind of already talked about it, but Windrun makes it so you're not going to hit her anyway. It's, chances are you aren't going to find any kills by rotating mid at the moment against the Wind Ranger, I would argue. It's top lane. Boris going to be chased down a little bit, is going to be just fine. It's the thing as well, like, there's not really anything that can, as I say that, I better hold my thought there, John, because Esk is going to pop the focus fire, has Windrun available. Won't pop it quite yet, does hold out for the right moment, as now Salivating Salamander is being focused, but he's still going with the Shadow Poison stacks onto Esk, almost taking him down, but he is able to get away. And Salivating Salamander is the one to go down. What I was about to say before the Wind Ranger almost died, John, is it doesn't feel like a game where you can actually deal with this hero until you have Nullifier up. Especially once she maxes Windrun. Like, what are you going to do against this hero?
I mean, you've got the Demonic Purge, right, at the very least. So
Sure.
you can kind of take care of that, but it's maybe not the best feeling in the world to have that happen. It depends how well your positioning here on the Shadow Demon is as well, because you can get ripped up by Boris. Like, there's a lot of heroes that you'd want to Demonic Purge, for sure. It's going to be a rough choice between Void Spirit and Wind Ranger. And I guess you can try to save a disruption. Like, stalling out from Focus Fire time is pretty big. Although, every single time you can still play around with Shackle's follow through. I suppose for Esk can just play with Power Shot, depending on his talent choices. So you still have some options. A big showing again from the side of American Goons. They are 3-6, 3k lead up. Every lane just kind of crushing pretty well. Not too badly, but it is setting Grin back by a fair bit. And their lineup just defaults into farm. Right? This is what we saw in the draft. Like, you've got Marcy core, you've got PA core, they need items. You've got Magnus who could empower them, sure, but it's not going to be sticking around those two heroes to let them farm too fast. So you're just kind of waiting here. And yeah, you've got this aggressive timing with the Clinks. You've already got the Medallion of Courage, you can hunt down the CM, but Pingus is not showing himself up to be that target present here all the time.
Wait, the Remnant going to connect here on Muzi, but they don't have enough to really lock him down too long. Still has the level 2 skewer to get away if he needs it. They are at least going to just zone him away. Bottom, Twin Gates is kind of channeling right now. The Giant's going to show up and does reveal himself immediately. Soul taking so much damage from these two heroes, but now Giant needs a way out. Does force two heroes to rotate in, but might end up dropping for this as he has not realized they are here. Giant is still trying to mess around the best he can with Soul, but is almost guaranteed to die. He does stick charge up, very far up as well. Still running, but is barely going to go down. LGTK able to find the final hit. The little Nick going to pop the Raw now, trying to find a trade. Boris will take it for himself on the Void Spirit.
You're still kind of happy with that. You're dragging all these heroes down mid.
Oh, jump in, Rojo Fire Flu. Nice rebound. Landing on Lil Nick with the Unleash. Going to be so much damage. Lil Nick again getting a taste of the Marcy. So ultimately for Grin, they end up winning the exchanges down to the bot lane.
That works out for them. Again, it's a lot of commitment to drag all these heroes down bot. You give a lot of free space for Esk down mid. But you are slowing down Lil Nick. You know, his launching point's a little bit slower. He does have the Vanguard up. Just not enough to be durable all throughout this. Ag's still 3 parts away as well. So you've got some nice openings. You free up top lane for Musi to farm with that kind of move out. And you're you're making American Goons just kind of feel some pain in the early game. Some good stacks to clear out here for Lil Nick, though. So his farm's not going to be too impacted. They just, as long as they don't lose too much more here on the side of the Goons, then you're pretty happy. You're at the point, though. We've got the Skeleton Walk, and you can track around here.
Yeah, it's going to pop the Wind Run. They do dispose, and he is slowed up quite a bit here as the Wind Ranger, but a nice Shackle going to hold down Rojo Fireflu. Problem is the Purge is now out, so Esk is forced to try and fight back, but he's doing no damage. Even with the Javelin up, he just does literally no damage to the Marcy. The two Wraith Bands and the Phase Boost, just so much armor. Rojo Fireflu just tanking through it so easily.
Yeah, it's not quite enough from the Wind Ranger early on. You need that Maelstrom up and running for a little bit of that magic output to sustain true. And you're probably going to need an MKB here as well, just to deal with a PA. So we'll see if you can kind of get that farm going for S. Again, he had a pretty good lane matchup, but these kinds of pickoffs, it's setting back that momentum you'd want. The Wind Ranger is smoke out here as well, on the side of Grin.
Top lane, they're going to find Giant. Soul will see him. Just had the buff from Rojo Fireflu with the rebound. Be a nice easy kill onto Giant. Not really too much they can do about it. Into the tier 1 top tower. And I'll tell you what, Rojo Fireflu, he's making the Marcy look very good this game so far. 3-0-1. No real contest for him quite yet. And on the other hand of things, like, you know, the Goon squad, rather the American Goons, they ain't looking too flash hot at the moment, John.
No. Like, the safe lane Void Spirit's just not kicking off just yet for Boris. Needs a little bit more farm to really get going here. Probably maybe the Mantis when you start to feel safer on the Void Spirit. Have the stats to back you up. They will smoke up now. You have the full Solar Crest for LGTK though, which is fairly annoying to play into. And he is breaking the smokes. Thus just a bit late.
Still moving up into that triangle though. Not able to find anything. LGDK just getting the vision for his team. The American Goons, at least they will find a haste rune for themselves. So Esk will just go ahead and bottle that one up for himself. I believe he does have the Maelstrom on the way, and there it is. Thing is, Soul is slowly but surely catching up quite fast now on the PA. Like, you've got a Magnus and a PA on the same team, and this combo just never gets old. The free Battle Fury with the Empower can allow Soul to get to the actual Battle Fury timing, and you know, it's still not going to be the fastest Battle Fury, but it's not too bad either. He has the recipe now on the way, about, what, 14.5 minutes in? So yeah, it's a little bit slower than you'd like, but considering the lane he had, I'm sure he's going to be pretty happy with himself.
Still really good, for sure. This is going to be a pretty big issue for Goons as if they don't manage to pick up the pace somehow. Like, their lineup is just not going to be as farming as fast as the side of Grin is with Empower with these two melee cores. So we'll have to see what they can get. We'll have to see what they can get done here, as it is a slower start. 7-7. Good start from Grin to equalize just a little bit. Again, 2k behind, not too bad. And they are the ones on the aggressive every single time. They've got good forward boards here.
Well, TTK running out of the range of the freezing field. Now actually going to be taken out by these skeleton archers if he's not too careful. Rojo Fireflu is going to show up, dispose out onto the CM, and Pingus, I mean, he's trying his best to kite out. There is going to be a nice frostbite for Rojo Fireflu. He'll just turn onto Lil Nick instead. The Roar has been committed. He does have the drums of Slom up, by the way, so Rojo has to be very careful because he is just gone. Muzi also going down up at the top lane. So 2 cores on Grin Esports, both dropping across the map. That is not very good news if you are Grin.
That is definitely not. They were in a position to try to make those ganks up top as well. They had the vision as to where Boris was hanging that tree line, but they don't manage to work the angle. And they get kited around by the CM. If you don't kill off Pingus, that Frostbite just ruins the Marcy. 50% uptime route where you can't attack. That just negates a lot of what you want to do on this hero, especially since you're not going for a BKB early. You're going for that full Ags. You won't have any Dispel on hand. And that just makes it challenging. You've got to actually kill the CM here. I mean, you know, it's a meme. CM dies fast, but you actually have to kill her to open up these fights a little bit for the Marcy here.
Yeah.
Top tower is under attack.
Suddenly the American Goons 4K ahead, just wanting to press the advantage against Green Esports. The top tier 1 tower is going to go down pretty darn quickly, though Grin are trying to set up for maybe a defense, but it seems a little bit forced. Like, I don't think it's the right kind of play, as they don't make it anyway. They just sit back. Like, you have a PA, a Mag, and a Marcy, so the late game can be quite kind to you, assuming you can get to that stage. Because the thing is, American Goons, they're going for a very early Roshan timing. I mean, why not? Like, you kind of just have the draft for it. You can get away with this.
Yep. Focus fire with double damage as well for Esk. So it's not going to take too long to clear out that Roche inside of Grin. And they're not... They don't see the Roche happening. They maybe don't expect it to happen this early on. Esk will have that secondary life for himself. And they're starting to collapse a little bit.
Soul is being chased down. Pingus and Boris both on top right now. Freezing Field is going to be there, and Soul just gets deleted by Pingus. They are rotating 4 heroes down here to try and find a trade, but the Goons, I mean, they seem to be well aware that they should be coming. Pingus in position to tank the gank, and he will just take it. Esk even going to show up now. They might go for a team fight. LGTK is just bursted down as Salivating Salamander. Well, he's disrupted himself, but he's just dead. There's no way out of that one. So they rotate for some trades, but they end up losing even more heroes.
Yeah, again, you have to be so careful about forcing out these fights like this. Really good courier micro, actually, from Pingus, running it into the smoke, so giving even more information for his team before he actually starts to take hits. I mean, you take care of the CM, but you already found that big kill with the CM ult anyway onto Soul. You need some BKBs here on Grin. Like the Ags Rush, again, specifically on Rojo Fireflu, could haunt him. I mean, once it's up, you feel good, but you will need a BKB right after. Once you hit that point, that's where the American Goons draft maybe starts to lag behind. You only have the Roar from Nolnik to help you deal with things.
Bottom lane, Roar is out. They've got the Mag. I mean, it's just... They hit this timing on Lil Nick, and everything just changes immediately. And Lil Nick, he has really been the star of this series, right? Like, just constantly being such a nuisance over this first and second game. And every time, he just farms his lane, wins, hits his timing, and then suddenly, you are in big trouble if you are Grin. It really was all off the back of this Aghanim Scepter that the game just turned on its head. They are going top lane as well. Esk and Giant, they've rotated. Oh, Soul's going to be scouted. Nice Shackle going to lock him down. The blue not going to help too much, but a nice disruption here from Salivating Salamander. Going to save him for a little bit, though. Soul is still trying to run and is actually going to go down. Could not make it out. Aegis does at least go for Esk. So they got that from him, but that's about all they're going to get. And for the sake of their PA, it's probably not worth.
Definitely not. Good pickup here for the side of the Goons as they're still staying on the aggressive.
But they are. Found Salivating Salamander as well, so he's just going to drop. Mind you, John, in the meantime, we do have an Aghanim Scepter now in Rojo Fireflu. So there is that. But is it that game-changing? I don't think so. Oh boy, they're getting very low though. RP's going to come out. Muzi, oh, Giant again. Big rebound though from Rojo. He's just going to clean up. Triple kill for Rojo Fireflu. Risky Torment to play. And I can't say paid off, John.
No, not quite. You get punished for it. You do manage to get that shard out onto, I believe, Pingus at the very least. But not where you'd want it to go, Boris?
Yeah, Boris. He's got a step charge in 1. Should be able to at least step away one more time. But I can't say he'll get out. They've got the vision. They'll go after him and he's gone. So another great pickup here for Green Esports. All of this Torment to play. They all get so low and Rojo says thank you very much.
Yeah. Just a bit greedy coming out from the side of American Goons to go that far in, to still commit for the Tormentor. And they get punished for it. At the least, if you take that fight next time around, Lilnek does have the Crimson Guard. So a lot of that physical output of the Marcy and to an extent even the PA and the Clinks is kind of negated by that barrier. You are also working into the Halberd Blink here for Lil Nick. So the utilities coming in to deal with those physical cores just need a little bit more time to cook into that point. I like that Esk is also going for the Lincolns. Just really important for the Wind Ranger to not get disrupted and not get demonic purged. So you get really good Wind Run use. Still force out maybe some evasion pierce from the side of Grin at some point. But again, that's still a ways off for the side of American Goons to find. But at least you've got one option up and running. Or with one save at least for Esk. Smoke up now from the side of the American Goons. See what they can find here.
Mid lane, Rojo Fireflu, he's a big target. Lift is there. Shackles, though, not going to quite land. It's sad there for Esk, because felt like it should have landed onto the Shadow Demon behind the Wind Ranger, but that was just not the case. American Goons, though, still looking to maybe make a big play here with a big team fight. They've got vision around this area. Pingu's going to start onto the Magnus. In goes the Marcy, though, finding Giant on the Rubik immediately as Giant is just getting bursted down. RP,
what?
it's going to land on nothing. They landed nothing with the RP. The roar comes out. Rojo Fireflu's gone.
Oh my god.
Muzi is gone. The freezing field from Pingu's just doing so much work.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And they buy back on Salamander as well to make matters worse.
Oh man, I feel awful now. Because in draft, I just said Pingu's is going to die a million times. He's not. He's actually surviving. This is insane.
Maybe they should take a shot every time you're wrong, John.
Shut up, Mike. Again, in this game, you actually do have to kill Pingus. You do have to kill him. If you don't, that happens.
Yeah, it certainly does. Mid tier 3 tower now under siege. Jump in from
that's a
Boris.
dieback.
Nice, easy dieback.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And I'll tell you, like, you were bringing up those stats earlier about the 2-0 victory that
Radiant's middle tower
Green Esports had against these boys during the qualifiers, but you watch this series and you kind of wonder how it happened.
Radiant's
Yeah,
top
they learned from
tower
it.
is under attack.
For sure. On the side of American Goons. I always get thrown off. Can I just segue a little bit? I get thrown off by the tag of USA.
Yeah.
I just keep thinking that's not related to American Goons at all, but it is America.
Radiant's
There you
mean, it
go.
is related.
God bless. Somewhat, sure.
They're literally called the American Goons, John. How could it not
Yeah,
be
but there's
related?
nothing about USA screams goons, does it?
Lil Nick, I mean, he's jumped in. Soul's about to be dead, and he's just gone.
God.
Boris jumps in with the Resonant Pulse. Muzi in danger as well, though. A nice rebound out from Rojo Fireflu will at least find the Beastmaster, but it is at the cost of their PA.
It's still fairly costly to trade out
Pingu's
like
gonna
that.
stay
They will
behind.
find Pingus, for sure. At last.
Yeah,
It's
he
fallen.
doesn't mind just staying behind and dying for the team. No problem for
Yeah,
him.
and it's a nice kill, actually, for the side of Grin. if they can find that before a fight breaks out, take care of the CM first. Ensure that the freezing field doesn't come through, then you're actually in for a pretty decent time. Just have to find that opening. Blink up now for Muzi, so the Blink Harpoon, Skewer back play, Blink RP is ready to go. Inside of the American Goons have to be a little bit cautious with this time. Without Lil Nick, they are susceptible to physical output. Rocha on a little bit longer, a minute 20. But if you maintain control here for that minute 20, it will spawn up top at nighttime. So you have a pretty good angle for Roche, and you can clear it pretty damn fast with your lineup here on side of Grin. American Goons have to maybe just force a fight out before Roche is up. Just get that pick off, make them uncomfy in this top area,
Radiant's middle tower is under
and
attack.
start to protect Roche yourself here.
The gale can always get
Roshan seems to be the big priority for Grin at the moment. 1 minute and 5 seconds left for that Roshan to respawn, though, so they don't really get lucky with an early timer. You know, seeing that the team tag here, you kind of just want to call them USA, you know. But it's-
Exactly.
yeah.
They're the American Goons, you know? It's
But
like
it is
the
related,
Goons.
Jonathan. You know,
I mean,
America,
it is.
USA.
Well, technically, you see, Mike, let me put my glasses up here. Technically, America's continent. Is it not?
Oh, I see what
excuse
you do,
me.
because it's United States. Very good, Jonathan.
Yes, yes. They're the American
Continents have-
goons.
Scanning.
Continents have states as well, Jonathan. You know? Here we go.
Oh, oh.
Moosey's in. Skewer's not going to connect. And Salivating Salamander is just deleted by Boris. They're going to try and fight. Rojo Firefly has popped the BKB early on, taking down the
Oh.
CM, and now found Lil Nick on the Beastmaster. But LGTK is
not
gone.
dying.
Rojo Firefly's gone. It is not enough. Soul is still
Lil Nick's not
trying,
dying.
but he just doesn't have the damage.
Dire's bottom tower.
Oh, a full team wipe.
How,
Oh, what do you do?
how does... Oh my god. Little Nick just doesn't die. They RP, they focus him down. But the drums of Slom kicking into gear again, and the damage block from the Crimson Guard just ruining this physical lineup from the side of Grin. Roshan is back up as well, but the side of the American Goons are just pushing in. Maybe not realizing Rosh is up a little bit early here. Could gun for the tier 2 first, go back, pick that up, and basically all fine. 17k lead out for the side of the American Goons. As the start for Grin is just not great. You know, they jump in, the skewer doesn't connect. Look at that. Little Nick just doesn't die. The barrier, just too much.
It is a bit too much. Lil Nick just fine throughout all of this. And now 19k ahead is the boys from the USA, as Roshan is going to get started. Not really much in the way of countering this if you are Grin. You've just got to let it go down. I mean, they'll know what's happening, but they've just got no choice in the matter. And that'll be it. Roshan's gone. Aegis Cheese once again available for the American Goons. Grin, they just need to take the time to keep that farm going. It's not like they're out of the game yet, but that's kind of what we said last game around, and they were well and truly out. It's just very demoralizing when you see a hero like this Beastmaster being just gone on by 50 heroes and he just will not die. That is the drums of Slom kind of kicking in here with the aura build he has gone for.
Dire's middle tower
Ah.
is under attack.
I never realized this talent on Beastmaster is kind of funky. Like the plus 20 move speed aura persists through death is global and affects Beastmaster and all units under his control. So to be fair, I guess it's only his units. Doesn't affect your allies. If it did, global aura affecting your allies, that sounds pretty busted.
Yeah.
Plus 20 move speed. SCM suddenly feels like a hero, you know?
LGTK. Well, he's certainly not feeling like a hero right now, John. The clinch just goes down. Salamander. Oh, Fingers. Oh, he's got him. The longest TP I've ever seen. It lasted forever. And he's gone.
Just like that. Like the TP just taking forever to get back home. Gets picked off. 2 supports down for free on the side of Grin. American Goons now could do a lot of things with this opening. Although it looks like they might want to collapse, look for bigger kills, but they can pressure into the high ground once more. Another Lincolns to protect here for Boris.
Radiant's middle tower
Just harder
is
to pin
under
him down. And with the Daedalus, man, this guy hits like a truck if he gets to crit off.
attack.
That he
Radiant's
does.
structures are fortified.
Boris
Radiant's middle tower is under
making
attack.
the position 1 Void Spirit look decent, to say the least. Something that Talent Esports weren't capable of. USA.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Bottom racks.
Radiant's bottom
You know, you have no idea how happy it makes me to give you crap about Talent.
Radiant's bottom
Boris
has fallen.
gonna back his way out. I mean, the PA Deso's here now, John. It's pretty late, but it's here.
Yeah, 31 minutes. At least you have it.
Jump in. There goes
Jesus.
Salivating Salamander. Nullifier has been kind of revealed here by our Clinks, but it won't really matter if he gets taken down. Rojo Firefly, in the meantime, he's really teaching those mantra illusions quite impactfully, but... Oh, Pingus. Freezing Field going to be cancelled off. S just going to jump back in. Focus Fire is there onto the PA. RP, though, committed, but it's stolen again by... No, he's got the Skewer instead. Never mind. Still, the team fight. Is it really in favor of Grin? It seems like it might just be as they skewer each other back and forth, Giant and Moosey. Boris, in the meantime, gonna lose the Aegis, but the fight's still going. 3 for 2 in the end.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tier 3 mid tower is gone.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They are still gonna lose the mid racks by the looks
Radiant's
of it.
middle barracks are under attack.
Not set to fall. You will have your Unleash back up for Rojo Firefly soon. You can try to play off the back of that, but without anyone else, it just feels really difficult to look for that kill potential. Although Boris is hanging. Oh, Boris.
He's a big boy right now. Johnny's feeling confident. The Lil Nick, he's also going to jump in. Roar is there, onto the Marcy. Rojo getting very, very low, trying to fight back, but can't do it. Lil Nick, in the meantime, being focused here by Muzi. He already committed the skewer. They're going to try and fight right in front of their fountain. This is probably the best chance they have. The Soul has come back up now. It seems like the American Goons have gone pretty far in, and they are going to be punished for this. Boris going to be skewered, going to have the TP cancelled off. And Boris eventually is just going to die as Soul picks up a triple kill on the PA all of a sudden. And he went from a brand new Deso to the to 8 stacks on the Desolator, so that happened rather quickly.
Yeah, nice set of kills to find, punishing that overextension from the side of the American Goons. To be fair, they force out the buyback on 2 cores. The Marcy doesn't feel that amazing there, as they did just pop the Unleash right before dying. So you don't mind that too much. Ask finds a freebie, and it just takes Salivating Salamander for himself. You still have this big lead lined up on American Goons. And we're seeing the same build again from good old Soul into a Nullifier and the Divine Rapier. So let's see if the Divine pays off this time around, I suppose. Second time could be the charm.
Could be. I mean, it is a PA, you know? I'd say she's probably the best, one of the best carriers for the item.
Yeah, but the Rapier's
Picks up the
also
Nullifier.
not supposed to be that bad. You know?
No, it's not.
It didn't feel amazing there. Not unfortunately.
But she has a Nullifier up now, so nice way of dealing with the Wind Ranger Wind Run. Just in case that nobody else can get in there with the Nullifier, she has one available. Very nice. I think the problem with an item like Divine Rapier is by the time you feel like you have to build one, the game's basically already over and it's just the all-in play.
Yeah. It's kind of do or die. You do see the item shift out from Soul, so he does queue up the Lincoln Satanic. We'll see, maybe his mind changes down the line. Smoke out here from Grin. Trying to sneak out of their high ground, but the Salivating Salamander is forced to immediately pop it anyway. So not going to be able to find too much out of that. On the side of American Goons, Esk is working towards his full Hurricane Pike, has a Gleipnir up. You have Lil Nick working to BKB. Boris has his own BKB in the backpack, does shift it out now. Should be a bit easier to take these fights on the side of the American Goons. Especially if Boris, if Giant can hang in backline, can steal an RP. He makes it look like a very easy thing to do on this Rubik.
Yeah, he's been doing a pretty damn good job as they are going to smoke up now.
Illusion.
American Goons looking to try and head towards the dire triangle. Try for the Hawk vision first, see if they can scout anyone out here on the side of Grin. And the Hawk is barely going to... Oh, the Soul's in the blur. They're going to see Salivating Salamander there for a moment. They have not really started rushing towards the bot lane yet. So they're hoping somebody is in the mid lane and they're going to find Soul. I mean, he's blurred up at the moment, but they know he's there somewhere. They do not make the jump in, however. Not being able to see anyone else, it's a little bit scary. It's a Grin. Not going to go for the Wisdom Rune, just not feeling like it's worth the risk at the moment, considering how many buybacks they did commit in that last fight. They can't really secure the Tormentor on their own right now because it's probably just going to be taken here by the American Goons, but they are prepping for a big fight around the Tormentor. And last time around, that worked out very, very well, right? There was a triple kill for, I believe, Rojo Fireflu, so they won't go for the Tormentor, though. So that same opening is not going to be available here in this game, too.
I like seeing that forward vision though from the ward they set up on the Tormentors. So we've always got reach, even if they don't have the Watcher. Again, not taking that risk anymore on American Goons. Just, well, they've been burned before. No need to get burned again to know that the fire is hot. You just hand back and keep that farm game going. I have to say, just looking at Void Spirit is so dumb. 323 plus 137 damage. What a Daedalus. Like, that is kind of nuts. Universal type.
It is. It is, John. Very, very balanced. There's been a lot of calls for universal types to just be deleted from the game, but I don't think they're that bad. I think they'll get tweaked and they'll feel just they'll feel normal afterwards.
Yeah, I swear
But
it'll go back to 0.6. It'll go back to 0.6. I'm pretty sure.
I must admit though, I do find myself, looking at heroes that I like and just wishing they were universal.
Right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you'd wish Earth Spirit is universal. Is he?
Oh,
He's not, right?
No, he's not. He's still strength. Only
Unfortunate.
Void Spirit got universal. Sadly.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean they want to have one of each attribute. I get the point, but they could buff the hero. Wouldn't hurt. He's the only spirit
Yeah,
brother
it's for too
that
much.
just never gets picked up.
Yeah, it's for too much, Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can blame some top tier Earth Spirits for making that happen. Yeah,
I have.
this is what it is. Blame JRX or something. I don't know.
I did.
Scanning.
Trust me, John, I did.
Did you blame him in person though? He's too nice to blame. You can't do that to him.
I think I may have actually. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
lie.
I think he did
I may
mention
have
it when
actually
you saw him.
blamed it.
Yeah, I think he was like, "Oh, you know what?" No, I remember you asking him, "What do you think about Earth Spirit?" And he just said it's dead.
Yeah.
You didn't blame
It's
him.
trash.
He's too nice to blame. To be fair.
He was a very polite man, I must admit. Considering we stole his PC, he was
Yeah,
quite
we
nice.
did. Those were good times.
They were. Roshan gonna get started again here by S. Very, very fast
Look at those
process here
crits.
for
Jesus.
Yeah, the crits are huge. Boris
It's
just
like they
so
have a
much work.
PA.
Basically is we are gonna have a quick pause out from Lil Nick here. Not exactly sure what the issue is. Maybe a few lag issues happening here.
Yeah.
Yeah, refresher shard available, cheese available, age is taken again by Boris. Nobody picking up the refresher shard or cheese yet. So I thought Lil Nick might want the refresher shard, but it doesn't seem to quite be the case.
It's fair. I think who would prefer it here. Double
Boris has it for
BKB,
now.
is that what you're doing then? Alright. It's fair enough. Double BKB. It's pretty impactful. They have one greater healing lotus. Are they gonna gun for the block of cheese this game?
Oh,
Perhaps.
that'd be nice. Except that it takes way too long.
Yeah. Again, I've only seen Puppy on a silencer eat it, and they lost that game.
Yeah.
To be fair,
That's
it's a silencer with a barrier, so
It's not that
not the
strong
best.
of a- But like the block of cheese isn't that strong of an item. Like it's pretty nice. But it's like this weird luxury item, right? That has too many things to do to make it. Like it's I don't know how to feel
Yeah.
about it.
needs a buff.
It does.
You know, make it simpler to build up.
That or just make the barrier bigger. Because it feels like in this patch, like you can just burst through that barrier very fast.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Jump in.
Oh.
Rojo. Oh, they've already got Pingu down. The CM is down. S in trouble now as well. Is also set to die as the RP comes out. They've caught Lil Nick, but he got the BKB off in time. In fact, now the PA is gone. Soul's going to buy back into this team fight. They need him desperately.
Ooh.
Another RP committed. Giant was the one who committed that one, but he is going to die. As Lil Nick now in danger. Soul is back into the fight. Will go down. That's 4 heroes down for American Goons. The only survivor being Boris. He actually walked away with the Aegis intact. Just not wanting to waste it after seeing his whole team just die. And sure, you commit 2 buybacks for this on the side of the Radiant, but ultimately it feels well worth it.
It does work out. They can stall for time. They don't have to worry about Aegis on another fight just yet. Although it's still up for 3 minutes at very least. the side of American Goons have to be very careful. They've given openings like this before. The RP this time from Giant doesn't pay off. The discipline is there from Grin to not plump up. Boris? Ooh,
He's alright.
Dire's middle
We'll assimilate.
tower is under attack.
you can rip through really fast though on the objectives with your physical output. And you still have a Clinks. Still have some skeletons to clear out a lot of these objectives and right-click damage on hand as well. I would say now that the build-up here on Esk, it shouldn't be the Hurricane Pike. He should definitely just go for the Ags. Like, the 50% physical damage reduction is pretty damn big. Not to mention the constant invis could be really helpful as well in these fights. So I'd like to see that from the Wind Ranger. He still goes for the Hurricane Pike, but surely you go Ags next. Like, maybe there's an argument for damage, but I think the Ags, the utility is a little bit too strong for the Wind Ranger to ignore here.
I think there's just maybe just too many nullifiers. There's 2 nullifiers on the side of Grin, so maybe it just won't have the impact he's looking for that much gold. And an item slot, more importantly.
I mean, he hits level 25 eventually, if he lives true.
Radiant
Right.
are scanning.
That's fair.
So you're kind of fine. It's just you have to hit 25 first, to be fair.
Big spoke out. They have a double damage rune active
No.
on Boris. They want to go right here, right now. Age is still up for a minute and a half, and they jump in. They've already caught one. Who is
Jesus.
it? Rojo. He's in big trouble. Boris is just shredding them right now, because he's killed off Rojo as well. Soul is trying, but Boris is just all over the place. Roar is out on Soul. He's going to die back. And LGTK, I mean, RP's nice, but it's not going to do the trick, I don't think. They're committing as many buybacks as they possibly can on the side of the Radiant, but Boris is just destroying everybody. And that should just be game. GG well played is the call here from Rojo Fireflu. And the American Goons, I mean, they make it work here, John. 2-0 victory for them. Sure, they both lasted around 40-something minutes each, these games, but I'd say they were pretty decently dominant from the American Goons.
Yeah, it looked like a pretty solid win, especially considering the last time these two teams faced off against each other, Green managed to find out 2-0. So American Goons bounce back stronger from those close qualifiers, shows why these veterans are a pretty strong team to contend with. But to be fair, Grin did have a couple of moments. They run these really different drafts, right? Especially in the second game, going all in on physical. It did look like we were getting a lot of impact from our Marcy, but in the end, you had the answers from Lil Nick. Crimson Guard up, the Ags up. It was hard to deal with that Beastmaster in the middle of these fights.
It certainly was a fantastic performance here from American Goons and a great start to Division 2 for them, right? Like you're looking for that big run up to Division 1 if you can here for the Goons, and it's a perfect start as they do get a 1-0 against a team that did beat them in the qualifiers. So pretty big turnaround here from these boys. And I'll tell you what, John, they're looking good. You know, it can be a little bit hard to get the chemistry flowing at times with these newer rosters, but it didn't really seem like they were struggling too much. Like, yeah, maybe a mistake here and there, but overall, it seemed like they had everything down pat, as we do get to see some highlights. Game 2, it did kind of just feel like the Boris show.
Yeah, he was definitely in control for a lot of that. Ask did have a pretty good laning phase. To be fair, he's slowing down to Marcy, but eventually did get the recovery going there from Rohu, so he did manage to catch back in. But the Void Spirit, like the way Boris was playing in this one, was definitely the highlight. Just dancing in and out, maximizing the fact that they didn't have the hardest lockdown coming through here from the side of Grin to catch out the Void Spirit. And just dancing around, using his damage output with that Daedalus, with his 300 base damage at that point in the game. Just feeling impossible to kill off. And I think everyone else on the Goons did well as well. Like Pingu, yeah, I mean, early on, he was in a really good position to keep getting these freezing fields, to open up these matches. Again, the itemization from Lil Nick was perfect for this game. And a couple of times where the American Goons would lose out was when they'd be heavily out of position. Right? Like, they'd be scattered out, they'd be trying to pierce high ground or something, or messing about on, say, the Tormentor. But every single time when they're in control of these fights, it's just, there's not much you can do. There was no answer from Grin when they could dictate these.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a very, very dominant performance here from American Goons, and again, I think this team is looking really good already going into Division 2. Obviously, it's just the first series for them, but we do have to hand out an MVP before we do go on. It is going to be Boris. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. The man went 23, 3, and 15 on the Void Spirit, completely carrying the game. You know, John, I was making jokes about this POS 1 Void Spirit, but just he makes it work and he makes it look damn good.
Yeah, he performed spectacularly on it. Maybe the lane was a little bit slower. You know, it's not like he was crushing his lane all too hard. There's a little bit of a back and forth, finding some openings up against the Clinks and Magnus, but overall, his itemization, again, the way he utilized his hero, the way he jumped in and out of those fights really opened up the game for the American Goons later on. So I liked what I saw from Boris. He made the Void Spirit safe lane work. Then he made it look pretty damn good. Like he had a lot of impact this game, and he really allowed his team to play around him really well. I think that's the big thing. Like his team was just making space for him, and he utilized that space very well.
Well, good news, Jonathan. We have got an interview with the MVP himself, Mr. Boris. We have Lil Nick instead? All right, let's speak to whoever's here. Who's here for an interview? It is going to be Lil Nick. Congratulations, Mr. Lil Nick, on the... Oh, he doesn't hear anything. Can you hear us yet?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to be able to hear you guys, but I cannot hear anything. But I see you guys, so at least that works. It looks like you guys can hear me too. You're reacting to me.
Yes, we can.
We do.
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Let me see if it's mine.
We can't ask any...
Hello?
We'll wait for him to tell us he can hear us, I guess. Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear us, Lil Nick?
What's up? Yeah, I hear you.
Oh,
there
hello.
you are.
He can hear. He can hear us. Good news. All right, Lil Nick, congratulations on your 2-0 victory. I mean, how the hell are you feeling, sir? Talk to me about it.
Feeling pretty good, you know. It's just the first win of many, hopefully, so in Division 2 NA, so not super excited, but feel good.
I mean, that's fair. No, Nick, you guys actually lost against this team in the qualifiers. You guys lost to Green Esports 2-0. I just wanted to ask straight off the bat, what changed so quickly? Because you guys looked really dominant in this series against them.
I think we just played better. We had a really bad day versus them when we played versus them in the quals. We played versus them before as well in the opens, and it was like a 60-minute game. We were like ahead most of the game, but I mean 60-minute game still, so... I mean, we don't think they're that bad, and we do think we're better, but if we're like not playing our best, they can definitely beat us like they did before.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, talk to me about the roster as well. Like, you guys got together. I know you've been in Div 1, Div 2, multiple teams you yourself have been in. How did this roster come together? Like, are you guys just already friends? Is this a roster that's been in the talks for a while? Like, what happened to bring you guys together?
Well, we had this roster pretty much almost this exact same season 1, but we there was some drama that went down there, but after season 2, we're all just still not on a team, so we just brought it all together because we're all looking forward to TI quals, and this is just the best team all of us thought we could get.
That's probably the right way to think about it. Do you by any chance have an idea of what the board is for Boris? We couldn't help but notice there's a board with certain names on Boris's background. Could you shed some light, is what I was meant to say.
So basically, like, during the whole incident that was going down with our team, there was like a whole bunch of NA people that helped us out, and so Boris put them all down on a list, and now he just has them in his room apparently. We didn't even know until he turned on his cam today, so... Yeah,
I mean, that's lovely. I mean, we thought it was like some kind of list that people he was going after, but there you go. He's actually giving props to those people. Go on, John.
It's just, yeah, the one reason for that is that anytime Nep is on the list, it's usually not for good reason. So that just some clarification from our experience there. Still, Lil Nick, going forward here in Div 2, is there any opponent that you guys are looking forward to play against? Anyone that is on your mind that you'd really want to show up against here?
Let me look at the Liquipedia. Off the top of my head, I know Wildcard and the Cut are probably the two other best teams. Let me look at Liquipedia here. Honestly, compared to like the earlier seasons, NA Div 2 is a lot better, I think. than what it was. Like, I feel like Ravens could be decent, C-Dub could be decent, Tilted Boys could be decent. Literally, I don't really know about Nexus Titans, but pretty much everybody else could be pretty good. So, I mean, yeah, Wildcard and the Cut are probably the two biggest ones, but I mean, to be honest, everybody this season's pretty good.
And what do you feel like is different this tour for you personally, in comparison to your previous tours in DPC? Like, what's changed in your team? What's changed in yourself that makes this tour maybe a little bit different?
I mean, I'm starting it off by not losing to Dendy, which happened last season, which wasn't too good. But I don't know. I don't really know, to be honest. There's not that much that's different. I mean, it's just another Div 2 tour. I played like one on 5-Rat, one on the Cut way back. So, I mean, it's just kind of how it goes in any Div 2.
It's fair, and I am curious, is there any shout-outs you'd want to give before I hand it back to Mike? Unless, Mike, you have anything else to ask before that?
I mean, I was gonna say, like, it sounds like you're almost. Oh, go on, make your shout-outs first.
Shout out to the fans, I guess. I don't know. I don't have that many shout outs to give.
Oh, you
but
do?
Yeah, to the fans. Well, shout out to the fans. Shout out to the fans.
Yeah, little Nick, I gotta tell you, you got a lot of fans in the chat. I mean, I see it all the time. Every time, even when you're not playing, I see the fans popping up for you somehow. So you're a popular figure, young man. You're very, very good to see.
Yep.
I was gonna say, little Nick, you seem almost nonchalant about the whole Div 2 thing. Like, is it boring for you now, the being in Division 2? Like, you just don't care about it?
I mean, I'll be honest. Before last season, I thought like I was kind of above Div 2. You know, I was like too good, but then I went 0-7. So in Div 1, so maybe this is where I belong. I'm back where I belong with the Cut. This is just where you gotta be in NA.
I don't think so, Lil Nick. I think you've got plenty of potential. So don't you? I'm sure you guys are gonna go on a great run. Don't get so depressing like that, Lil Nick. Come on now. You got plenty of time. You're speaking to two old men here. We're done. But you're young. You're Lil Nick. You've got plenty of time to progress back to Div 1. Don't you worry. Anyway, it's a pleasure to speak to you as all. It's a pleasure to speak to you as always, Lil Nick. Hopefully we get to speak to you again very soon, and congratulations on your 2-0 victory.
Yep. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
It's a lovely little Nick. I mean, you and I, we've known the guy for a long time. I think you and I were the ones who kind of noticed him when he first came into the scene. And, he sounded a little bit upset, John. He sounds a little bit depressed at the moment. I'm not going to lie. Like, he's a great guy, very well spoken, he has a lot to say, but he doesn't sound happy. Now, I think that's a good sign, right? Because if you're going to progress to a point where you can, be a great player, which he already is, but a greater player, you can't be happy being in Div 2. And I can appreciate that.
Yeah, like he's hungry for more. And he said it. Div 2 this tour looks pretty competitive. Every team can look good. A couple of the teams he mentioned, we're going to see up next, of course, on our sked. C-Dub up against the Cut. Keen to see how that one shapes up, because we've had some roster changes come in for C-Dub. We've had some roster changes as well for the Cut. We're seeing Empyrean back there, so it's always nice to see that. That is always fun for me to watch, and this should be an interesting one for us to close out today. So I can't wait to kind of see how these two teams clash head to head. These two teams have been up and down of Div 2 a couple of times. The Cut more than C-Dub for sure, but it should be a fun one.
It should be a fun one, Jonathan. We're going to head off to a very short break, I think. And of course, right after that break, we're going to be back with series number 2 here. See how this one pans out. We'll see you all again very, very soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our second series of the day here between the side of... sorry, I didn't realize my background was completely ruined. Jonathan, it is the Cup vs. C-Dub going on here. How you going?
Doing great, Mike. Doing great. This is going to be an interesting one. This should be a fairly close one between these two sides. I think this is probably one of our more competitive matches here in Div 2. Granted, I do agree with what Little Nick said. This tour does look competitive across the board for Div 2. So this should be a pretty close one. It's hard to say which one's the favorite coming in, especially since we've just started this tour. You know, every roster's gotten a little bit of a change here and there. We've got Empyrean back in on the cut, you know, and, you know, it's just different cross board. So I'm keen to see what happens. C-Dub was a promising team last tour as well. Like, they maybe not as strong as you'd want them to be, but they look like they could have been contenders for the top 2 spots until like the last 2 weeks. So they are a strong team. They are a formidable team. But the cut, this is a classic team that tends to go up and down between Div 1 and Div 2. So just from the players here, they've all had experience in that journey up and down in the NA rankings. So again, it's up in the air. It's going to be an interesting one to watch, Mike.
Yeah, they certainly have been up and down, haven't they? I mean, again, we've been kind of on and off with NA for a couple of years now, and I still remember when we first got involved, the cut was, you know, brand new to the DPC. The DPC had just started, and they made their way up to Div 1, and we were talking about how great of a team it was, and I believe that was back when Lil Nick was part of the team, if I am correct in saying so, back in those days. So yeah, they certainly have been very, very up and down, this organization, and we'll see if they can kind of stay up here. I mean, they're up against C-Dub, a team that, you know, we don't know too much about. Obviously, there's some players we do know, though. I mean, you've got Duster there, big name for the side of C-Dub, that we can go into the draft and see exactly what these two teams are intending on doing. So let's go ahead and bring up the draft and see exactly what's going on. Surprise, surprise, Techie's Spirit Breaker banned out, Doom banned out by the cut as well, and they'll even get rid of the Bat Rider. Pretty standard stuff. And Magnus comes up.
And Magnus comes out. Like, yeah, nothing too different here just yet. We're not going too crazy with the spice just yet. I'm keen to see what the cut does pick up. It does feel like, you know, you tend to go Void Spirit if you want. You tend to go Rubik here when you see the Magnus. I'd honestly say no need for the Void Spirit. Just go for like a Timber Saw, let the Void Spirit through. That tends to be the solution in a lot of cases. Skyrat Mage comes out first, so there's a little bit of spice. That's a bit of a shake-up. Not going for the Rubik at all. Going for the Skyrat Mage for this Roar combination with Mystic Flare could be one way to get the ball rolling very fast. It also handles the Spirit Brothers fine. The Void Spirit does come out for C-Dub. So for the cut, I would say right now, if you can pick a mid Timber Saw, pick a mid Timber Saw, especially for MTD. Like up against Void Spirit, the hero just doesn't have a game. To be fair, you do have Skyrat Mage. Again, it's a great counter to Spirit Brothers, so you might not even need something like the Timber Saw to crush that lane, but you know, Timber Saw is pretty good when you run it on mid. It's just, it does a lot. It's a universal hero with a lot of right click, with a lot of spell damage, with a lot of armor. It has a lot of things, Mike.
It certainly does have a lot of things, John, and I'm sure it will get banned out. Like C-Dub, surely they've been watching the other games throughout NA Div 1 and NA Div 2, and we've seen how much this hero, this Timbersaw does just destroy practically any mid laner right now. What is it, John?
B-God, the Yoda in his background is kind of creepy. It's like staring at him. It's like watching him. It's like, you better play a damn good game, B-God. In whatever way Yoda would say that. But he's just staring in at B-God, at us, into the camera.
He certainly is. We'll see. I mean, they haven't banned Timber yet. This is kind of concerning in some sense, at least for me and for C-Dub's sake, because again, I feel like Timbersaw just always gets picked up against Void Spirit now, and every Timber we've seen recently has been very impactful as well throughout the games that we've had the pleasure of watching it on. Does well against the Mag as well. Like, these universal heroes don't do the best against Timber. Timber seems to enjoy them quite a bit. So one ban out left here for C-Dub. They get rid of the Deucer, they get rid of the Disruptor. Both problems for the Void Spirit and the Magnus, fair enough, but I mean, I wonder if Cut even want to run the mid Timber, to be fair. Like, maybe your mid player just doesn't feel comfortable in the hero. Like, perhaps C-Dub just know more than we do about about the mid lane MTD. I mean, I'm sure he can though. That's the thing. Like Timber's not the most challenging hero to play, but they get rid of the Ember Spirit, which is another counter towards the Void. I'd still dare say the Timber's a way worse counter right now because it just completely annihilates you in the laning stage. But Ember's still a good ban.
10
Yeah.
seconds
Makes
remaining.
enough sense. You don't have the best of lockdown if you did have
5
to deal with the
seconds
Ember.
remaining.
I would still say I'm with you on that same page. Just go for the Timbersaw here to cut. Doesn't even matter what you ban out. Just go for the Timber. Thank God B-God blocks the Yoda head. It's freaking me out, Mike. Freaking me out way too much. I don't know why. Little green
It's Star
man.
Wars. Star Wars fans, John, what can you do? They just go crazy, those people.
Dire team
I never understood it, I'll be frank, Jonathan. I know I'm going to upset some people by saying this,
Radiant
right?
team pick.
I don't understand why it's so hard. I'm going to be frank. Back in the
I
day,
get
all
you.
right, I get it. But I got to tell you, I think one thing that everyone agrees on is these recent movies really just don't do it justice. Like
No.
these recent movies, they're pretty bad. Pretty bad.
Yeah. But I also don't get like the overhype on like the first 3 films. I'm like,
I agree.
I watched them through. It's like, well, I'm guessing for the time, sure, it's the visual effects were spectacular for the time considering the budget.
They
The
were.
story is not revolutionary in any way. It's just a hero's journey. It's literally the basic format of any epic. So I'm like, no. I don't understand it. I can get the appeal for some people, but personally, it doesn't make too much sense. What makes sense to me, Mike, is the draft. C-Dub going into the Oracle, so they've got a save. They've got a way of dispelling that roar. And the cut going into the Lich, which, fair, we've seen a lot of Lich. It does feel good in some of these clumped up fights. You've got 2 melee cores that your Chain Frost is going to feel good. You're up against physical damage, so the Frost Shield feels good. The issue now is, can the cut pick up a Timbersaw? Because, I mean, the Timbersaw still looks good. Quite frankly, you can just keep doing damage to them under False Promise. Doesn't matter. You're probably going to take enough to die. Oracle is kind of a good solution to Timbersaw early on. We've seen that before. The magic damage is pretty damning. So it can be a little bit hard for the Timbersaw to have a good time in the first 5 levels. And C-Dub will go for the Kotl as well. So they've got the Kotl plus the Void Spirit, and that should be your support Kotl coming out. I do like how these lanes are shaping up. Like, if you run the safe lane Mag with Oracle, that feels pretty good
10
still.
seconds remaining.
It does. I do like the Coddle with the Void Spirit in particular.
5
Like just
seconds remaining.
the reduction in the actual step charge cooldown is really nice because like 6 seconds of reduction is huge on a hero like Void
Radiant
Spirit,
team ban.
especially in those earlier levels of the astral step charges.
Ooh.
As we do have a TA come out, so they just completely ignore the Timber pickup that was available, which again I think maybe due to the fact that maybe MDB just doesn't want to play mid Timber or just doesn't feel comfortable on it, because it is relatively new considering we've only seen it for maybe the past couple weeks. Probably not enough time to get a good grasp on the Timber Saw if you're not a natural Timber player. So instead he goes down the TA route, which I'm saying they haven't picked it up. I mean, this could just be a safe lane TA because that's where we've been seeing it pop up recently, right? Now, most of the time I feel like it does end up being a safe laner. Really enjoying the added benefit of the map being bigger with so much more jungle space. So there is still the opportunity to pick another mid lane. And you still have the opportunity for the Timber as well if they wanted, but C-Dub is still just ignoring it. They ban out the Wind
Radiant
Ranger,
team ban.
and they might just ban out another mid lane that's just not Timber. MDB may just not take it.
Yeah, MTD might not. But I feel like if you can, just go for it. What else is left? I guess the Storm is left in the pool.
10 seconds.
To be fair, the Storm versus Void Spirit matchup's also pretty good. You don't have the best hold for a Storm Spirit here.
Remaining.
So you might be able to get away with that. C-Dub, surely they see that Storm would be a fairly annoying here to deal with, considering that your supports don't have the hard lockdown for a Storm. You don't have the hardest lockdown on your off lane either, of course.
Team ban.
Unless, again, safe lane Mag. Yeah, they banned the Pango. So even if you don't go Timbersaw, you can go Storm here for the cut. And surely MTD, as a mid, has played Storm. He plays the
I
Ember.
mean, you'd imagine. Yeah, you'd imagine he has.
Radiant team pick.
There's a Slark ban. C-Dub. final pickup. They either need a safe lane or an off lane here. I say that, the funny thing is even Void Spirit's been showing up as the POS 1 recently. Like our last series had a POS 1 Void Spirit by it's just, you know, like it's just you don't know where anyone is going anymore. It's very, very confusing, all these drafts that have been coming out recently, I gotta tell you.
It's just a consequence of universal typing. As long as you're universal, you're kind of viable as core. Yeah. And usually that's still like very viable in safe lane, so it just leaves it open. So I'm keen to see what the ideas from C-Dub is, because it does feel like the most impactful lane they could pick for now is really off lane. Like handling this TA matchup, trying to crush that lane. Maybe not the most common, but a Viper could kind of deal with that. Maybe an off lane Veno, although I hesitate to say that, but it has scaled up well. They will go with a Brewmaster as the solution instead. So Brewmaster Coddle, pretty good. You can just put the TA up in the air as well if it gets a little bit too hard to handle her. Can kind of burn her down in lane. I like that solution. First 2 levels maybe a little bit rougher, although I say that, but TA has to be up close. The Brewmaster doesn't mind that too much. Maybe it starts to stabilize for the TA by level 4, maybe level 5. It's a little bit deeper into the laning phase. I expect C-Dub to have a pretty good time in that off lane. Then again, you're into TA Lich. At the least, if you start running down the TA, you've always got the Frost Armor, you've got the Gaze to buy you time, you've got the slow from the Frost Blast, so not the worst thing in the world for a TA to have to handle.
No. This reminds me as well, like I've been trying to figure out where I've seen MTD's name before. And I realized it was, I mean, obviously he's played for Ancient Tribe before, Jonathan, but I just realized that T-Panda was carrying on about MTD during Tour 2 while we were in Romania. He would always tell me about this guy, and we actually tuned into a stream once together. So there you go, John. My bad memory isn't all that bad. I do eventually remember things. There you go. Apparently, T-Panda kept telling me he's a Finnish prodigy. So take that how you will.
All right. Well, I'd like to see this Finnish prodigy still play a Timbersaw. But whether or not, our advice is not. Yeah, there you go. Finally. It went all the way to the last pick. They get to Tim. Yeah. And now I'm a satisfied boy, Mike. Timbersaw up against Void Spirit. That's crushed. Triple melee chorus. That's crushed. You have a pretty good time here in the Tim. Like, if you do focus the Timbersaw down as your focus of control, then you give Scourge Muktak a pretty free time to just jump around as this TA, get damage off. Again, triple melee heroes, very easy to line up your side blades for, and just kind of run down. So I like what the cut has on hand. I think C-Dub has a draft that, it can play. It's not a bad draft by any means. In fact, it's pretty bog standard outside of Brewmaster, honestly. It's just a matter of with a Magnus, it does tend to feel like your game kind of drags on a little bit more, right? You wait for your harpoon timing. You do get a lot of scaling damage with a Void Spirit, but sometimes it can be a little bit farm heavy, especially with the Brewmaster, right? Brewmaster in particular is maybe an Octarine builder, a Blink builder, could be an Aura carrier. But the weird thing with Brewmaster is that it feels like it needs the Octarine, and there's an argument for its Ags, but you want the Aura to kind of time out. So it's like making these choices for Isla is a little bit hard to make. I think it's just easier to pull off what the cut has in terms of their draft.
I think so too, John. I honestly can't believe the Timbersaw made it all the way through to the last pick here for MTD, but there you go. I mean, it makes it through, and we'll see. Perhaps they just feel like they can deal with it. Like, they do have a Brewmaster that can just kind of cyclone up the Timber throughout the team fights, but at the same time, then you kind of want to do that to the TA. It's a lot of options to choose from here for this Brewmaster this game, and well, we'll get into it at the very least. Game number 1 here between the cut and C-Dub set to get underway. Can't wait to see what happens. Of course, it's the first time we get to see these two teams play in Division 2 for tour number 3. So not too sure exactly what to expect here from either side yet, but looking forward to see what they've got.
Yeah, it should be a good back and forth. Again, C-Dub, last tour looked pretty promising. I believe for the most part, they actually have kept their same roster.
Right.
So probably one of the teams to stay consistent between Tour 2 and Tour 3 here in Div 2. Should be interesting to see how much they've done. Yeah.
Forgive me, I didn't get to watch much NA during Tour 2, sadly. For Div 2, that is. We were doing China at the time, which is a
fine.
Well, I'm not asking for your forgiveness, Jonathan. I was, it's just a saying, John.
Yeah, that's why I'm giving context here, Mike, because a lot of people don't watch Div 2, so it's for everyone.
Well,
Not
hold on
just
a
you.
minute,
You're not
Jonathan, you didn't need-
special. I'm not targeting you.
You don't need to take shots at Div 2 like that.
I'm just being realistic. I love this. I love Div 2. I have a lot of friends here. Empyrean, shout out to him. But, it's like, that's the stark reality. And people need some info, Mike. That's what we're here for.
Begins.
Good
Just
to
doing my job,
hear you
bro.
revealing your bias already for Imperium. Very good.
Yeah. Gotta
Mission
rep
Impossible-
the Echo League, boys.
Mission Impossible
know?
for John X5 not being biased one game. It's gonna be.
No, I can't do it. Can't do it. John X fired. Like, it's a
Oh, I
reason.
can only dream of that
There's a
happening.
reason for that. Sure, I'm sure it gets you real excited for me to be jobless, Mike. Thank you.
Yeah, let's start with the mid lane. You've got Mark versus MTD. Now, this is the matchup we kept talking about during the draft. We kept calling for the Timbersaw. It is now here. MTD, please don't make us look stupid. If Mark just destroys this mid matchup, we're going to look the biggest idiots. As always, by the way. It's not too surprising for us, John. But do you want to talk about the mid matchup? What's going on here?
You press Q on Timbersaw, you right click with a few stats items, and you feel pretty good. That's all there really is to it. Cop the creep aggro, build up reactive. Literally nothing Void Spirit can do, especially when you miss your Aether Remnant. Rather unfortunate for Mark. But this should be fine. I'm sure MTD can handle this.
Should be able to. We'll see the side lanes as well. Like bottom lane, you've got Aiden and B-God against Double King and Duster. As top lane is where the first blood apparently happens. Sanctified goes down. Empyrean able to secure the kill. And now Double King goes down bottom lane. As we look at top lane, Isla is in a bit of danger. Is going to be able to make it out just fine. Is it pronounced Isla? Is it Isla? I'm going to say
I think
Isla.
we were casting an NA game and it was Isla. And you were the one who told me it was Isla because it's like the Middle Eastern way of pronouncing. And he's
Middle
like
East?
from the region. Yeah. Was it you who scolded me? It was someone scolded me for saying Isla. And it's Isla. So I got scolded.
Oh.
And I swear you're one of the ones who are like, oh, John, I'm from the region. I know the pronunciation. So that just came into my mind. Right? I want to say it's you. I'll give you the credit. It is Isla.
Bottom lane. 8 is going down. B-God unable to keep him alive here on the Beastmaster. It's a bit of a reset for the Beastmaster, and I believe he got a kill earlier anyway. Did he not?
Yes, he did.
He got Double King earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, you're more than happy. You are maybe a little bit susceptible on your Skyraft Mage. That lane solo isn't the best. You get harassed out fairly well, but the nice thing about this lane is you're slow stacking with the Boar plus the concussive shot. It's pretty sick. You can just keep Double King all the way back. He has to really think about when to use that skewer. And he can just get run down if he's not too careful. Not too much Duster can do to save him early on. The heal value isn't too high. You don't get Fate's Edict early on. And you can't really stop them with a root. Like, you can stop either or, the Sky or the Beastmaster, but the other one can chase and constantly apply that magic damage as well. You are a bit low on mana now on Empyrean here.
Top lane. And Isla's the one getting caught out here on the Brewmaster. Scourge McDuck doing so much damage already as the TA. Isla's still trying to run. The evasion is going to kick in for that last hit. Very, very lucky there with the evasion. We'll make it out. There was a 15% chance of that happening, so Empyrean probably going to be a little bit mad about that, but to be fair, I don't think he would have actually had enough damage to finish the kill. It would have been very close, though.
Yeah, I think he would have maybe gone like 5 HP afterwards, considering reductions. Probably it looked like at around 60 HP. So he might have been fairly close, but you still have an opportunity to make plays here. And again, this is it's shaping up to be a very stable lane for Scourge McDuck. Not quite what I expected. I thought you could play with a Thunderclap and Cinderbrew a little bit better, but this kind of start for the TA is a little bit worrying as they go again.
Why the hell not? Isla in trouble. Is going to make it out once again. Not finding much farm on the Brewmaster, though. It's a bit of a rough laning stage. Props to the side of the cut for really making it as hard as humanly possible here for Isla. Mind you, Empyrean now quite low on HP, doesn't have any regen. So is going to have to leave Scourge McDuck alone for a bit. And this is where you want to catch up as the Brewmaster. You get your opportunity now for a 2v1. I say that, Empyrean just brings out a salve anyway with the courier, so never mind what I said, John. No 2v1. Empyrean is back. Even brings some tangos here from the TA. And Isla's living hell begins once again.
Yeah. Just gets gazed down and then gets blasted, and it's like, you can't really do much about that. You can't stop this as Kotl as well. And every time the Kotl steps too far forward, Sanctified cops a ton of damage. Has to be a bit cautious about that positioning. So the laning start for the side of the Kotl looking pretty sharp. You know, mid lane, obviously Timbersaw lane, 36-4 up against 23-0 on Mark. It's, yeah, you're at the point where this is just untenable for the Void Spirit. Your bot lane still stable.
Isla. Blinding lighting. Oh, it's not going to save him. The right click from Empyrean was out in time. What are you laughing at?
Alt skill. Alt skill. You know, hitting true to miss chances, alt skill. Empyrean, best player in the world. There you go. You like that, Mike? Huh? You happy about the bias? There you go.
C-dub. Not often the greatest start. Like, the Cut's already got a 2k advantage right now. Like, you look at these lanes, it's just going really well for them. Mid lane's been won out really hard. He's doubling the CS in the Timber right now. Top lane's been won out really, really hard as they go again onto Isla. Does evade the meld strike at the very least. So, does avoid a lot of that damage, but there's just no farm to be had here for the poor guy. He's got his Ring of Health up at the least, but it's just not going to get any easier.
No, it's not. At the least, the movement out from Sanctified does secure the rune away from MTD, so you don't have to worry about being run down by a Timbersaw under tower with the illusion. You still have B-God hanging around here, though, with the Ancient Seal ready.
Scourge
It does look like they've...
Big chase going on here. Kyrian trying to reach to help out. Scourge gonna have the Frost Shield. It's gonna be just fine with that. It's more than enough to keep the man alive.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Rotations are coming up top as well, perhaps from MTD. He needs to get there soon, though, because Empyrean is going to find himself in danger and does go down. Mark with a very nice rotation of the Void Spirit. Scourge McDuck now being chased down, locked down by Duster, probably set to fall, and they will find him. It's MTD. Going to try and make some magic happen here on his own, but I can't see it happening, though he's still going to try by himself. Mark, no step charges, trying to get his way out, is eventually going to go down. Now, I suppose that is some sort of magic, John, because he did go 1v4 in that circumstance and they just ran from the gun. Which is to be, you know, it is fair because it is a Timber. Isla?
It is a Timber.
Now he's in trouble. Chase is still going from MTD, but running a little bit low on mana, probably won't continue. Just leave them be. He already got the Void Spirit, so I'm sure he's happy enough.
It's still a very impactful kill onto the TA. It just... you had to bring a lot of yours to get that done. And that does provide a lot of room for Ade to just play how he wants to down bot. So the trade-offs are there. Like you suppress the TA, but your lane on your safe lane doesn't get any easier for Double King. Just because the Beastmaster really doesn't care for that matchup too much. Duster, snag, running up to try to snag a rune that isn't quite there. We'll TP out at the least, and he does manage to spot some stacks, but very hard to reach early on.
He gets a regen rune away here from MTD and EMP.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nice little pickup as well. Just astral stepping right on the spot where he needed to be able to click that one. Denying the regen rune away from MTD now. Desperately needs anything he can get though. Like, you need any advantage right now as the Void Spirit, because you look at the net worth differential between the two and it's huge. Like 1.6k net worth difference between the Timber and Void Spirit in the favor of the Timbersaw. It's not going to feel very good for the Void.
No, it doesn't feel great for the Void Spirit at all. Again, this is a pretty rough lane to begin with. So you're just going to have to try to get some activity elsewhere and make your presence known on the map. Like that movement up top, I think they need to replicate that a couple of times in any lane. Just look for the pickoffs to catch back into this game. You're already leaving Scourge McDuck alone up top, so he's susceptible to that kind of movement. They are setting their sights elsewhere, kind of focusing on stacking up down bot, shoving in with Ade. And to be fair, Ade is getting a free time just going for the objective. There's nothing coming out from Double King. He's just focusing in on his own farm as well with the Empower. So you have a free ride into a free bot tier 1, which starts to open up the map in a big way, especially with a Beastmaster. With your Hawk Vision, you can start to contest farm. They will TP. They will take the gate through at the least.
Be a big team fight to break out bottom lane, but they don't know MTD's around. This Timber
Ooh.
could cause a lot of havoc because they've got Double King down, and now Mark needs a way out. Will step away, but MTD's not done. He wants more, almost taking down Duster, but not quite enough damage is there to secure the killers. Now they'll turn back in onto aid. They do find the Beastmaster, even cycloning up the Timbersaw now. MTD just chain away. He's not quite as tanky, but now with the reactive armor stacks, he is getting there as he does actually heal up. But it still surely should not be enough. MTD finally going down. And Cedar doing some fantastic work here down to the bottom lane. They find 2 for 1, getting a bit of revenge here for their Magnus. And a big pick off onto the mid Timber.
That's what we need to see. Just aggression coming out. They can bring the numbers to bear. They've got really impactful spots, although have to be a bit cautious here.
But they do. Isla still trying to fight. Mark is still around, finding the Beastmaster once again with the Aether Remnant. And it doesn't seem like he's going to quite survive here as he does go down. The cut trying to get in there to trade something, but C-Dub is right out.
Just running a bit too far forward. You don't have your roar ready here on your Beastmaster, so maybe a bit optimistic to get that chase down going. And the punishment is severe from the side of C-Dub. Like, it's starting to ramp up. They've equalized the game. Less than 1k network lead for the cut. Not a big amount by any means. This is space for Scourge McDuck. He has cleared out a few stacks in the triangle. Does have his Dragonlance working onto that Deso. So the key timing for the TA is still lined up. You will have to play around that very well. You know, just get your Deso up, go into the Roshan, or look for a pickoff into Roche. Kind of get rolling from there. And you have to be a bit cautious about losing momentum on Ade. He is going for the full Aura build Beastmaster, so not going for some like the early Ags here. I mean, the pipe is going to be really impactful up against the Oracle, plus to an extent the Kotl and the Brewmaster. But again, you don't have that frontlining capability where you're just fine running in first. You have to be, again, a little bit weary of that. Top gets taken here by the side of C-Dub. Bot still stands as Ade is, again, not in that area. So you have a little bit of an advantage coming out for C-Dub in terms of map control. Really good wards coming out from them as well. Even these wards are right around at the gate, just ensuring that they've got security here in case any movement comes across the map. And it's the Cut's turn to kind of play inactive, which, again, it's not too bad for C-Dub for them to get a lot of room like this. You're getting the build-up you want. You're catching up after some rough lanes here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's bit of a catch up here. I mean, the net worth's very even between these two teams, I've got to say. Like, props to C-Dub. Considering that they lost practically every lane, but the fact that they've been able to fight back so effectively is quite impressive. Cut probably not going to be too happy with the way this game's gone so far. Like, such a dominant start into what we're at now. Mind you, they are still finding plenty of farm in their cores. That's kind of the thing. Like, you might be losing a couple of these engagements, but you look back at Scourge McDuck on the TA, and he's getting to that point where he's going to start really escalating in terms of the net worth board. Mind you, Double King is doing a pretty damn good job himself in the Magnus. Second in net worth only to MTD. Does have the full Echo Saber now going into the Harpoon, of course, and it's the standard build-up for the Magnuses right now. Should feel pretty good to start getting involved even more as the Mag once you have the Harpoon up, because it just seems to be the item, right? Like, this item, you get it up, and there's just so much utility now on the Mag. Like, you've basically got Horn Toss on steroids once the Harpoon's available.
Pretty much. The fact that you get put in front of the Harpoon here is also pretty big, just to get the Fury Skewers. They are going out to find Scourge McDuck here all by himself.
Scourge McDuck. They move in. Rather, they move in onto him. The TA is in big trouble. Scourge, no way out, it looks like, as Isla just continuing to go, but the heals are there. Scourge McDuck, he's going to pop the refraction. He's all right. Duster still trying for Scourge. I don't believe he has enough, but he's still desperately trying. And now Isla trying to run. Not gonna make it, I don't think, John. He's been slowed up completely. He is just dead. That is a problem. They were so close to getting this kill on the TA, but eventually the cut, they group up and they push back.
He just didn't have enough. That was the perfect timing as well. Refraction down for quite a few seconds. They had the sentry preemptively drop there from Duster, and it's just not enough. You don't have enough output on that Brewmaster early on, and well, your Brewlings are also really susceptible. He had to pop out of that Brew farm early just to not die with one Brewling remaining, and there's just no counterplay. Had to false promise yourself as well for Duster. You needed more heroes. If you had Mark around in that kind of movement, it would have paid off. But again, they're maybe trying to play a little bit greedier, just rotating as two, and well, they get punished. The Cut find themselves a nice set of kills. Scourge McDuck, I mean, his Deso is within reach now. They'll smoke us 3 this time. That should be enough, but you don't have the split. You don't have Isla around for this one.
Smoke up. Ade. He's had a bit of a rough start to this game on the Beastmaster, and once again, he's going to be rooted up in place by the Fortune's End, but the Aether Remnant does not connect. Nevertheless, they'll secure the kill anyway. So we are going to have a quick pause out from Isla. Discord issues, apparently, so that gets resolved rather quickly, but well, so far, it does still feel like the Cut are in the lead of this game, even if we are 7-7 with the 1k advantage their way. Like, it doesn't really feel like a big gap, but the big issue I'm worried about personally for their sake, John, is this TA. Even if you've got the mag, like this TA with refraction up, you know, all that damage your mag's dealing, it may not feel very good.
No. Yeah, again, you don't have the best burn for it. Outside of maybe just dispelling on the Brewmaster. That's basically it. Or just putting him up in the air with a Hurricane, I suppose. But again, it doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. Because if you put the TA up, the Timbersaw is free to dance around. MTD already full Kaya Sanj. They've got the full pipe ready as well, coming out here from Ade. So you have a lot of durability to play with. And now, that's the time we were looking for from Scourge McDuck. Desolator up. It's time to look for the pickoff into Roshan. And, you know, once you take Roshan as TA, it feels like you just snowballed so damn hard. You take objectives, you're not worried too much about being in front. At the least, you have the Crimson Guard up for Isla. So you have some block for the physical output. But here comes the smoke play from the Cut.
Absolutely, they'll head up towards the north. Double King, I mean, he might be moving to that area. They're just patiently waiting for someone to show up. And Double King, he's going to kind of walk right into the trap. Hear him. Does get the gaze off. Mystic Flare committed immediately. He's still just trying to fight this one out, but cannot do it. TPs were there from C-Dub, but it just all happens too quickly with the gaze of Mystic Flare. No time to react, and that's a very, very big pick-off here for the Cut.
Yeah, so that's what we needed them to do. They slow down the Magnus just a little bit more. They buy out space by dragging all these heroes for the TPN. Response just a little bit too slow out from C-Dub. And the side of the Cut, they get to rest easy. Again, 2k up, 7-8. Still buying all the space in the world for Scourge McDuck. They did pop their support ults, but it's not the biggest deal in the world. You still have Roar available if something does break out coming in time soon. MTD can just look for this push down mid. It's just not much to stop him. Again, we've had the Magnus Harpoon at very least, but again, not able to play aggressive with it just yet. Timing for that should be coming out soon. Like, we've got to see them make some plays now, or at least we've got to see a willingness from Double King to show up. But another 3-man smoke on the same heroes.
They've got the combo ready again, John. Mystic Flare low cooldown. They could just go whenever they want. And look who they found. It's going to be Double King, who actually didn't skewer onto the low ground. So they actually had an opportunity. Nevertheless, he will escape this time around. Had the Cut found him a second time, you'd start to feel really bad as the Magnus. At least he gets out this time.
Yeah, he did have the Watcher to give him some information there. So does manage to back off of that at the very least. Still, that is, you know, you're being suppressed in the mag heavily. Whereas, in comparison, the Scourge McDuck is just free. No one's chasing him. No one's looking for that. They find Empyrean at the least. They find a Lich for their efforts, but not the hero you really want to kill.
Yeah.
You have to handle Scourge McDuck somehow. You have to stop this guy from farming in this area, but you just can't reach in. Like, the bot tier 1 still standing is a massive issue for C-Dub.
Yeah, it's a massive farm coming out of the TA, and it's kind of the classic TA gameplay, right? You just disappear in the jungle, you farm, you farm, you farm, and then you eventually come out and start one-hitting people. Blink Deso's up, Dragonlance is up, even the Orb of Destruction is up. All he really wants right now, I think, is the TA is the BKB, and he does just queue it up now. Once the BKB is up, that's around your queue to go. It's up to C-Dub really to try and stop this from happening. So they are going to smoke up, move in. They found the Beastmaster again. Arde's been caught, and eventually they will catch him. Arde is down. Not a nice pick off onto the Beastmaster, but the thing is that's the only person they're really finding. And while it is a good pick off, like the TA is your real problem. That's the one you've really got to be worried about.
Yeah, it's still the Scourge McDuck show. Heck, even MTD is just getting a little bit too free of a pass here on the Timbersaw. Already has the plate mail up. Into the Shiva as he goes. And mitigating a lot of physical output that you're trying to do here on C-Dub's end. Oh.
The jump in is there. Silence is out. They've got the Panda held down as the Gaze out as well. Double King actually RPing the Skyrath Mage. Does take him out to boot as Empyrean. He's going to try to run. C-Dub going to be out to hold him down with the Cyclone. But in comes the Cavalry. Scourge McDuck, he's going to show up now in the TA. That's probably the guy you really don't want to deal with right now. So Mark steps away. He's going to be just fine. The chase is on for Duster instead. Oracle, False Promise immediately out, realizing he probably will just die to the Meld Strike. Meanwhile, Double King is on to Empyrean, does get the kill, but now he's in danger. He'll try to run with the Crimson Guard out. He's barely surviving, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be for much longer, as he is gone. And now the cut, they want a bit more. Isla being chased down, though. He's evading a lot of attacks here by our TA. But it's not going to matter, I don't think, because the Chakram and the chains are there. They'll take him out. They find Duster in the end. And it's a 4-man wipe from the cut. C-Dub, it was such a prolonged team fight. And again, against this TA, they just didn't have an answer. So Scourge McDuck, he just had free reign. He was just hitting whoever the hell he wanted.
Yeah, the disarms kind of stall out a little bit, but just doesn't do enough. And now that should be the Rorschachs that we were looking for here from the cut. They take the team fight. They've got all the minus armor in the world, double meld stacking on this as well. So it's not going to be too long to kind of take care of this objective. The side of C-Dub, I mean, it just kind of falls apart when you don't get this good RP going on Double King. Like RPing a Skyrath Mage, it's not the hero you want to take down. It really isn't. Like, you don't even need your RP for this guy, but they don't manage to catch anything else. They don't even manage to clip Empyrean. He gets a little bit more disruptiveness in these fights with the Glimmer Capes as well, and the Sinister Gazes. And it just doesn't line up for C-Dub. Again, this is a consequence of the draft for C-Dub. It is very execution heavy, whereas for the cut, it's just kind of run in, survive, and just gun them down with the TA. You don't need as much coordination coming out. Your combinations are fairly straightforward. And it's just going to feel even easier now with the secondary life up and Scourge McDuck.
Chase onto Isla again. MTD not done yet. They will get the Ancient Seal, but they won't have the capability of locking down the Brewmaster, so he's going to be just fine to get out. Tier 2 bottom tower. It's the focus now by the cut. Should go down fairly easily, I think, as we'll focus it down. No real contest here. They'll get it for free. The thing is, now you're, what, 600 gold away from having the BKB up on Scourge McDuck? Things are getting even more challenging.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
See it up. Not out of this game by any stretch, but they do need a good team fight, that's for sure. Because feels like we haven't seen a good team fight in a while from the boys at the very least. Like they're kind of always finding a way to find good trades.
Radiant's middle tower.
They are. Again, for C-Dub.
Uh-oh. Speaking of good trades, I mean, Duster's here to try and save Mark. Mark actually going for the fight, realizing it's probably not that easy to escape. And in fact, Duster actually just goes through the twin gates. He actually makes it out for now and has TP'd back towards the fountain. So somehow, both of them get out of that scenario.
They're not the best lockdown coming here from the cut. They only really have the Roar to play with. And I guess the gaze, but it certainly isn't enough to pin down some of these more slippery heroes. Still, Scourge McDuck just shoving in top for free. Top tier 1 gone. They can start pressuring onto those tier 2s. I believe that is the BKB coming out now as well for RTA. So Scourge McDuck, even more security on that hero. Yeah, just a tier 2 going down for free. Still a lot of time in that Aegis as well. So you can even think about knocking on to the high ground, which they will.
I think they may. Yeah, BKB up. Aegis up. No reason to back off.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And as we know with the TA with the Deso, it's a pretty fast process. Core tower has to do with -9 armor, thanks to the orb of destruction on top. At least they aren't going to stretch it too far. You know, they'll back for a little bit, maybe look for a bit of a team fight before they go high ground again, and they might have their wishes answered pretty soon. See it up, they know exactly where they are at the moment, right? It's pretty obvious they're occupying the Radiant Triangle. My question was going to be whether they'd smoke up and try to force a fight around that area, but obviously with the Aegis up, they won't bother. Probably be exactly what the cut would want anyway, is to move into that area and try to force a fight here against, you know, the dire end of things. But instead, I guess for the cut, like, they're probably just going to go T3 tower again. They see the split happening. There's only a Brewmaster here to defend. Now Duster shows up as well, but everyone else has to walk the old-fashioned way. And as soon as they see people retreating, they'll back off again into the triangle.
I like this conservative in and out coming out from the cut. Just not giving any opportunities. They know the high ground fight can be pretty tough with a Blink RP ready to go on Double King. They respect that. Just stand back, play where they have vision. Maybe look for a pickoff if someone overextends here, and yeah, no rush. It's still a full minute in that Aegis too. Someone steps up, they are very, very dead. Have to be cautious.
See it up. I mean, they're going to remain grouped up. That's pretty much the only thing you can do right now. They'll let Mark just go ahead and farm across the map. Push out the top lane and just try to force them back on the cuts end of things. But see it up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Seekers 4. Make sure they don't get caught out one by one. Because if they do get caught, even just one hero can make it so high ground is open for the cut. They are going to jump into the Brewmaster. Be gone, looking to back off. But no, he gets an Ancient Seal off from the Magnus. Double King though. He was roared, but he got a false promise to purge that one off. The Scourge McDuck, he's going to get skewered back into the arms of Seedup. And that's the Aegis gone. That's a good start here for Seedup. See if they can keep things going. Scourge, he's got his BKB available, so he'll just turn right back onto the Magnus. The Glimmer Cape making it a little bit hard as Double King. He'll throw the RP up, but does not get the skewer onto the TA. Just trying to get back himself. There's another very prolonged team fight happening here. But it seems like the Cut may need to back their way out. It's a 3v5 scenario, not in favor of the cut, as now Seedup looking to continuously fight back, have found Ade, and with the skewer back, he's going to be dragged into the Radiant base, rather just near it. But the team fight just continues. MTD still going, at least gets Duster on the Oracle. But, chain, high ground, is there. Mark, in fact, getting baited by MTD, is going to go down. And it was looking like a really strong fight for Seedup to start, but with those 2 deaths, it seems like MTD can just keep going. And he will try. Scourge McDuck can actually not hit a Meld Strike on Isla to save his life. Every single one evades. It's Double King now.
Oh boy, what? What back?
Yeah. You kind of saw that happening
back.
as soon as you saw the harpoon. That was a dieback. Was it? No buyback available, but not a dieback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this Duster bought back at the least. So it's still pretty punishing from the cut. Like the RP again isn't the cleanest. They have to save it for the secondary life. The skewer back doesn't come true. And again, it's just harder to execute on Seedup. You have to coordinate with when you use that split, who you isolate, who you focus down first. Whereas for the cut, they can kind of take it however they want to. They just run in, they get the silence roar, just individually try to burst someone down. As long as you kind of focus your damage onto one first, then it's pretty easy to clean up.
Mark's gone in on his own here. Scourge McDuck still has his BKB up once and again, so he will back off for now. Imperium's going to actually tank the gank here for the team. Meanwhile, Raw towards the south. Ade's trying to go in. He's found Duster on the Oracle, but the false promise is going to keep Duster completely fine as Mark now being targeted is in danger. Not dead yet, but does eventually go down. Isla finally popping the split to try and disengage from this fight. Buying Duster a little bit more time, but Duster's still in danger as MTD gets in there once again with the Timber. Another 2 down here for Seedup. At least they haven't lost the lane of Barracks yet.
I mean, the high ground holds steady. You did get a die back in Duster, probably not the biggest deal in the world on the support, but you have that opportunity now. And you've still got the damage ready to go on Scourge McDuck. You don't have the security of Aegis, so that's where things are a little bit funky. And the Crimson Guard has been doing a good job installing on these sieges. Like, every single time Isla's around to pop that, it just stops any progression from the cut. It will back off fully now. Just maybe go for a reset, wait for the next Roshan. We'll see that respawn fairly shortly here, as those fights took so long. That Roche timer is about to come back up. Do you have the full BKB up on Mark? So it's a little bit easier for the Void Spirit to stand up front. You're getting less and less scared of that Ancient Seal from B-God. And the impact of that is not going to be as big with all the BKBs starting to show up here. But if you can still like catch with Roar into Ancient Seal with the damage, then your combination still holds on the cut. You just have to start with Roar first before BKB's up. And then you can clean up from that point forward. C-Dub, they need to coordinate together. You know, it's still the same issue. You got to try to maximize your RP, maximize your Bruling split, and it's just a lot harder to do that in comparison to what the cut can do.
Absolutely, it's definitely not a fun position right now for C-Dub. Roshan going to be the next big objective for the cut. Second Roshan of the game. Still about a minute and a half away though. So C-Dub, they do have time to try and prep for this. It's just, how do you prep? Like, all you can do is be in position. Be ready to go whenever. They are grouping up, so they might assume that Roshan may have already started, if not beginning to start. So they'll head their way over to the Roshan pit. You got all the spells to play with. Nothing is unavailable right now. The cut, they are actually sneaking around through the bottom lane. This could be a very nasty maneuver from the cut if C-Dub do get caught with their pants down, but they are going to see Imperium kind of walking through the bottom lane, so they know that perhaps the whole team is down towards the south. Duster trying to get some vision down, is going to see RA, but the Roar is out immediately onto the Oracle. Problem is there's no backup. There's no burst damage, or maybe Duster, he's still gone. They could not save him. Double King is also going to drop mid-skewer attempt. He is gone. They're just going for more. Isla being chased. Going to be slowed up. Plenty of traps available around this area. He will try to run through the twin gates. Needs a couple seconds, but they have the cancel with Empyrean. Meanwhile, Mark still trying to fight, but he's out of Astral Step charges. He's in pretty big trouble now. Simulate is there. He will at least get himself out to the high ground of the Radiant base. But the cut, they might just go for the high ground attempt now.
Yeah, they got the big kills. They force out the RP. C-Dub, they go all in to get that catch. They drag Empyrean into a very clumped up position. So he got a very good Chain Frost out. Like that was not the skewer back play you wanted to see there. Or at least not the skewer back target you wanted. Dragging the Lich in a position to get that good spell use out. And sure, they respawn fairly quick, so high ground doesn't start, but Roshan is still set to fall. At the least, from their position, the cut can't reach into this double damage rune to speed up the process. Nevertheless, this shouldn't take too long, this Roshan. We've still got the output here. It is Roche with a cheese, of course, on number 2. So you've got basically a reset here for MTD to play with. And again, just no contestation. No RP for quite a fair bit of time. They just have to go out, get some map space while they can on C-Dub and try to kind of build up.
Well, there's your Aegis up now. Cheese available on the Timber. TP's top lane. They know C-Dub might be around that area because they were pushing out the top wave. They will address the top lane And I suppose you just push through it as well, though they are connecting quite nicely here. MTD actually pincering them in. They can't see the timber quite yet. Furion also moving in. Might be able to set up as MTD finds the Brewmaster. There's going to be a Mystic Flare out. It doesn't kill off the Brewmaster quite yet because the Glimmer Cape was there, but just look at him melt. He recombines with himself. It just doesn't matter though. So dominant with the jump in. And these Brewlings now, they are just not lasting.
They're just way too soft. You need your level 20 talent to be up. Even if you have to expend Chain Frost for it, it's still worthwhile. They're using the Courier to try to bait Sanctified to get a couple of hits off.
They are Sanctified. So he is set to fall. MTD be able to pick off the Keeper of the Light. Meanwhile, Skewerback has actually caught Scourge McDuck in the Radiant base, so he's gone first time.
What?
Yeah, he's lost the Aegis. He's pretty deep because there's another Skewer available.
What?
Oh, Scourge is caught. He is down. And they got way too confident. Way too confident. I mean, they chase Sanctified on the Coddle. But then Scourge and Beagle, they just move up to the high ground on their own.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. You can see the my bad from Scourge McDuck just not focusing as to where his team was focused. You know, they set their sights elsewhere and still push up. They get punished for it. And now that high ground push stalled out again. We might have to wait for that next Roche in around 7 minutes, perhaps. It's going to be back up. We'll see when the timer is up in 6 minutes. And the cut. They've been doing great, but, you know, it's small lapses here and there that allows Seedup to stay in this game. They're still far behind, but the 14K at 36 minutes is rough. At the same time, you're not too far behind on Double King and Mark. The only hero that's really suffering is Isla on that Brewmaster, and even then, he's also just rushing the refresh to have even more impact here, which is still set to happen.
Sanctified, gonna go down again. They really enjoy going after this guy, apparently, as Isla's gonna show up. TD gonna be targeted. Chain Frost is there from Imperium, bouncing all over the place. Isla barely able to get the split off in time, but he's gonna be just fine to get it off. And now the fight can continue as Ade has been caught. MTD is forced to jump in and try and help out. The Beastmaster, though, should just drop. And eventually they will have their way with him. There's now the skill back from Double King. MTD being dragged underneath the tier 4 towers. Another very split up team fight from the cut. MTD able to get out. Duster finally going down. But now B-God's in trouble. As if they will pick off the Skywrath. He'll get tipped here by Duster. Isla's still being chased by MTD, does eventually go down. The hole down the timber with the Nullifier and the Aether Remnant, but here comes Scourge McDuck. He's back into the team fight, but sees the buyback from Duster, and that's going to be enough. They retreat.
What is happening? It's a lot of deep dives from the side of the cut. Feeling a little bit too confident, you know? Feeling themselves just a bit, but they do back off in the nick of time. Respawns aren't too far off. And again, probably next play is either Roshan or just winning a team fight into high ground. Roshan's probably the safer bet. They should just play together, because the moment they start getting a little bit too cheeky, again, you're not completely out of it on this Magnus, on this Void Spirit. Your high ground defense is pretty damn good with a Magnus on hand. Double King already has that AC, so your physical output on your TA is starting to take a hit now. And it's already been taking hits with the Crimson Guard up. But the AC does make matters a little bit worse here for that burst play. So you have to respect it on the cut. C-Dub, if they keep getting dived like that and they keep finding the punishment, I mean, they're not out of it. You know, high ground's still intact for some reason. Yeah, they can still play this game.
They can. 13k advantage, but 40 minutes in, like 13k may not feel too big. C-Dub. You've got that Harpin skill play into the tier 4s and the fountain that's always available for you. The cut. I mean, it feels like this game should have been over like maybe 10 minutes ago, but just a couple errors have been costing them that early victory. As MTD again are going to be chasing down the Void Spirit. Not going to be able to hold him down, obviously, as the Void Spirit is a very slippery hero. But it seems like the cut are going to go once again as 5 this time, which is I think what's been lacking is just going as a team. And now they'll have their opportunity to try again.
Yep.
If they commit. Which they won't.
Maybe look for that pick off if possible. Or again, just wait for the next rush, 2.5 minutes until we see that respawn timer. You do hit your level 25 timing here for MTD, so he does have the second shock room ready. Basically, your old Ag's up and running. More output for him on that Tim.
Is under attack.
Just need to coordinate. There's a lot of space coming out for C-Dub. They're playing up top. They've got room there for Double King, no contestation, no fear in the world. Being punished too hard as long as they don't shove in the tower. And the side of the cut. Just hang around waiting. One man smoke for B-God. See what he gets up to here.
Blessings. Dire structures are
Trying to catch out somebody, I'm sure.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So again, jump is there, MTD. Trying to find anybody but the Void Spirit, really. It's the one target you can't lock down. Not getting very lucky with it, so that'll be about it for him. Getting to that point as well, like this Magnus is farming a Satanic up now. Like Double King, he is caught up quite effectively when you compare him to Scourge McDuck. Like Scourge McDuck is kind of peaking at the moment. Practically 6 slotted, can get rid of the boots, the treads, but apart from that, he's almost there, you know? It feels like this Magnus might have a little bit of time, a few more opportunities to try and scale up more.
Yeah, for sure. You've always got the threat with RP. Like it does not get that much easier for the cut as the game scales on, but it gets much easier for C-Dub once they've got the tools on hand. The pressure's on the cut
Bottom tower is under
to kind of end this one.
Radiant's bottom
They at least start to, well, the creeps get the job done. Tier 3 falls down bot, but again, not reaching in for the high ground just yet. Needing that Aegis. So much space for C-Dub here.
It's pushing the top tier 2 tower, like while this bot racks is just not being taken. They lose the tier 2 top. C-Dub successfully keeping this game going. So the cut have just resorted to farming the Radiant jungle instead.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Even the top tier 3 is being forced in, but a Hex is out from MTD. Mark will just simulate, but the chase is on. He'll go for the TP attempt out. The BKB will keep him safe. MTD cannot deal damage through it. And Mark, I mean, he's made a lot of space. They won't have the opportunity to try and push in through the bottom lane. And knowing that MTD TP'd up top, they are going to try and look around, see if anyone is remaining in the Radiant jungle, but everyone has left the building. The cut have gone back for Roshan, believe it or not. Here we go. Third Roshan of the game. Aghanim Scepter coming up. I think they probably will just hand that over to Scourge McDuck for the psionic projection. See if this can make the change they're looking for.
Yeah, this should lead to more ways to jump in and out for Scourge McDuck, more ways for him to bail out with the BKB. And he will just eat it, so there you go, psionic projection ready to go. And they can kind of deal with that split push as well, as long as they get the traps out. So now it's just all about the angles here, the cut. I mean, they've got 2 cheeses, Mike. They've got Aegis. Surely this is the high ground as a team. No splitting around, no faffing about here.
Time to go here for the cut. Mid lane, the push is incoming. The cut, you just got to decide what lane you want to go through. But you could also take the option of just farming and just gaining a high net worth advantage, which is something we tend to see a lot in Division 2. Just generally the way to just win is just continue growing your net worth until it's just snowballed out of control, and it seems like that's what they're going to do because neither side is giving themselves, neither side is really budging. There's a 5-man smoke now. They'll head up towards the top lane where Mark was hanging about. If they can find the Void Spirit, it'd be massive. But Mark has proven to be quite slippery on the Void, so he's not going to make their life too easy. It seems like the cut, they're basically just going to start pushing out the top lane again because Mark has pushed it out.
Yeah, this is Again, you still have a lot of time in the Aegis, but it just doesn't feel good when you can't do anything with your Aegis. Like, you're running around, you're chasing shadows right now on the side of the cut. Looks like they will opt to go through the gate as well, instead of sticking together for anything. Again, wanting to pick off more than anything else. Let's see if the angle pays off. DD pop by Scourge McDuck. So you would definitely want to get something out, but again, he doesn't have boots of travel, so he can't join his team just yet. Side of C-Dub, more than happy to play the slow game. More than happy to try to hit these timings with the Universal Heroes where they are pretty much, I would argue that they're the ultimate cores in late game just because of how the stats work. So you've always got your late game scale. Scourge may be confident now.
We'll jump in. They've already bursted down Duster. That's a great target to start on. Duster has no buyback available. In fact, that may have been his dieback, so the respawn is quite long. Mind you, he has 10 seconds left to have buyback available, so not the biggest deal in the world. Does have the gold for it, but now they've lost Mark. That's a pretty big deal. Isla's still going with the Brewlings, but has brought the Earth one back into the Radiant base, so that's going to be just fine. In goes MTD again, forcing the buybacks immediately. A nice Harpoon skewer play from Double King, though, into the RP. They are trying their best to deal with MTD, but he's surviving through it. MTD is still going, still manning up. Surely he goes down. They'll drag him into the fountain. That'll get it done. But they still have the Aegis. They still have the cheese on the cut. See if they want to try and play with this. Scourge McDuck has been left to die, it seems, as the rest of the cut are running their way out of there. And with that, Scourge, by himself, surely can't keep going. So they will even throw him into the fountain for a moment. And that's going to be another successful high ground defense from Cedar.
Yeah, they make it work. Again, they play with the relocating potential they do have on hand. And the cut, again, I mean, they don't find any objective. Just overcommit a little bit too hard. Get picked off, and well, we're back to the same old song and dance, Mikey. Except this time the threat of high ground push from C-Dub is a lot stronger. You've got the right click damage to melt these objectives. You've got 2 universal cores. This is not a fun time for the cut as we are approaching that 15-minute mark. Like, this game is just so much easier now for C-Dub. Sure, it's still a little bit down to execution, but
Oh, that's the bottom lane. Kind of just getting caught out. He's going to go down, so the Oracle down without buyback now. That was a dieback.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Mid lane is forced in by Cedar, but they aren't looking to go tier 3, I don't believe.
Middle tower
I say that, they do turn around, but EMP's going to, rather Imperium's going to be there with the Frost Shield to make life much more challenging in terms of taking those structures. And the bottom lane's been forced in, so somebody's going to address that. Isla will rotate to make that happen. And, you know, the one thing that's been
Dire's top tower
glaring in these recent high ground attempts here from the cut is it does feel like they're diving a little bit deep, aren't they, John? You know, it's
they
just,
are.
They saw 2 buybacks, but MTD just kept going. Which, mind you, he is very strong right now. But had you just backed off and reinitiated with a reset, that may have just been a completely different team fight.
For sure. If you just had a little bit more patience from the side of cut, you know, not going for these really quirky fights. I think that's been the story of this game, really, as that's where we see the cut kind of falter. Because they've had this lead for a while, and it's not just the high ground sometimes. They split off in the map, and they still keep going like they're 5 on these fragmented fights. You have to respect your opponent a little bit more here. At the least, you've got the refresh ready on Ada, so double roar is ready. And you've got the Ags up and running on B-God, so double Ancient Seal. You do get a lot of Shield with Sign stacks with this. So we'll see how far B-God can kind of just sit back and do what he has to do here on that Skywrath Mage.
Cedar, 18k behind. Nowhere near out of this game. Double King. These skewer backs have been fantastic from him on the mag. I imagine there'll be a respect ban on the mag next game, I'm sure. This Magnus has just made it impossible to try and push high ground here for the cut. I do wonder as well, are they waiting for the next Roshan now? Like, it's... How much more can you wait for here as the cut? Like, this TA is massive. She's working on the side at the Vice now, so you're gonna have a 7-slotted TA basically. Meanwhile, the cut almost getting caught out again, but they will escape this time. MTD will blink after the harpoon, and that'll do the trick. That's another way to make the harpoon even more balanced, John. Just make it do damage when it connects.
You're a sick man, Mike.
I haven't built this item once yet. This harpoon
Really?
item. I've
You've not
built
been
it
playing
once.
like off-lane universal type? It's actually really fun. I've been enjoying it.
No,
been fun.
No, I haven't, John.
You should give it a shot. You should
I
give it a
should.
shot. Mike, playing Magnus is actually really fun right now, especially in Turbo. It's actually kind of unfair in Turbo, I will say. I've had a lot of lanes where the enemy course like 0-8 by 9, and like maybe I'm going a bit too hard. You know, but it's Dota. You know, you never go easy, Mike. Even in
That's
Turbo.
right. That is right, John. Geez, I think I saw on Reddit there was a big thread about introducing ranked to Turbo. And I was like, do you guys really want to have ranked in
I don't
Turbo?
want that.
Like,
It's not real Dota. I mean, it's Dota, but it's very like the macroeconomic game is so simplified because of how it is with the economy, with how it's a faster Dota. So the economy management isn't there. It should not have that, I don't think. I'm pretty sure there's hidden MMR anyway.
oh, nice
Ooh.
4-star. Let's get
Hell
away.
yeah.
TD gonna show up. They want the fight with C-Dub. Like there's a lot of buybacks kind of lacking here for C-Dub right now. But hold on a minute, they found Scourge McDuck. RP committed. Scourge being caught by himself, but he got the BKB off in time. He's gonna be alright to blink back out and reinitiate. MTD coming in to help out now. Scourge still getting controlled up here by the side of C-Dub, but he's looking to try and fight back. They've lost Imperium, they've lost Beacon, they've lost Scourge McDuck now. This is not looking like the team fight the Cart wanted. They will lose RA as well. An ultra kill for Mark. Looking for a rampage, but MTD is going to BKB TP out. He will deny the rampage away. A massive team fight again for C-Dub. And John, the Cart, for what seems like the third or fourth time in a row, just getting caught by themselves. Just split up. 51 minutes into the game. And this time they're going to lose Roshan out of this.
It's a big take for the side of C-Dub. Free Ags coming out here. Could be pretty big for Double King, honestly, with a Horn Toss. Or even just a Primal Companion. Wouldn't be too bad here as well for Isla. Heck, even a Will-O-Wisp for Sanctified. So the Ag's going to be really impactful. Again, for the cut, they needed to play faster, man. They needed to like siege high ground like 10, 20 minutes ago. Honestly, 20 minutes ago is probably the closer timing there. As this game is just harder and harder as it scales on. Like you have a Magnus, you have a Void Spirit, Universal type, they have a lot of output. With Empower up, the team fights get a lot easier for C-Dub. The cut, they sit in their hands a bit, they run around, they get picked off, and C-Dub are just able to punish a lot better. Once this high ground push begins, I don't know how the cut stops it. Their own high ground defense isn't as great as C-Dub's. You basically just have the double chakrams to really buy you some time, but that's pretty much it here.
Yeah, this is a really awkward scenario now for the Cart, as their Torment is just going to get deleted by C-Dub. Mark will pick up his shards now of the Void Spirit, and I don't know, like this game is getting rather spicy. 52.5 minutes in. C-Dub looking pretty damn good. Net worth lead down to 2k. So a very even game between the two teams. And win probability for the first time in what feels like forever is the way of C-Dub. 64% their way, in fact. Cut. Let's see what they do about it. They're going to smoke up as 5. And every time it feels like they've kind of squandered because they just got caught by themselves. It's just the strength in numbers here, and it's going to be a counter smoke now. A 5-man smoke from C-Dub coming in. They're going to head towards the mid lane. The cut have run towards a Radiant Triangle to hold that high ground area. C-Dub will basically do the same in the Diet Triangle. You are in a position where you can push the bot T3 tower if you want. Like, you've got a creep wave there.
Middle tower is under attack.
And they are going to try for this, but you don't have the same option for the cut. They don't have any creep waves nearby the Radiant base, so
Are scanning.
C-Dub could take the opportunity, but it seems like they haven't quite realized
Bottom tower
that the cut are hanging around the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, they're
Radiant's middle tower.
they need to
Dire's
get
bottom
something
tower
done.
is
Like,
under
surely this is
attack.
an indication. Heck, even if you don't know where the cut's at,
Well,
get their
double
eye
king.
down.
He's found MTD. Side device is there. Are they trying to
Oh,
move in and
boy.
help out? But the RP's out. Double king found both of them. MTD, he's somehow still alive though. Chains away. Arne's the one to go down. But the Ags of MTD kept him alive with that shield. And they threw everything with the kitchen sink at him and he still just wouldn't die. Nice blink out from Scourge McDuck. Though he's still being thrown around here by the side of C-Dub, forcing the BKB up from the TA. Isla almost going down. He's going to morph back into the one unit. MTD moving in, trying to get some kills going, trying to set up something for his side. But now the Nullifier holding him down as they will cyclone him up. Double King. Oh, he's been chased down by the cut, but he's fine to skewer out. They may be able to re-engage again. He kind of revealing himself, but it's the last target they want to jump on is the Timber. But this guy is just proving to be way too tanky. Anybody else is a great target, but there's the skewer again. Double King, he's going to try another time up to MTD. Nullifier out, but the roar is there from Arde. False promise out. Refresh. Everything being committed. But who's actually winning the fight? They're all just kind of getting away from each other as now Arde goes down. There goes your Beastmaster. Scourge McDuck trying to run. B-God gets caught in the Skywrath. Imperium is in trouble as well. He's gone. Buyback's committed though. The Scourge McDuck, he's the big one. He will buy back to boot. MTD, the unkillable Timbersaw right now, still being tossed around the fight, but they cannot kill him. Instead, they'll go back in for a dieback onto Empyrean. Back onto B-God now. The Skywrath is gone. 2 buybacks, or rather diebacks on the side of the cut, and suddenly C-Dub are going high ground.
Oh,
Harpoon is there. Skewer could not come out. The Double King was silenced. MTD going to be fine, but they've got to try and find a way to defend this Rax. It's MTD going to be targeted again. Instead, though, you'd love to start on the TA, but Scourge McDuck gets the BKB off, and oh, Double King's down now. Oh, boy. I mean, at least he got the bottom Rax before he went down, but I'll tell you what, John, it felt like they could have just gone for the Megas. They are still going to try. It's still 4v2.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
There's your mid-Rax
Just-
going down.
Dire's middle barracks.
it's a little bit reckless from both sides, Mikey. Getting hasty.
It is.
Dire's top tower is under
TD jumping in again, trying to stop the Mega Creeps from incoming. They've got to buy so much time, though. Not the easiest of tasks, especially against a Brewmaster who can just keep cycloning up this TA. Just having a hero not exist for that long is not very good when you're trying to defend high ground 2v4. Step in, Mark, gonna try again for Scourge McDuck, does get aside the Vice off. MTD, though, is just holding everyone back. Nobody allowed through to this top Rax. They are still trying to deal with the man, but Duster gets out, at least for now. Isla refreshes, has Primal Split again, gets silenced up though. Ada is there with the Roar, but they just don't have the damage. Isla, he's gonna Primal Split again. Scourge McDuck being cycled up as Isla's just going right for the top Racks. He wants the Megas, but he can't do it on his own, I don't think, John. He may have sacked his life here, but no, he actually got one of them out. Never mind.
Radiant's top barracks are
He's
under
fine. You always forget about the Storm, Bruley.
Yeah, just sneaks away. And the side of the cut, well, they're hanging in here, Mike, but the output left on Scourge McDuck, it's just not high enough. And the TA has a little bit of a timer in comparison to the Void Spirit and to the Magnus. It's just harder to pull these fights off now. You've just taken too long. Your physical output isn't there. These drawn-out fights still favor your Timbersaw to a certain extent, for sure. Like, your output's still there on this Tim, but it takes way too long. You're not getting enough damage out in your support side, or You went full aura carrier on Ade, so he doesn't have anything like the Ags. You just lacked impact. You lack that burst. There's no easy way for Scourge Mukduk to correct that either. Again, maybe you sell your treads, as you mentioned. Just go for some, like, say, a Daedalus, but it's also a little bit of a tall order. They'll try onto the high ground here to cut. Please poke it a bit.
So now the X coming up on Sanctified. Will-O-Wisp is going to be available for this game. Looks like we might actually have the tier 5 items coming out any moment now. 40 seconds away. Lines
Why do you
being
have to
drawn out
say
from
that,
C-Dub
Mike?
though. Well, I mean,
never gonna come
surely,
out.
John. I mean, we're too close
No.
to it not coming.
Won't come out now. Thank you, Mike. Now I'm disappointed.
I'm pretty sure we're good. I think we're safe.
No. You watch the cut, just call GG. Well, just call it. Like, oh, I know what Michael Phoenix says. He's a pretty dumb guy. Let's make him look dumber. Let's call it now. Go
Radiant
next.
are scanning.
Just for you, Mike.
Here we go, John. Look at this. They're waiting. 60 minutes about to hit. Scourge is already waiting.
They're not
for
waiting
it.
here at top. They're going for the Megas.
But they are. Smart play from C-Dub. There goes the range racks. There goes the melee barracks. The cut. They are now up against Mega Creeps. But they are not out of the game. And look at that, Jonathan. Stygian and Desolator up for a TA. That's what you want to see.
That is what you want to see. It could help with a lot of things. More damage, to minus armor, of course. Help soften up. I don't think it's still enough burst damage on hand to TA. Like, it does feel like you need a crit or something here on this Templar Assassin. You need a Daedalus. Like, you probably just drop the power treads, honestly, with a Swift Link up. But yeah, you have to deal with it. You need something, because the durability is just through the roof right now for the side of C-Dub. Even with that Stygian Desolator. All right, what else do we have? Okay, Giant's Ring out for a Beastmaster. That's fun. Look at that guy. He looks like a Gundam. He does.
No.
Outstanding.
He's a big boy. He is a big boy. Everyone
If
wants
he
a
had the
Giant's Ring.
If he had the 40k cosmetic, the Warhammer looking Beastmaster, he would just look like a Space Marine almost. That'd be pretty sick.
You like the weirdest stuff, John.
How is that weird? Okay, I get that you don't like Gundam. How is 40k weird, Mike? The hell is wrong with you? Have you not played a
What's the
40k
Space-
game?
No, I haven't actually.
Warhammer 40. Oh my! Get out of here, dude. You're exposed. You're exposed, Mike. You've outed yourself as a fake, as a normal person. Sickening.
I never
Sickening.
claimed to be special, Jonathan. I never claimed to be special. I am
Oh, that's a
painfully
good
average.
Dota. Oh, but I'm average. Oh, which one is it? Sending mixed signals here, Michael Phoenix.
Bro shots happening, John. Aghanim's Blessing going to be available. Problem is, though, the Mega Creeps are incoming and Cedar
Oh, look at this
up.
smoke. Let's
They're
go.
going right in. MTD, he's there to grant the defense, but problem is he's been RP'd. He's gone. He's got the buyback, though. He's all
They're still
right.
going for the Roche.
They are. Roshan is still happening. But the T-Force are under siege. I don't think Scourge can do this quick enough. Glyph is there. Roshan still going on. Scourge is trying to get it done. All the minus armor in the world, but it's still not down yet.
Dyer's
Meanwhile, Jonathan, Book of the Dead is up for Duster, so the Necro units are incoming. My
What
favorite.
about these items, Scourge? Don't leave the cheese. He left the cheese.
At this stage of the game, I can't quite blame him, John. Oh, but he had a backpack slot. Oh,
No, he got it now. He got a backpack slot now. I
Okay.
think he sold
okay.
something.
Divine
Okay,
Rapier
the
on the way
courier's
here,
there,
John.
but nothing sees into the pit. What are you guys doing with the couriers? There you go. Surely, pick up the cheese. Please, someone. Please, this is sad.
It's an animal party, John. It's like a zoo
It's
in the
an
roast
Animal
up at the moment.
Crossing. Haha, there we are. Another game you don't play. God damn.
No, I don't. Because I'm,
Yeah, but look at you.
I'm
Oh,
over
you're
the
too
age
cool.
of 12, John.
You're too cool for Animal Crossing. Nintendo games, they're for kids. Well, to be fair.
Gotta grow up sometime, Jonathan. You gotta grow up sometime. Oh, hold on a minute. Double Aether Remnants here, lined up. TD though, that's not the target they really wanted to catch with that little trap placed by Mark. Book of the Dead, one of those really frustrating items in these scenarios as well for the cart, right? Because like you've already got so many things to worry about, and now these necro units could just come in and finish the game whenever, you know?
Yeah. It's rough. It's rough for the cut. For C-Dub, it's just a matter of ending it now. Another smoke out.
Oh, Scourge! He's the one guy you don't want to lose right now. He's okay. Instead, they'll hex up the timber. MTD gonna be okay. As in fact, B-God's the one to go down first, but he's gonna buy back. Mark also finding Imperium, committing the buyback as well on the Lich now as they go in for more. They're onto the Ancient. They just want to finish this game, and it's over. No way to stop him. Just right to the Ancient they go. Why not?
Yeah, that
And
is
sadly
one hell of a
for
win.
sadly for the cut, John, I'll tell you, like they I don't want to say they threw that game by any stretch, but it felt like they were in a massive lead for quite a while, and they just getting picked off on their own consistently, and it really did cost them. Like, what was? I'm trying to look at what point. Yeah, they had a 30k plus advantage, I believe.
They had
15K
close
plus.
to 20. Yeah.
20 plus,
Close to 20.
and then experience advantage was 30k plus, and it's like I don't know what to tell you. Like it felt like, what was it, like 2, 3, 4 times they just split up. One of them gets caught, they can't go high ground, or they just dive too far and they get harpoon skewered.
Yeah, you don't want to say it, I'll say it. They threw that game. that's it, hands down. They make some pretty questionable plays when they had a
Holy
clear
based.
advantage. I get that the cut were, they're feeling themselves. They're ahead. They feel like, all right, we can just play around. We have control of the map. We don't need to worry too much about what C-Dub can do. But they had to understand, like the high ground, they've already seen how hard the high ground is. You can't afford to split up and try to maximize the map when C-Dub starts playing as a unit right there. And they got punished severely for it. Again, you're going late game into the Void Spirit, into the Magnus. We see the universal hero effect there with how well all of those heroes scaled. Your TA was already kind of struggling with damage early on. Not gonna lie, it was kind of rough with Crimson Guard. And it just got worse as the game goes on. Like, you don't have a built-in steroid. You have all the minus armor, sure, but you don't have a crit, so you can't really burst anyone down. And you kind of run out of item slots. The side of the cut just doesn't scale all too well. Your TA win condition. People keep thinking TA is like a good late game hero. It's very circumstantial. In a lot of circumstances, it's actually not. Right? Like it's very tempo based. It's all about like Roche taking, objective taking with a minus armor. And we saw the cut play around that really well in the first 30 minutes, but like 30 minutes plus around this point was when it started to falter for the cut, when they'd start to split up more, when the fights would kind of just get really awkward. You'd still see them win a couple of over commitments out from C-Dub, but it just started to go all in on C-Dub's favor. And again, C-Dub, they held out. They played the map really well considering their really slow starts. Like every lane was pretty rough. And they had a spectacular performance, just dragging the game late.
And of course, we do have to add an MVP over here, John. It's going to be Mark on the Void Spirit. They're doing a fantastic job this game. Just you saw every fight. Like Mark was just the leading Empyrean, was the leading B-God. Just the support's not being there. Obviously makes it very hard to take a good team fight. On top of that, John, keep in mind, this is a guy that had to go up against the Timber mid game. Mid lane, excuse me. Got pretty wrecked, as you would expect. And ultimately still came back and proved to be probably the strongest hero on his team. So, say what you will about the Void Spirit itself. This man did 70k hero damage that game, John. He did over double his Magnus. But in fact, I think if you combine everyone else's hero damage, he did more still.
And that's Void Spirit late game. You go really late, you get to build up damage, just melt heroes. To be fair, you're also playing into a Timber Saw, which can receive a lot of damage, so you have to do a lot of damage to find those kills as well, right? Like,
you know what, John?
It is kind of the back and forth there. What is it?
Had they not thrown the game, he wouldn't have time to hit Timber Saw, Jonathan.
True,
right?
true. That is a base take. Look at that. We've got really base takes here today, Mikey. It's almost like we've still got Simply 2 based here, but they're gone. What a shame. Very
They
base.
are gone. That is a shame. Regardless, we're going to head to a break, and right after that break, we're going to be back with Game 2's draft between the cut and, of course, Seed Up. We'll see you all again very soon. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 2 draft here between, of course, the side of the Cut and Seed Up. Jonathan, Game 1 goes past 60 minutes here. I mean, for the first 40 minutes, you could have sworn the Cut were going to take the Game 1 pretty easily, but Seed Up making a really nice comeback. What are you thinking for Game 2? Like, what do they need to change up to try and force us to a Game 3?
I think they've got to play as a team here on the side of the Cut. That's really the biggest issue we saw. When they had a lead, they'd split apart. It felt like a couple of fights were a little bit disconnected, and they got punished pretty severely for that. It stalled out their high ground push. They needed to play tempo with the TA, and the side of CW just go for the long haul, know that they have the scaling with their universal hero types. To be fair, I think a couple of things really stood out in the Cut. MTD had a spectacular performance. I know you mentioned T-Panda, Mr. Ricky, kind of hyped him up, but
Yeah.
honestly, I feel like he delivered. Like his Timbersaw looked pretty on point. He had a really good time. It's just down the line, it's like that's not a game for a Timbersaw to carry. You know, it's really down to probably your safe lane, and for Scourge McDuck, I mean, there's a timer in that TA. It just doesn't last that long. So
Yeah.
just understanding your timing is really the big thing for the Cut here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think MTD was really the shining star here, right, for the side of the Cut. Like I think throughout the whole game he was just playing really damn well. It became that quite literally unkillable Timbersaw most of the time. It just, you know, at the end of the day, if your team doesn't want to group up, they don't want to group up. You know, it's a problem to say the least, and it does cost them. And sometimes that conservative play as well does cost you. Like, I guess for teams in Div 2, sometimes it can be hard to get a read of how far ahead you actually are. But when you've got a 20k plus lead, it probably is time to risk it. You know, if you've got an Aegis up, you've got a Cheese up, you've got a 20k lead, and you still can't go high ground, then there's more problems than, you know, just coordination, I suppose. We'll see what they change up for Game 2. We'll see. But I think for C-Dub, it's a huge, huge win. And I mean, you know, Game 2, if they can kind of repeat the performance, maybe if they just get off to a better start, you know, it could be a much easier time for C-Dub. They won't have to go up against make the massive comeback that they just did against the Cut. And, well, we'll see. I mean, I imagine there'll be some changes in the draft upcoming very, very soon, as we are still waiting for the draft to get underway. But yeah, changes are good. Hopefully they come out here at least for the Cut, because well, I don't know if they even need changes for their draft, John. They were winning the first 40 minutes of the game.
Yeah, that's fair. I think if you don't change draft, and honestly, changing your gameplay is a little bit harder, so maybe changing the draft is the easier solution. Just if you're gonna play slow anyway, play your draft to play slower. Scale it's a little bit better. Get a couple of universal hero types in your own belt and kind of go from there. I think one thing as well is maybe ban out the Magnus. I feel like that hero is probably higher priority than even the techies right now.
Yeah.
It does scale up really fast. I think it's harder to punish in Div 2. So we'll see. As we do have the draft unfolding, we'll see what the bans are. Last time around, we did get Doom Batrider banned out by the Cut. Techies being banned out by C-Dub, so still in line there. Okay, Doom again. Let's see if we stay to the script. What is it for C-Dub? What do you want out?
What was it? Techies, and who was it last time they banned?
I'm trying to remember. My memory is
10 seconds
it's
remaining.
as bad as your taste in literally anything, Mike.
Oh,
I'm trying to.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh, what's a Gundam? Oh, what's Warhammer 40k? Like, oh, Michael Phoenix, you're not that old. You're not that old, Mike.
I mean, I just
You
have
gotta
taste,
live a little.
You know, Gundam
I have
just
taste. I have taste. Gundam's bad. Oh, shut up, Mike.
so defensive, John. My goodness.
Gundam's
My
good.
goodness.
Gundam's actually good. Like this, the latest anime is actually really good. Witch from Mercury. So
Oh, it's still going,
I think
is it?
I'd actually,
Oh.
yeah, I think you'd actually enjoy it. Honestly, legitimately, I think you would enjoy it.
Okay. Well,
No,
I
I'm
enjoy,
sorry, you have taste. Yeah,
I'm
your
gonna-
taste is like garbage.
Radiant team
I'm going to enjoy game number 2, Jonathan. That's what I'm going to enjoy. They do ban the Magnus for the Cut. So, you know, they respect ban, and I appreciate that. I think C-Dub, you know, I still think Mark did most of the work that game for sure, but the comeback started happening when you saw the Harpoon skewer backs into Tier 4 towers and the fountains. And
10 seconds.
it's kind of the story of this hero right now is if you are going to defend high ground,
5 seconds
Magnus, you know, it's one of those really potent heroes for that kind of mission because you just have those crazy skill plays you can rely on. And
Dire
you know, we
team
kind of saw that in TI10. You know, Collapse was making those kind of plays happen as well. You don't have Horn Toss anymore, or it's not really that good, but you have something even better in Harpoon. So who cares about Horn Toss?
Yeah, cares about that. And, well, C-Dub, they do get to pick
10
up that
seconds remaining.
Void Spirit once more for Mark. You don't have the Empower to really buff up the
5
damage
seconds
output as
remaining.
much. That's maybe taking away from the combination just a little bit, but it's still Void Spirit. And we've seen this hero just be incredible across every stage of the game. So I don't mind it too much here for the side of C-Dub. For the cut, I mean, Batrider's in the pool if you want it, I suppose. You could still go into that. What other high priority heroes are here? Beastmaster if you want that for Addy again. I don't think it was too bad on him, honestly. Did enough work. Those are probably the highest priorities. Maybe seeing the Void Spirit. It's not ideal to first phase a Timbersaw. I think it leaves too many holes in your draft. It leaves a lot of ways to answer on C-Dub's end. So you probably just want
Dire team
support priority here. Skyrat Mage it is.
Again?
To go back into it, I don't mind it. I think, again, they played around the early temp of the Skyrat Mage pretty well, but down the line, the impact was not there, and they go with a Batrider. So there's some flexibility here for the cut, whether or not they want to run Batrider support, although a Batrider plus Skyrat Mage support duo sounds pretty garbage, and C-Dub do go for the Abaddon, so they've got the universal type to deal with a Batrider. Heck, to deal with the Skyrat Mage silence as well. You've got to save for your Void Spirit every single time Ancient Seal's on.
Radiant team ban.
You've got some good responses here from the side of the cut. Again, you're probably not gunning for that pause 4 Batrider with a Skyrat Mage, because quite frankly, Mike, that sounds really bad.
Yes, it does, Jonathan. As we do have an Abaddon coming out, a nice little counter towards the Skyrath Mage, just kind of purge off the. Well, it's actually a really nice pick because you got Lasso and Ancient Seal to worry about this game, so the Aphotic Shield going to be very effective. Mind you, we don't get to see much Abaddon in the current meta, but if, you know, in a game like this where it kind of fits the bill, why the hell not? I don't think the hero is really that bad right now. In fact, its win rate is stupidly high in pubs, sitting at like 57%. So there's that going for you. I don't know if that's based off support play or carry play or core play, but yeah, I mean, this hero is universal, you know? It does universal hero things.
10 seconds
It does.
remaining.
I'd say I do prefer it as a core, but it does work as support. It has a 64.71% win rate across the DPC, across Div 1, Div 2, and every region. 17 picks. Pretty good win rate. I'm not sure, again, I don't quite see if it was played as a core or support from these stats, but it is up there. And quite frankly, I think a core Abaddon is just really scary. Like, I'm trying to recall. We've seen it off lane with Ice Ice Ice. He goes for the Aura build, which is fine.
5 seconds
I
remaining.
feel like this here is ridiculous when you can just stat pad, right? And just become a right clicker, because like level 3 with level 2 Curse of Avernus, plus your stats like a Wraith Band and a Bracer, man, do you run down the lane. Like, you absolutely just
Dire team
shred
ban.
whoever you're laning up against if you have a really good aggressive support to help you slow.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I want to see from C-Dub. Just play aggressive with the Abaddon in lane, run it as a core, get some supports that can kind of tie into that aggression here. I like what the cut's doing, just removing the silencer and removing the Oracle, which had a lot of impact in the last game. And that is the one thing. The Abaddon is a solution to both Sky and Batrider, but he's not the solution to both of them at the same time. So it does feel like if you really are worried about the initiation, you could use one more here to cover. Oracle as being the big one is taken out, and the Lycan taken out as well for the cut. Into the Shadow Demon. That was the last save that you could have gone for here on C-Dub, is taken away. And that should set our Batrider as a core, which is good to see because, yeah, there's no need to restate the fact that Batrider and Sky is bad, but
10 seconds.
Sky and Shadow Demon a little bit better. You've got some entrapment plays. You can play the lane. Big thing here is stacking. I mean, if you can utilize the Shadow Demon to stack up for your Batrider or stack up for your mid or safe lane, you can't really invade and seed up with Abaddon and Void Spirit. at least with this opening, you can't quite do anything about those stacks.
Certainly not. Seed up. Third pickup for them. They could also just choose to go for their secondary support now. It feels like it's going to be a really nice game for this Void Spirit, I've got to say, John. Like, sure, you've got the Ancient Seal and you've got the Disruption against Void Spirit, but the thing is, we saw this last game. Like, you didn't see the Ancient Seal doing enough against Void Spirit, and it does tend to enjoy building Manta style right now. And once you hit the mid game, both these supports really just melt to the damage the Void Spirit provides. It's like one Astral Step is going to take out half their HP instantly. It's
Radiant team pick.
not looking the craziest. There's now Keeper of the Light comes out for C-Dub, so we've seen this already. The game 1, they ran this combo, and we know with the Chakra Magic, reducing the cooldown of the Astral Steps, it's always going to be very, very nice here for C-Dub. So they will go ahead and take it.
10 seconds remaining.
Fourth pick now, 2 more calls to go. Off lane and potentially a
5
safe lane
seconds remaining.
is what we're looking for here for C-Dub Esports. Something new has to come out now, as we don't have the Magnus available.
Yeah.
Dire team pick.
What else is universal? Oh,
Wait.
it's here. All right. Oh, yes.
Oh,
Core Abaddon. Let's go.
Radiant team pick.
All right, why not? Problem is, there's a Medusa now.
Oh, and they have the Medusa illusions on their side too, with a Shadow Demon. All right. That is mightily annoying. That's not something an Abaddon can really deal with, to be fair. So I like that solution from the cut. It's not like Abaddon enjoys going diffusal either, so
No, I
no
mean,
easy solutions for this.
could you though?
Seconds remaining.
You could. Disperser's not that bad, but it's also, just off the top of my head, that sounds really god-awful. Like, you'd rather Echo Saber build up, for sure.
Yeah.
Radiant
100%.
team back.
It's...
I think
And
you could
besides,
still-
even then,
Yeah. Couldn't you just go
I know.
like the item build of like Harpoon into Manta? Like,
you could. And
Seems
then
pretty
get
good.
the Diffusal. Sure.
I mean, even
Yeah,
the
Harpoon's a
Fusel.
weird one.
10 seconds.
Go on.
remaining.
What is it? What's weird about it?
Harpoon's a weird one because the
5
pullback's
seconds
great, but
remaining.
you know, you don't have the skewer back threat. Maybe I think we're all just really spoiled with seeing how strong skewer back is with Harpoon. It's not as scary on Abaddon, granted, but you still get 2 hits into your Curse of Avernus, so it's still pretty oppressive. Granted, again, I don't think we've seen safe lane Abaddon. We've seen a lot of off lane. The cut are covering their bases with that flex.
I'm just saying.
If they
though,
don't
like,
ban out Darkseer, right? You go Darkseer here.
Radiant team
Darkseer for what reason? Just for the Medusa illusions? I guess you're right. Yeah,
Pretty
we have seen a lot of
much.
Darkseer against it, and it does get banned out. So there you go, Jonathan. No Darkseer available. The reason why I say Harpoon Abaddon is you Harpoon with a Manta, and you just pop the curse straight away. It seems like it's pretty damn strong, and considering it's Universal Hero, it does enjoy the stats a lot.
5 seconds remaining.
Like everything about Harpoon kind of fits the hero.
Yeah.
Dire
I don't mind it. They will go Nyx. Okay, that's your solution. All right,
Okay.
it's an off lane Nyx and a safe lane Abaddon. Let's go.
Okay.
This is some spice right here.
I like
See
it.
up. I'm enjoying this. The cut. What's your response? We're looking for a mid. Timbersaw still in the pool. I don't think you really want to pick Timbersaw into all of this magic damage though. No Ember, no Storm.
5
What else is
seconds
left?
remaining.
It doesn't feel like you have a really good mid left. Quap into Nyx, Puck into Nyx. Either sounds amazing.
See, the
DK,
cut-
just a stable mid.
I mean, they want something that goes well against the Void Spirit for sure.
DK, I think, is all right. Like, you can harass out with Breed Fard and just hold the lane. You don't stop the Void Spirit from farming, but you also farm quite a fair bit.
Yeah, but then you
Otherwise-
have a DK.
Yeah, but DK Manta Ags build up with Octarine is actually not bad. Granted, you're not an initiator in that build. Like, you kind of sometimes have to forego the blink, so it's a bit greedy. They go the Underlord. So
mid-bat?
wait, are they running mid bat? Yeah, they are.
Okay.
All right. I mean, it's funny because this is every time we see Bat Rider versus Void Spirit, I keep thinking of poor old Alacrity. He's
Yeah.
Currently, you know, he's not in the pro scene anymore because well, he was on that list. But
Yeah.
I keep thinking of Alacrity into this, and it's not as bad now. Granted, it's not as bad now, but it can still get pretty bad for the Void Spirit, considering that Bat Rider is also universal. So I'm keen to see what MTD can do. As you mentioned, the shining light in the last game for the cut. He has a lot of play potential here as well. And you have a scaling hero for Scourge McDuck. So surely, going into the late game is not as scary. Surely. But things can still go awkward. Because Isla on a Nyx into Dusa. You know, Vendetta Strike, 50% mana gone. It is quite funny to watch a Medusa lose half her mana instantly. It is quite an enjoyable experience if you are tired of Medusa games. So I like the answer here from C-Dub. I'd say I like C-Dub's draft just because it's more fun, just because it's different, just because we have safe lane Abaddon, maybe the Harpoon, maybe Harpoon Manta Diffusal with Disperser upgrade. And then suddenly, what are you going to do about that? Not much. This guy is going to be a bit crazy. This guy's crazy in lane. Like a 0-1-2 build it's really damn oppressive. Especially since you're running a melee offlane as well. Like, sure, you have Firestorm, but you get chased down by that Abaddon, ooh, you're not going to have a good time.
No, you aren't. Let's see how it goes. I mean, I agree that C-Dub's draft is a lot more fun to watch for sure. I think the cut has the better draft, to say the least, but anything can happen, Jonathan. Anything can happen. We can go into game number 2 now and see exactly what is going to happen between these two teams. Let's head over there and see exactly what's going on. You know what's really going to suck? These supports are going to suffer on the cuts end of things. Like this Skyrath Shadow Demon against Nyx Assassin, against Void Spirit. Like, these guys are going to get deleted every single team fight. It's not going to be fun.
No, it certainly isn't. Certainly is not going to be the best of times here for duo. Granted, when you run offlane Nyx, it's kind of a weird thing where that does mean you don't have an aura carrier on C-Dub, because sure as heck you're not going to ask Double King to go aura. And I like what he's doing right now, Mike. Phase Boots, yes. Wand, yes. Bracer, yes. Into a Radiance, which is maybe the greedier build, but this is the classic Abaddon core. It's funny too, because you get your level, which talent? Level 20 talent where you have Borrowed Time Immolation. So you basically burn for like 145 damage or something like that. It's kind of funny. It's a very funny talent. 85 plus 60 on the Radiance. So that's, yeah.
Yeah, but you gotta pop Borrowed Time, don't you? To have that happen.
Yeah, but then you maybe build Octarine. Granted, this is my experience in Turbo, so this does not apply to real Dota. But you go Octarine and pop that and run forward and you burn people. It's like Blood Mist, Mike, except better.
Well, that explains why you're such a big fan of it. Anyways, should we have a look at the ball? We'll have a look at the ball lane to start. Why the hell not? We have Double King and Duster there. It's going to be the Jakiro and the Abaddon matchup against Bigon and Ade. I'll tell you what, like, you do have those double slows available here between these two once you hit level 2 especially. Mind you, they are up against an Underlord, which, you know, he can be one of those cores that you just don't want to run into. Bigon, on the other hand, however, if he gets slowed up and you can just go for the dive in, you'd happily do so because he's not going to survive too long.
Yeah. He just will melt. It will take level 3, I believe, here. And you can't really do much up against Ade. He does at least go for level 1 Firestorm. So you're not losing too much of your right-click output here on the Abaddon. But yeah, it'll take some levels to pump up here. I can see some aggression that can come out from the side of the cut, the constant harassment out from B-God. As long as he stands back, you shouldn't be able to completely zone out the sky. And you get a lot of value there as well. Duster's already out of mana. So he's not going to be able to get that dual breath, having to ferry out the mangoes early on. So that's going to hold him back a bit. But for the most part, start of this lane, not too bad for either side. A bit more in denies coming out for Ade. Double King, this lane starts to stabilize a bit once you do get a few more stats in. So probably just the Bracer out with a Wand, and you start to feel a lot better in the Abaddon.
The top lane, you're looking at Scourge McDuck and Empyrean, of course, against Isla and Sanctified. Empyrean going for a bit of a cheeky disruption into Sanctified. Not going to amount to anything, though. Cops and Illuminate on the way out, in fact, as Isla's going to go for the stun. Empyrean taking a fair bit of damage. He's going to get hit by the Blood Grenade of Sanctified, but has stick charges. He's going to be able to walk away from that scenario and be just fine. And of course, the final lane we haven't really talked about at all, ironically enough, is the mid lane where MTD and Mark are going at it. And it seems like it's a pretty even affair between those two. As bottom lane, Ade is gone. Double King, able to pick up First Blood, and B-God going to provide a double kill now. I mean, you get Duster, but Double King with a double kill is not something you want to see if you're the cut.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see when the Abaddon pops off like that. The full wand's going to come out. That bracer time we talked about is massive for the Abaddon to just chase down pretty good damage. Surprised he's not going for like the usual universal safe lane Wraith Band bracer, but probably doesn't need it. Just wants the phase boots to chase down and then farm into the Radiance, which is fair enough. And you are susceptible. This is like not a lane that the cut should lose out on too hard, but it can get run down really easily if you're not careful about your spacing. And it's not a lane that you can really make that many plays. It is an underlord lane.
Ade's in big trouble here, John.
Look
Double
at
King
that.
just not leaving him alone and just maybe he can make... No, he's not making it out, surely. I mean, they're going for the dive in, and with the aphotic shield damage, he's going to plant his third kill of the game. This is prior to Duster being level 3, by the way, John. Like, now he does hit level 3. It doubles the damage of Dual Breath. So, it's... this lane just got even worse, if you are the cut.
Yeah, and again, this is the Abaddon safe lane, Mikey. You know,
Yeah,
it's great when you get a lane like this. It's just too passive from the Underlord to do much about it. At the least here, for the side of the cut, you are getting almost the same effect from Scourge McDuck. He's not being zoned out, although you do have to walk back here for Ade.
Mark?
It's a bit painful.
Mid lane, he does have Dissimulate, but he is very, very low right now, trying to run out. Has an Aether Remnant to throw, does connect it. Oh, but he's gone. The Firefly will still connect. MTD at least will go down, but it's a pretty big win. Problem is, he does lose his brown boots for a minute and a half. So that is a bit of a bigger loss, but I think overall MTD, pretty happy.
It's fairly happy with that one. You don't mind too much. You get that pressure kill. You're going to hit your level 6 a little bit faster, though you've got some time to soak up for Mark with at least a wave, but not the worst thing in the world. 4-2 start. C-Dub feeling pretty good despite a little bit more of a back and forth. All their lanes really shaping up. At the cut, their only good lane is Scourge McDuck's lane. Everything else in terms of CS is not the smoothest here, even with those kills under their belt. So have to watch themselves here on the cut. The Dusa can be your big win condition. It scales much better than the TA last time. But there are solutions here from the side of C-Dub. And those solutions can make it a little bit harder to kind of pop off with that hero.
Out of matter is Scourge McDuck at top lane, but he's still having a great time CSing. Not really in any form of danger here. Funniest thing about this Medusa matchup, oh, in fact, hold that thought, because bottom lane, Ade's being chased again. Hidden Malice is up at least, but the slow is just incredibly impactful here from C-Dub, as they will get a 4th kill on the Abaddon. B-God, I don't think he might make it out here, John. Double King is just too quick, and the slow is just too much. B-God trying to juke. It's another double kill for Double King. Mega kill streak for the Abaddon. This is going to be a very fast Radiance timing if this keeps up. I mean, I don't know what they do anymore. Like, Ade is going back to the bottom lane. I don't think that's going to really work out for him.
Yeah, it's not a great feeling, but again, this is the Abaddon safe lane. I'm glad to see it. It's not just Turbo where this hero is busted. It's still busted in a normal game as well. So there you go, guys. Play some safe lane Abaddon. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Make Michael Phoenix happy. I'm sure he'll be happy to lane with you. 100%.
I will be.
He's that hero.
I would be, Jonathan. I legitimately would be, because I've been getting position 1 AMs, and that really upsets me.
AM and 7.33C. Imagine that.
Oh, they
up
think
against
it's
a Dusa or not
counter,
even
John.
a Dusa?
No, they always say, oh, AM's good against Dusa. No, it's not. It's not. It loses every time. Sanctified. It's going to go for a run, but MTD? No, the stick charges are there. MTD still trying though, has the flame break available, and that should be enough. Sanctified understands he is dead, will just go down by the tier 1 tower. And now MTD, realizing how bad the bottom lane gone, I thought he might try to rotate, but he doesn't really have the spells to throw out. Without Lasso, I don't know if you can really try, and even then the borrowed time is there, as Ade again going to be focused. And again, I just don't know what you do at this point. Like, they're rotating more heroes in. They have saved Ade this time around. B-God going for a run. Double King just going for a dive in. He could not give a crap, this guy. He just wants the kills. Hidden Malice going to lock him down. He's okay. But it's 3v1 and he's happily running into them. He just does not care.
Are fortified.
No, he doesn't. Oh,
Radiant's bottom
And now Mark shows up trying to clean up. Knowing there's like 2 heroes that are very low down at the bottom lane. Double King gonna rush in again. Empyrean is down. Ade forced to walk away back towards his tier 2 tower. Now luckily, John, Double King didn't do that much damage to the Underlord because he has the Vanguard up now, but it still kind of means Ade can't farm. Like, that's... Nothing's changed, really. It's just that he's harder to kill.
yeah. At the least, you know, you don't die. You sit there, you soak some EXP. A little bit of a positive coming out here for the cut. But you're not going to stop this Radiance timing for Double King. He will find it. And then your Vanguard's not going to do much, unfortunately, once that's up and running. Again, the one lane for the cut that's going well has been Scourge McDuck's lane. He's been left solo. Isla can't really do anything to stop it. Although Isla is going for the Dagon build that you tend to see on Nixus now. So just all in on that damage train. And by God, these supports will die. They will die.
They will, John.
are scary.
You aren't wrong, sir. I love the next Dagon build. I you know, against 2 Scourge
It's so fun.
like this, it really is. It really is. Unless it's your teammate playing it. In which case... is here somewhere. Sentry Ward placed. That'll give the vision, but a nice impel actually going to land into the Spike Carapace. MTD, though, he's fine to get the last off eventually. And Isla is going to go down. You see what I mean, John? You could just hit some creeps, but they have to try and do something special.
They feel the need, you know? You got Vendetta. I get that feeling. You have Vendetta, you're like, I want to do something. I want to do
creeps.
something. I'm a strong bug. But I'm a strong invisible bug. How pesky are cockroaches, Mike? You can't see them. They're out there haunting you. You just want to be a cockroach.
Duster. He's a... Oh, no, never mind. Disruption is there from Empyrean. Take a shot, John. Duster is still going to get twin gated out. No, he's down. He's gone.
Yeah, that is good old Disseminate at work there.
Isla.
Just enough.
You see, John, this is what I'm talking about. Spike Carapace is out.
No!
Isla's down.
Oh, the cockroach is squished. It's almost like Empyrean's throwing out some pesticide when he throws out the shadow poison. I mean, it is shadow poison. Hey, that is
There you
fair.
go, John.
Shadow Demon is an exterminator. There you go.
So that's the thing, like,
For your improving a point.
as Nyx was 500 gold away from the Dagon recipe, dies twice in a row, then decides to buy something else instead. You know, like, imagine you had that Dagon right now at 11 minutes in. His bottom lane, Ade, gonna be able to survive. Jewel Breath is out. Ade should be just fine. B-God, though, going very far forward, is gonna give his life away for the trade of Duster. I don't think Double King will mind that too much. He's really enjoying himself right now. Already having the Sacred Relic up on the Abaddon. So he just needs 1k gold now. Radiance will be up.
That's a scary timing. That's where things can go south pretty fast for the cut if you're not careful. And going back to your point about Isla, it's a stark contrast with a safe lane, isn't it?
TD. This time going to get punished. Going way too deep. Isla going to be very happy as Mark hands the tip over. he's suddenly, after that kill, he's back to being just 200 gold away from Dagon.
Just like that. See,
MTD
all according to plan, Mike.
He just gave him a donation, really. It's like, Isla, sorry about those
No, it's
last two
part of the
deaths, bruv.
script. It's part of the script, Mike. Have you not
Oh.
read the manuscript I sent you?
Scourge McDuck needs to be careful,
Outlining
Major.
this.
No, he's all right. He's all right. I mean, Isla could just, go farm the extra 100 gold he needs, but
No. God, no.
he's about to die again, John. Ancient Seal is out,
Radiant's turret has been killed.
Oh.
and he is gone.
Is under attack.
He got the
Ah,
day.
Dagon's up, though.
He's got it.
There you go.
Good
Yeah.
news.
He's happy. He's happy. He's fine, Mike. He's in his lane. He's moisturized. He's got the Dagon.
Hydrated.
Set.
Are they?
Hydrated. Ade? He's not hydrated.
No, he's not.
2 levels behind. It's a rough time for the Underlord right here. Going for the Guardian Greaves. That is a good save. Once that's up,
MTD.
down mid.
Yeah, I mean, jump in from Mark. He has another Astral Step charge, so MTD is still being chased down, but a nice juke out on the Dissimulate. They did not quite have enough follow-up to take down the Bat Rider, as now Double King shows up with the Radiance. It's kind of the thing, though. Like, while a lot of cores would recommend you just farm with this Radiance, he can just get involved and go after the mid-tier 1 tower now, understanding nobody can really deal with him at the moment.
Structures are fortified.
No. Ade?
Trouble again. This man just cannot catch a break. He's gone. Dagon is out from Isla. Good kill
There you
secure,
go.
Isla.
Yep. Impactful. That's it. That's your standard Nyx gameplay now. Run up, Dagon, mine.
Has fallen.
God, it's so funny. We've gone full circle, haven't we, Mike?
Yes.
Remember Dota 1 when you'd run, or early Dota 2, Nyx was a mid Dagon rush. He has
He
a
was.
cosmetic that's a Dagon. And now we're back to this.
I like it.
Time it's a flat circle.
I mean, Dagon was such a useless item for how long? It's like the only time you buy it is if there's like illusions that you can't deal with. As Ada is, he's okay.
Dagon
They
a creep.
Dagon the creep. Yeah, he did. I saw it.
Warning shots, Mike. Warning shots.
Yeah, absolutely. Meanwhile, in the triangle, speaking of warning shots, Empyrean's in big trouble. Disruption going to buy him a little bit of time, but Mark's probably still going to have his way with him, though they are TPing more heroes in. Mark is not backing off, but this could cost him heavily. So he will Astral Step away. Duster being left behind, just throwing some stuff out at MTD. MTD would love to pick up this Void Spirit. Mark, though, has the Simulate, goes down towards the south, and actually still going. Mystic Flare, though, committed on Isla now, but he's okay to back off as well. So CNAB doing a very good job of just juking and jiving, kiting them in and out. Ultimately, the cut, they really just find nothing for their trouble apart from Duster, but it's a Jakir. Meanwhile, Scourge McDuck, the chase is on. Isla's got the Vendetta. They're going to see the Deucer, and his mana's gone.
That never stops being funny.
Yeah.
Mike, never stops being
classic.
funny when you're out of mana. Unfortunately, Scourge McCluck didn't even grab the bounty on his way out before dying as well. So you get that stolen away. And C-Dub, 11-11, a pretty close game in terms of kills, but the net worth firmly in C-Dub's favor. Double King, quite a fair bit ahead in comparison to everyone else. Echo Saber coming up next into the Manta style. So, and this guy's just gonna be untouchable. He will just run you down every single time.
Oh, leave Ada
Turn
alone.
down bot.
Leave him alone.
No.
He's had enough. This poor guy's had enough. And he'll survive. It's just, how many
Wait.
times does he have to go back to the fountain, this poor guy?
Did you realize you could double Mind Flare with Chakra?
I didn't pick up on that. Thank you for that, John.
I was like, why did I hear Mind Flare twice? I was like, oh,
That's
that's
actually
that.
pretty
So
busted.
can you Mind Flare back Mind Flare damage? Does
I
it
think
count
so.
Mind Flare damage? Surely
It-
does, right?
It says percentage of damage the target received from the Nyx in the past 15 seconds. So I would say yes, it should, John.
It's pretty funny.
That's a lot of damage.
Looking forward to
it
a
does.
Deuce 11 True Dad.
Yeah. Here we go. I mean, we'll get to test it now. Isla's moving in for a Ade. Spike Carapace. Mind Flare. Okay, that didn't seem like much. It seems like it should have been
Yeah.
longer. I'm not sure, though.
Maybe when we hit Dagon 5, you know, that bonus damage starts to amp up a little bit more. Right now, Dagon 2, not the highest. But Dagon 5 is when that thing gets a little bit spicy with the bonus damage. So we'll have to wait it out. For the cut, they are waiting out quite nicely. MTD.
Moving on to Duster, might have his way with him, but he's been slowed up now, so Mark can just happily jump in. Aether Remnant a little bit off the mark here for Mark, but nevertheless, they have got the Batrider. Problem is now he's in danger. Mark actually stepping right back in. He does not care. He wants the fight, but he's gone way too deep. Resonant Pulse probably not going to save him. He's going down. Pit Malice on 2 now as Duster's brought back to try and salvage this team fight. But this is an absolute mess here in the mid lane as even Double King shows up now. And would you believe it? Ade getting caught again. Of all people, they go after the Underlord. Empyrean. The Sentry Ward's going to get vision. He is just as good as dead. Duster gets the kill. Double King was trying to time it. Won't be so lucky, though.
He bought back. You know, he needs something to justify his buyback. 2 kills, more than justified here. Not too bad for the cut, considering what they did manage to find. They get some good punishment off onto Mark, but they drop quite a fair few heroes. Still, with the lead you have on CW, you're more than happy trading away like that for the cut to find something. Allows Reducer to bounce back a little bit more here. Instant smoke out. Probably not going to need to too much, although.
Dire's middle tower is under
Top lane. Oh, MTD. He's
okay.
not having a good time, John. Not having a good time.
BKB popped as well. First charge to boot.
Uh-oh. Oh, mine put it a little bit early that time, but luckily it's a 4-second cooldown. 0-second cooldown if you have a coddle on your team. It's Empyrean. Gonna find that out the hard way. Oh, Limit Cape's gonna save. Not for long though. Meanwhile, mid lane. Mark is going very, very, very deep here, John. He's gonna die for his trump. That's kind of the thing that the cut did last game.
under attack.
It's just diving in for no reason.
We do a little dive in, Mike. You know, it's not too unfamiliar for us from Southeast Asia. It happens.
All right. Oh boy. I mean,
Oh,
do I even want to see
What
how
a
many deaths he's
combination.
had? That's not too bad. It's 0-6-6. It's not the worst.
he just needs 6 kills now. Just live through 6 kills and we'd have the magic number. Well, it would be more magical if he was Doom. That would be more in character, I suppose.
Top tower is under
Not quite
attack.
there.
Radiant's
It's a rough game for the cut, to say the least, Mike. The only thing that they can bank on is Scourge McDuck scaling in. I guess you're actually not too bad here for MTD. It's just a couple of jumps in have not been great. In this game for Batrider, again, it's a little bit strange in that it's not the easiest game, but it's also not quite as bad if you manage to take these fights when Double King's not around. So you do still have openings for the Batrider here, if you can get that angle in. Does feel like he needs a blink though, for that to really happen.
Mid lane could be another group up here from C-Dub. Isla hanging around. MTD gonna pop the Firefly back his way out. Dagon's being built up more and more. He's
There
got the
you
Dagon
are.
5 now, John. He's a big
That's
boy.
it. With a Mind Flare. Double Mind Flare with the Dagon. That's pretty scary.
Yeah, gonna go for the shards as
Oh,
well. So
no.
you increase them.
Scourge.
Reduce the magic resist, the Scourge. Oh my
He's
god,
dead.
it's just so much mana being removed. You know, talentless as well. One of the arguably the best voice line of the game in terms of BM mid lane. Jump is there. MTD gonna go pick up Duster, but now gonna try and avoid dying himself. Lasso was on what? Was that cancelled by Double King? It may have been.
It was.
Double King is pretty deep himself though. Bro time popped. He does need some help now. Aether Remnant gonna catch out Ade. Ade still somehow alive, is gonna make it. I think they just want to get Double King out of there safely though. They're not gonna mess around too much. And he is going harpoon build up, by the way, John.
bottom tower is
There you are. He had a Scotty queued up for a bit, but now he goes back for the harpoon, realizing that he's getting kited a little bit too much, so pull them back to your way. Chase down. More than happy. I'm keen to see what he does get at level 20, because 100 aphotic shield barrier is not bad, but borrowed time of elation, Mike. I want to
John,
see if
come on.
anyone else thinks this is legit.
Come on, John. This is,
Hey, I was the madman who, when Blood Mist was even worse, ran Radiance, Ags, Blood Seeker 4 games in a row with my friends. We never gave up. It was pretty bad every game. We never gave up. I want to see the simulation, Mike.
yeah, apologies in advance to your friends. It's,
Oh, no need. It already happened. It is what it is.
no, for the future games that are sure to happen with you. Sure, you're gonna find
God bless.
something stupid that you want to try. As you always do, John. See it up.
Every game I play is just stupid. It is what it is.
Big smoke up. They're gonna kind of reveal themselves in that smoke though, so it doesn't really mean much now. As Isla is going on a mission by himself.
Dire's
Would not
Let's go,
recommend.
Isla.
is under attack.
100% recommend. Let's go, Isla.
I mean,
Let's go,
if he
Isla.
burst Scourge McDuck, I'd actually start losing my mind. It'd be so funny. But it's
Let's go, Isla. No,
Okay.
not Empyrean, Isla, no! You faltered.
Top tower is under
He faltered,
I mean-
Mike.
he's buying plenty of time for his team to just take the Tormentor here, and he will be able to grab it. Nice, easy Torment to pick off. So now Sanctified's going to have the free shards for himself, with the recall available on the Keeper of the Light. 11k advantage for Seed Up. Die Triangle though is going to be occupied. Seed Up going to try and maybe just sacrifice Duster. Double King thinking about going in, but that's a perfect Pit of Malice position. Not allowing them the entry point up that stairway. They've got to wait it out. Double King eventually just going to run right into it, trying to get in for the fight. The Pit of Malice now
Jesus
wearing off
Christ,
because he'll
that right
chase
click.
down MTD, but MTD still able to run away. As Empyrean now is the target of Mark. Empyrean with the Glimmer Cape there might survive as the Astral Step does not connect.
Oh, no.
Dive in like that for what? I wonder. Zade. Ade's going to be chased again here. The Abaddon hitting very, very hard once again. They'll have it. Ade's down. Problem is now Double King could be in a spot of danger, but he's got borrowed time and ages. He's fine.
He is perfectly fine. Lots of back and forth. In the end, you don't lose too much on either side. Maybe a little bit costly for C-Dub losing 2 heroes. Every pick off again for the cut when you're this far behind counts for a lot. And Mark is going a little bit too far forward on that Void Spirit. Nothing defensive for him here.
MTD.
Relies a bit too much on the Abaddon.
Imperium just saving MTD's life as they were just rushing in. In fact, they're still going, looking for this Bat Rider, but instead they're going to find themselves a Skywrath Mage. He got going down to allow the Bat Rider an escape route.
Structures are fortified.
Now the mid-tier 2 tower under siege, though it's going to be a TP away from our Abaddon, but they do have recall on Sanctified, and he does pop it. They go again. Imperium going to be targeted. Scourge McDuck is going to try and move in. It's the Medusa. Arne, he's being
Medusa.
focused. Just look at the
Isla.
damage Double King's doing, and they've even found the Medusa now. Isla in the back. It's not proving to be enough quite yet. They need a little bit more lockdown. But there's the Harpoon.
Oh,
You know, the range of Harpoon seems a lot longer than what the thing indicates. The AoE that you have when you scroll like mouse over.
yeah, it feels longer. Even then, like the AoE itself is also kind of ridiculous, isn't it? Like this is a pretty long range for a melee hero to have to pull them back to you. It just gives you a lot. Big fight again for C-Dub, clearing out. Good angle being found by Isla. They just go for the objectives. With an Abaddon, it doesn't take too long. Oh,
It's so funny watching that. It's the Harpoon just dragging somebody back and they have to force BKB. Mid-tier, mid-racks are gone. C-Dub looking fantastic here. So, I mean, they could think about top lane. Like, they've still got a minute 15 on the Aegis. If they want to force this, they could. Alternatively, they could just farm the map and wait for the next Roshan. But I certainly think they have plenty of time. Seems like Double King might agree because he's trying to move in. Just need a creep wave to work with.
you've got everything ready to go here on the side of C-Dub.
Double King gets started. High ground defense is not bad though. Like again, that Pit of Malice makes it very challenging. Seems like Seed Up decide better of it. Just letting this one go. Back off for now, come
Look
back
at the-
another day.
The Abaddon illusions fighting. A little bit of the illusion war. Smoke out from the cut. Let's see if they find an angle out.
MTD could be spotted here. Mark seems to know he's around, but Mark's been jumping very aggressively recently. His lasso is going to be there from MTD. Isla's going to try and cancel it off, but problem is they've locked down the Void Spirit. Mark still able to barely step away, but Sanctified at the least is probably going to die here for this. So he does try and just jump out with the Ogre Soul Totem, and he actually makes... They don't have enough lockdown, apparently.
No? If they can't commit after that lasso, then it's just not there. And that's a lot of space out just to shove in for Duster here. Oh.
He is.
It doesn't connect. I like the build-up on Isla, going for the full E-Blade, Mike. He has a mission. He has one thing in his mind. One focus in this game.
He
Kill
understands the
Spirit
assignment.
Duck. Yeah, that's it. That's all he needs to do.
Bounty.
24 to 19 now. 16k advantage still remaining here for Cedar. The cut. I mean, not out of this game, but they're going to be hoping for a bit of a throw here from Cedar, if anything. Double King is going back for the Ive Skadi now, which is going to be even more detrimental for the cut. Like, there's already so much slow to worry about. Ive Skadi on top, especially with the Medusa or MTD. He's going to try to move in, but Double King is going to jump in as well to try and help out Duster. Duster falling very low, but can throw some spells out before he goes down. Scamperian will be focused by Double King, but he does not have the detection. Arne moving in to lock down Double King, but he pops the borrowed time, moving in for more, but it seems like they decide better off. Without borrowed time, they don't want to risk losing their Abaddon carry. So they'll just let Duster die. It's the thing, like, you don't want to force high ground, because you could kind of do what the cut did last game. Speaking of the Devils, the cut, they did smoke up. The Nyx does try to move in. Isla is just going to die. Oh, Double King. Chase was going, but they do eventually give up on it. It's Double King now turning back around, trying to chase Scourge McDuck, who is kind of surrounded right now, but instead they'll go after Empyrean. Not confident they can burst the Medusa down without the Nyx Assassin. They won't even bother trying yet. There is going to be a Stone Gaze popped. They did find the Abaddon, but he just pops borrowed time. Does not really mind this at all. It's now MTD being focused on the Bat Rider, and Scourge McDuck, after seeing the other two go down, now he's targeted. Trying for the TP play out. Do they ever cancel? Yeah, they do. And they are just melting, John. It's a full team wipe. It is a full team wipe here for Cedar. It wasn't even close.
No. And game, in terms of kills, you look at that, you think it's not too bad. The network lead is just incredibly wide for C-Dub. And it just comes down to what kind of pickoffs we're looking at. All the losses coming out from C-Dub, all the kills coming out from the cut, have been mainly just these supports. They have not been able to find anything else outside of perhaps Isla every now and again, Mark every now and again. They haven't been able to find a solution for this Abaddon. 10-0-11 for Double King. He hits his level 20. Oh, he doesn't go for the Immolate, Mike. How boring. Double King knows better, but the Immolate, man. The Immolate.
Oh.
Think of the damage.
Oh, yeah. 85 DPS for 6 seconds. There goes Empyrean. Double King? Where's he
Double
going?
King going?
He's thinking about going to the fountain, apparently. They've lost Isla. Won't matter, though, because the rest of the squad is just moving in to try and get some vengeance here, and Scourge McDuck is almost out of mana now. Being dragged back by the Aether Remnant. He is a sitting duck, and he is gone. No buyback available. Seed up. Just going at it. Into the fountain, Double King goes. Just diving them now, as Begon's just getting shredded by this Abaddon. When do you call it? MTD. Barely surviving. Not for long though, because the Illuminate does connect. They even take down the Skywrath. B-God's down again. GG is called. They've had enough.
Oh boy. That was a strong showing out from the side of CW. And you know what? The game one was a little bit more like, the cut just not hitting their timings and playing with their lead, and CW kind of finding that opening back. But here it was CW start to finish, in control, with a very unique draft, with a very unique understanding as to what to do against this lineup. I like it. I like what I've seen. Again, CW, they've been promising since the last tour, not just not enough to reach that precipice into Div 1, but they're looking even sharper in this tour. The Cut, they're not an easy opponent. We heard Lil Nick. All of the opponents right now in Div 2 of NA, it's probably the most competitive we've seen Div 2 of NAB. And a win like this to set CW up for the rest of the tour, it's a good note to start with.
Certainly so. I mean, not an easy victory by any stretch. Like game 2 looked easy, but game 1 was a real nail biter. And of course, we're going to look at some highlights from game 2 because we did just tune in and watch that. And well, I mean, this bottom lane, like it went so badly, John. The bottom lane went so bad. Like, what did he have? 6 kills after the laning stage on the Abaddon? Just way too much. And then from that point on, like having an 11-minute radiance. Like, what are you going to do against this Abaddon with an 11-minute radiance just running at you? There's not really much you can do. Props to Isla as well, I think, as well, the Nyx Assassin, John. Like, just constantly finding this Medusa and just taking her out. Scourge McDuck just not having the best game. And you kind of see why the Nyx is so powerful when it comes to being up against heroes like the Medusa.
Yeah, it's insane. And we find out this combination with a Coddle. The double mind flay that, you don't think about. It's like, all right, you can get 2 uses all at once after using your Dagon. There's a lot there coming out from CW. It feels like they've prepared for this Dusa pick really well, and they planned around it really nicely with that last pick. They have a really good understanding of the meta, just based on these drafts. Like game 1, Universal Course, game 2, Universal Course. And I know it's a little bit weird to just call that like a be-all and all, but a lot of teams haven't been leaning into universal safe lanes as much. Outside of, again, Wind Ranger, people haven't been trying stuff like the Abaddon, outside of, again, Magnus as well. It's a more common one, but I like this understanding from CW, knowing that using these strong heroes, while they are strong, understanding that they're counters, you might make them think they're supports, they can be run as very competent cores, and they just crush everything out from the side of the Cut. The only thing the Cut had going was MTD's mid lane. Again, he had a spectacular game, despite this being a very, very challenging Batrider game. Like, this was not a simple Batrider game to play, but he played it as well as one could hope to play. It's just not enough to really do anything to CW.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you see the crazy score lines here, and we aren't picking an MVP off KDA, John. We're picking an MVP of Impact, and we're going to pick Isla this game on the Nyx Assassin because we think he did a fantastic job. I mean, the guy was just all over the place again. Like, even like as good as Double King farmed and as good as his lane went, the fact that this guy just kept shutting down the Medusa, we saw so many times him just bursting in by himself. It's the big impact playing. A hero like Medusa that's kind of known to be one of those late game carries that's just a monster to go up against. Just had no chance to get to that point. In fact, Scourge McDuck's GPM that game was like 500 on average throughout the whole game. So it's constantly stalking the Dusa, making a life a living hell, and making us happy with the classic Nyx Assassin Dota All-Stars build. Just brown boots into Dagon. That's what we love to see.
That's the classic. That's the one I ran in Dota 2 a couple of times mid as well. It's the early days of Dota, but it's good to see it circle back and Isla showing us how strong this hero can be. Granted, you were a bit upset with a couple of Isla's plays early on, but he delivers later on. He delivers.
All right, well, we've got an interview with the man himself. We've got Double King here for an interview. Mr. Double King, congratulations on your 2-0 victory against the Cut. So how the hell are you feeling?
I feel great. It's finally glad to win our first game of the series. Considering our past 2 tours we kept losing, it's nice to have that start, that clean 2-0. Well, first game not exactly clean, but it's nice to have a 2-0.
Let me ask you about that game 1, because that game 1 was real spicy. Going past 60 minutes, tier 5 items, huge comeback by you guys. What the hell happened? Like in your from your team's perspective, how did that comeback even start?
Honestly, I'm not sure. we just kept saying, "Oh, we're fine for late game. You know, we got university here, so we'll be strong. You know, we got better heroes, better players. We'll be fine." Right? We just have to play team fights right, play on our vision, and wait for them to make mistakes. And that's what happened. It's a wild game.
That's it was a wild game. So who was calling the shots in that game? Like, is there someone just kind of being the big voice in a game like that?
Yeah, there definitely was. Mark was calling most of the shots, considering how strong he was as a hero. That's usually who calls the shots in, whoever's the strongest as a hero. And Mark was he was definitely leading that game for sure. He's controlling a lot of the team fights very well.
Well, game 2 as well, like your Abaddon absolutely popped off with 13, 0, and 14. Crazy game for you. Did you know you were going to have that good of a game? Like, once you saw the draft of the cut, did you know, like, this game's over? Like, I got this.
I was for sure.
Yeah?
I was ready to win that game 100%. Easy carry. As soon as those heroes came out, there was a free Abaddon game and a free win. I was confident.
I mean, before I let you go to John, talk to me about the patch. Do you like this patch, Mr. Double King? Are you a big fan? You seem like you're
I'm
enjoying
loving
it.
this patch. Yeah, I just found this new hero Abaddon, and I'm having the funnest time with it. There's so many more things to do on the map too. It's a great patch. I love it. I love what they did.
Go on, John.
All right, Double King, I'm glad you're a Universal Hero Safe Lane Appreciator. It's always fun to see that because it's really fun to play right now. I am curious though, like back to that game too. Were you guys? Is this a draft that you guys made on the fly? It felt like it was very well prepared to deal with specifically the Dusa, right? Like having this flex on the Abaddon, which not a lot of people have adapted to yet. Like, was this really keyed in for like this kind of draft, or was it just something you guys figured out as drafting along here?
Dealing with the Medusa was figured out along, but our first phase is pretty planned out throughout with, Void Spirit. We have a lot of set heroes we can play and flex out. And, just dealing with the Medusas, there's a lot of clear counters. And I just forgot to ban the Nyx, and I pointed that out. You can play that 3. And, it's a win draft from there.
Right, that's fair. And, you guys look pretty sharp in the last tour here in Div 2. I'm wondering, what's the big difference in your mind for your team coming into Tour 3? Because you guys look extra sharp. I think this is even cleaner than we've seen you guys in the last tour. What's changed since the last time we saw you guys in Div 2?
I think we're just way more organized on how we play team fights. We're way more trusting of our teammates' calls. And we're just a lot trusting more in general. Our team fights improved a lot. And our laning is like kind of I don't want to say immaculate, but it's very well right now.
Yeah, it's certainly showing. I think those are the two aspects that I've also noticed improved. So really good to see that coming out. Now, going through the rest of the tour, it does feel like this is probably the most competitive NA's been in Div 2 across every team. Is there any team in particular you're looking forward to playing up against, or you feel like you need extra prep work for?
I guess extra prep work probably would be Wildcard or Goons. I think those are probably the strongest. But yeah, no, you're right. This dude's very, very competitive. A lot of the teams can beat each other. I don't think there's one standout. I guess the strongest team I would have to say is Wildcard. But yeah, we just prepare as we go along. I don't think there's one we're super focused on.
Right, that's fair. And hopefully we get to see you guys keep bringing good fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us, Double King. It's been an absolute pleasure speaking with you, sir, and congratulations again on your tour victory.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, guys. See ya.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
What a lovely guy. What a lovely guy. I mean, Double King, he was being honest, he was being truthful, but let me tell you, he was being a bit too humble. I mean, that was a very, very dominant game too. I can't wait to see these guys again. I mean, these wild cards and these bigger teams, they're great and all, Jonathan, but I love me an underdog story. And these boys look like they could be those underdogs that I'm looking for. So we can look at the schedule. Let's look at see what the next day of NA Div 2 can provide for us. Looks like we're going to have wildcard, speaking of the Devils, against TB. I believe that's Tilted Boys, and of course Grin up against Ravens. The first series, I think in particular, is going to be pretty exciting to watch. Tilted Boys off to a bit of a rough start. They ended up losing against Ravens, of course, in their first series on day one of Division 2. So against Wildcard, you'd have to argue things are going to be much more challenging as well. And then you've got Grin up against Ravens. Of course, you saw Grin lose earlier against Goons. So a lot of work to be done by both Tilted Boys and Grin, but I'm sure they've done their homework going into this matchup. And well, you just heard from Double King as well, right? Like he did mention Wildcard's probably going to be the hardest team to beat. I think most people watching NA Div 2 would assume that Wildcard will be one of the teams to be moving up to Division 1 after 2 or 3 once again. So, I mean, if they can pull off an upset, I'd love to see it. We'll be there. So let's see what Tilted Boys can do, and let's see what Grin can do, because they need some wins.
Yeah, I mean, at least in the last one, it's maybe the closer matchup of the two. I think Grin, again, they've shown promise. We heard from our interview a while ago that American Goons, they can be beaten. And again, it's very competitive across the board in Div 2. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some upsets tomorrow or at any point here in Div 2. It's just very, very open. I think I am looking forward to the most. After seeing C-Dub today, I'm looking forward to them playing Wildcard because, Sammy's been cooking some stuff up. And Sammy's always got something to say. Sammy's always got something to do. Honestly, every Wildcard game feels like it's something to look forward to just because what goes on in Sammy's mind? That's all I want to know. That's why I want to watch Wildcard. It's like, what's happening to him? I want to see it.
That's the thing. People hate on Sammy, but they don't realize it's not easy being the bad guy. That's the thing. It's never easy. And speaking of being bad guys, Jonathan, you and I are going to have to leave. That is it for NA Division 2. So thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. We'll catch you all again in the next couple of days for some more great NA Dota action. But till then, we'll see you then. Bye-bye.